Okay, we'll start. So look into segment number 5, invoice and time of supply, page number 65. Page number 65, invoice and time of supply. So first of all, we need to understand what is time of supply, that is the objective of time of supply. Time of supply means for every transaction on which date we need to pay GST is known as time of supply. Okay, Vinod. So on which date we need to pay GST is known as time of supply. For example, there is a transaction. For the transaction, if the time of supply is on 5th of July, then we need to pay GST by the next month 20th AC. So we need to pay GST by next month 20. So suppose if the transaction's time of supply is 5th of August, then for next month 20th, that is 20th of September, we need to pay GST. So mainly time of supply is to determine when we are required to pay GST, that is to determine the due date of payment of GST. Are you understanding this? And next, second, to determine the exchange rate. So on different dates there will be different exchange rates. Sometimes the transactions will be denominated in foreign currency. We need to convert the transaction into Indian rupees. For conversion into Indian rupees, so what should be taken as the exchange rate? That exchange rate prevailing on the date of time of supply should be taken. Again, to determine the rate of GST. So again, at the time of entering into contract there will be a rate. At the time when we collect the money there will be a rate. So and at the time when we raise the invoice there could be a different rate. So on which date rate of GST is there, that should be taken. So these are the three objectives of time of supply. What are the three objectives of time of supply? To determine the due date of payment of GST, to determine the exchange rate, to determine the rate of GST. The time of supply for a transaction depends upon the due date of invoice. That due date of invoice is given in section 31. In section 31, total 6 situations you need to remember. So in that 6 situations, first 3 situations related to goods, next 3 situations related to services. So subsection you don't have to remember, just try to remember section 31 is due date of invoice. In the 31 there are 6 situations. See the first 3 situations related to goods. Normal cases, continuous supply of goods, sale on approval or on return basis. Sale on approval or a return basis means what? I will give the product to you, you use it. If you like it, you buy it. Otherwise, you return it. That is known as sale on approval or a return basis. Then next, what we have is continuous supply of goods. Continuous supply of goods means there will be successive supply of goods for which the payments are settled on a periodic basis. For example, usually this milk packets, water cans, etc. and all, some people will come and put at your home and they will make note of which date, how many cans they have put, etc. and monthly they will do the settlement. That's an example of continuous supply of goods. Sometimes there will be a restaurant which will frequently purchase from a provision store, and that provision store will make a note of daily how much they are paying, and on a weekly basis or monthly basis the payments are settled. So remember, there will be successive supply of goods for which the payments are settled on a periodical basis, then it will be called as continuous supply of goods. Then balancing figure is normal cases. So what are the 3 situations that we have here? Normal cases, continuous supply of goods, sale on approval or on return basis. In case of normal cases, you see that what is it they are telling? If supply involves movement of goods at the time of removal, supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery. What is the meaning of supply involving or not involving movement of goods? Simple under the contract of supply, if the goods are going from one location to another location, it is known as supply involving movement of goods. Easily remember, usually when you buy in Amazon or Flipkart, online transactions, it will be supply involves movement of goods. You are located in Chennai, you will place an order in Amazon and the seller may be somewhere in Gujarat. From Gujarat, they will be sending the product to Chennai. So this will be called as supply involving movement of goods. Suppose if you go to the seller, you buy the product and you bring it to your home. Generally when you visit a supermarket, you buy the product and you visit your home. So that will not be called as supply involving movement of goods, because the supply is already over and thereafter only there is movement of goods. Are you understanding this? Usually door delivery contracts are there na, that will be called as supply involving movement of goods. Suppose if the recipient is taking the goods and then carrying to his place, that will not be called as supply involving movement of goods. Is it clear? Mostly 99% of the cases in the question itself you will be able to identify whether it is supply involving movement of goods or supply does not involve movement of goods. Let's see some situations. Don't see your book, please don't see your book, look into the screen. I will give you these situations. You need to answer whether it is supply involving or not involving movement of goods, because identifying this in the question is a challenge. Once you identify that it is supply involving or not involving movement of goods, accordingly you will be able to determine what is the due date of invoice. Okay. So first situation, buyer places the order with the seller. Seller dispatches the goods to the buyer. Buyer takes delivery of the goods and the supply is concluded. First you are placing the order with the seller. Seller dispatches the goods to the buyer. Buyer takes delivery of the goods and the supply is concluded. You tell me, supply involves movement of goods or supply does not involve movement of goods? Involves movement of goods. Why involves movement of goods? Under the contract of supply, supplier dispatches to the buyer. So dispatches like that when you see, no doubt it is supply involving movement of goods. Then situation 2, buyer places order with seller to install a generator at the premises of buyer. Seller brings the material required to buyer's premises and installs generator. Seller transfer generator to buyer, transfer of title. Now, supply involves or does not involve movement of goods? Why does not involve movement of goods? Because already the goods are at the recipient's place, buyer's place. Thereafter there is no movement, agreed or not? Until that point of time it was in the form of raw material, and they are taking it to the recipient's place, that raw material. Installation they are doing at the recipient's place. Thereafter there is no movement of goods. So supply does not involve movement of goods. Good. Then third, so whenever there is assembly or installation at the customer site, definitely supply does not involve movement of goods. Then situation 3, buyer visits seller's place. Buyer visits seller's place. Buyer makes purchase of goods. Buyer transports the same to his place. Buyer visits seller's place. Buyer makes purchase and then buyer is carrying it to his place. Supply involves or supply does not involve movement of goods? Does not involve movement of goods, because the supply is already concluded at the seller's place. Thereafter buyer is just moving the goods, but that is not under supply. Then next, situation 4, seller takes goods to buyer's premises. Order not placed by the buyer. Seller is taking the goods to the buyer's place. Buyer did not place order. All the goods are taken. Seller offers the goods for sale. So he is telling these are all the goods that I have. Buyer purchases the same and seller delivers the same. So now supply involves or does not involve movement of goods? Why? Even though at the time there is a movement of goods, but that movement is not under supply, because order is not placed by the buyer. Are you understanding this? So again supply does not involve movement of goods. Then situation 5, ship located at Mumbai port belonging to Mr. A. Mr. A in Tamil Nadu sold ship to Mr. B of Kerala by way of transfer of documents. Mr. B takes control of the ship in Mumbai port. Now, where the ship is? Mumbai. Is there a movement of ship? No. Under the sale, is the ship moving from one location to another location? No. Means supply involves or does not involve movement of goods? Does not involve movement of goods. If at all you get a question on this, any of these 5 situations could be tested in exam. Okay. These 5 situations I have prepared based on whatever questions that are asked in the exam as well as in the study material. Covering all those situations, I have just grouped in these 5. In any of these 5 only it will come. So don't worry, these 5 situations if you understood, in exam easily you can judge whether it is supply involving movement of goods or supply not involving movement of goods. Are you understanding this? Now, Why are we discussing this? Because if you come back to the previous page, supply involves movement of goods. What is the due date of invoice? At the time of removal. Supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery. For example, you placed an order with me on 1st August. I dispatched the goods on 5th August. You received it on 10th August. By when I should raise invoice? 1st August you placed order. 5th August I dispatched. 10th August you received. By when I should raise invoice? 5th August, because at the time of removal. That is the due date. Means I can raise invoice even before that date also, but that's the due date. Okay, due date means what? Final date. Okay, next. What if supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery? That is, you are coming to my place on 10th August, purchase the goods and taking it to your place, and you could reach on 12th August. You came to my place on 10th August, purchase the goods, carrying the goods with you, and that goods will reach your place on 12th August. So when is it called as due date of invoice? At the time of delivery. What is the time of delivery? 10th August. That's why in almost all purchases in supermarkets or showrooms, etc., the moment you purchase the product, immediately they will give invoice also to you at the time of delivery. Yes or no? You buy the product, you go to the cash counter, in the cash counter you make the payment, they will hand over the goods in a cover, and they will be also giving you the invoice. So that is the due date of invoice at the time of delivery. Are you understanding this? So can you tell me what are the three situations for goods? Normal cases, continuous supply of goods, sale on approval or on return basis. Right now we are discussing normal cases. What will be taken as the due date of invoice? Supply involves movement of goods at the time of removal. Supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery. Done? Now look into continuous supply of goods. For continuous supply of goods, what they are telling is that, suppose if the payments are received irrespective of the account statement. So account statement means what? I'll give you a simple example. I told you restaurant which will go and purchase on a daily basis some provision items from the nearest provision store. Now that provision store owner will prepare in one sheet as to which date, how much value of goods is purchased, like that he will make a note. And what he will do, so that he will ask the hotel owner to come on 15 days once or monthly once, he will give that statement and he will ask him to make the payment. That paper which contains a transaction detail is an account statement. One more example for account statement you would have seen is the bill, telephone bill. Telephone bill, which date, what call you made, how much time you spoke, like that a statement will be there. You know that you will be able to get that statement. So that particular statement is an example of account statement, mainly transaction summary. Okay. So this account statement is given, and only then the payment is collected. Then the account statement date will be the due date of invoice. Irrespective of account statement, some payment will be collected. Then the payment collected date is the due date of invoice. It is not whichever is earlier, not account statement date or payment received date, whichever is earlier. Actually, many teachers are confusing you in that, so don't get confused. It is not account statement date or payment received date, whichever is earlier. That is wrong actually, because they use the word as the case may be. Now let's try to understand an illustration for this. 31, that is continuous supply of goods. What is continuous supply of goods means? There will be successive supply of goods for which the payments are settled on a periodical basis. Now look into this illustration, which is in page 66, next page, illustration 2. Arjun Chemicals, Tamil Nadu entered into contract with an ancillary industry to supply chemicals through pipeline. Payment terms, an ad hoc amount of 2 lakh per month payable and differential amount of 56,000 settled on a quarterly basis through account statement dated 6/7/2021. So how the payment terms are? So quarterly they have to settle, but monthly they will be collecting 2 lakhs. Means that 2 lakhs is receivable based on account statement or irrespective of account statement? Irrespective of account statement. And whenever they give the account statement, for the differential amount they will be collecting. So in the account statement they will mention total how much amount, minus how much amount already paid. So the differential amount is what? Okay. Now like that, they are giving an account statement for how much amount pa? 56,000. Now see this, first quarter, April, May, June. So 3 months, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs is payable. And what is the differential amount for the quarter April to June? 56,000. For this 56,000, an account statement is given on 6/7/2021. And this 2 lakhs is received on 4th May, this 2 lakhs on 6th June, and this 2 lakhs on 10th July, and the differential amount of 56,000 on 25th July. Now what we need to see is that whether the payment is arising based on account statement or not, that we need to see. Is 2 lakhs based on account statement or irrespective of account statement? For irrespective of account statement, what should be taken as the due date of invoice? As and when the payments are received. When the payment is received, so that will be taken as the due date of invoice. Are you understanding? Same way, second 2 lakhs and third 2 lakhs also, irrespective of account statement, the recipient has to make that payment. So whenever he is making the payment, that will be taken as the due date of invoice. Are you understanding this? Whereas the differential amount 56,000, how the recipient will know? Only when I give the account statement. Otherwise he will not know, na? Correct or not? So this 56,000 is mentioned in the account statement. For this 56,000, what will be taken as the due date of invoice? The date on which account statement is issued. What is the date on which account statement is issued? 6th July. That will be taken as the due date of invoice. Is it clear? If it is whichever is earlier, then in the case of June 2 lakhs, it should be 6th July. Now why it is coming as 10th July? Because the provision is not whichever is earlier. The provision is if the payments are received based on account statement date. If the payments are received irrespective of account statement, the payment received date. Suppose merging this 56,000 and 2 lakhs, they gave a single account statement for 2,56,000 on 6/7. Then what will be taken as the due date of invoice for this 2,56,000? 6/7 only. Means for that amount which is mentioned in the account statement as due, so the account statement date is the due date of invoice. Is it clear? So 2 points we studied. So can you tell me what are those 2 points? First, normal cases. Supply involves movement of goods at the time of removal. Supply does not involve movement of goods at the time of delivery. Then, in case of continuous supply of goods, payment received based on account statement date. Payment received irrespective of account statement, payment received date. Okay. And in case of goods sent on, that is sold on approval or on return basis. So actually when is it considered as sale? In case of sale on approval or on return basis, when really the sale happens? When the buyer accepts. What if he is not at all accepting within 6 months? On expiry of 6 months, it is deemed that he has accepted. So you tell me what will be the due date of invoice? Date of acceptance by the buyer or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Date of supply, that is date of acceptance by buyer, or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. So what happens? 6 months over, still he did not accept. We will raise the invoice to him. Yes. Thereafter he returned the goods. Now what you will do? You will issue a credit note. Credit note is issued to cancel the transaction. First you gave a invoice on 6 months expiry. So because you know that on 6 months after it is the due date of invoice, you should raise the invoice even though he has not accepted. So you raise the invoice and thereafter he returns it. So you will give a credit note to cancel that invoice. Sometimes it so happens that you raise the invoice after 6 months and thereafter he accepts. Now again should we raise the invoice? No, because already we raised invoice after 6 months, na? Enough. As and when the really sale happens, again we don't have to raise the invoice. Are you understanding this? Then, so that is about sale on approval or on return basis. You understood these 3 points, na? Now we are moving on to services related due date of invoice. There also we have 3 situations: normal cases, continuous supply of services, cessation of services. Normal cases, balancing figure. Continuous supply of service. What is a continuous supply of service? A service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations is known as a continuous supply of service. What are the two conditions that should be satisfied for continuous supply of service? It should take more than 3 months to complete, and it should involve installments, that is periodic payment obligations. Then only it will be called as continuous supply of service. Is it clear or not? So therefore, what is an example of continuous supply of service? Can you give me? In your real life, you would have seen many cases. What is an example for continuous supply of service? Someone said their construction. Good. So because usually construction will take more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic payment obligations, so no doubt it's a continuous supply of service. Then classes, yes. So but usually in classes there won't be installment facility na. Which coaching center is giving you installment facility here? No one, I don't think so anyone is giving installment facility. But actually, let's make a manifesto today that every coaching center should collect the fees on a monthly basis depending upon how the classes are being conducted. No coaching center should collect the fees upfront. Will you agree with me? Because if the classes is going to be for 6 months, let them collect for 6 months. That is, let them take the class and then collect the fees, or collect the fees of that month alone in advance. You understood? So therefore, if 60,000 is the fees, class is for 6 months, then collect the fees 10,000 rupees every month. Let's see who will do this. Okay, who will do this? So really or not here? And don't worry, if at all you don't like any particular coaching, you have every right to get the refund. So because coaching centers are cheating you by taking 2-3 subjects properly and remaining subjects and all, they are washing your eyes. Every coaching center is doing this, okay? And therefore be careful. You have every right legally you have that right. You need any legal assistance, you approach me. Really, you approach me, and legally you have every right to get that. So like how, I don't know whether this example is correct or not, but like how Parshurama took the axe and went against all Kshatriyas, so let me take the axe and go against all the coaching centers. Let's see. Okay, therefore really speaking, they should collect monthly basis. Listening, collect. Okay, so collect and collect on a monthly basis if you have guts. If you are telling that you are God and you are doing lot of spirituality, etc., collect on monthly basis. Let's see. If you have the guts, you do that. So fine, hope the message will go to the person. And therefore, but did I tell anything wrong, pa? Logical or not? But unfortunately, that will not become continuous supply of service because of the reason that they are collecting the money upfront. They are collecting the money upfront. So it is not a continuous supply of service. You understood? And sir, beauty treatment, continuous supply of service. How? But it will not take more than 3 months, na? 9 months and all it is going. Oh, then okay, pa. I did not know, pa, where I am waste in that. I didn't know. So therefore, yes, maybe beauty treatment also will be coming under continuous supply of service. Because basically any service which takes more than 3 months and involves periodic payment obligations. Now, what should be taken as the due date of invoice? So, and one more point, cessation of service. Cessation of service means what? Abruptly stopping the service is known as cessation of service. Usually this cessation of service we see mostly in movie industry, wherein an actor will sign the contract, thereafter some dispute will come between the actor and the director, or actor and the producer, etc. Then the actor will walk out of the movie. So then they have not acted for all the days for which they signed the contract. That is called as a cessation of service. Okay. Now first, normal cases we will see what is the due date of invoice. Easily remember, if it is banking sector or insurance sector, 45 days from the date of completion is the due date of invoice. Which two sectors here? Banking sector or insurance sector. What is the due date of invoice? 45 days from the date of completion. And if it is other sector, then it will be 30 days from the date of completion. So banking sector 45 days from the date of completion, other sector 30 days from the date of completion. Then in case of continuous supply of services, if due date of installment is ascertainable from the contract, then the due date of installment is the due date of invoice. If due date of installment is not ascertainable from the contract, but the payment is linked to completion of event as and when the event is completed. In the absence of this, the date on which the payment is received. Let's try to understand this with a small example. Say you are attending the coaching and that coaching will take more than 3 months to complete, correct? CA intermediate, all subjects, when you are attending the coaching, will it take more than 6 months to complete? Yes, usually more than 6 months, but definitely more than 3 months. Even if they complete in 5 months also, but more than 3 months na, so it is taking more than 3 months to complete. And suppose if there is an installment facility, will it qualify for continuous supply of service? Yes. And if they specify like monthly or this date, you have to pay this amount, like that if they specify, the date on which they mention in the contract, that date will be the due date of invoice. Or suppose if they specify, by the time group 1 classes gets over, you have to pay this much. And whenever group 2 classes commences, you have to pay this much. Like that if they specify, then the payment date is not there in the contract, but the payment is linked to completion of event. So whenever group 1 classes gets completed, that is the due date of invoice for that portion. Whenever group 2 classes gets completed or commence, that will be taken as the due date of invoice for that portion. Is it clear or not? Then suppose if nothing is given, but they are telling you pay as you wish pa, like that they are telling, okay. So that mistake I did, so it is like I started one coaching center by name Insight Commerce Studies, like that one coaching center I started. And thereafter I have shut it down, seriously. I have shut it down, reason being I thought maybe I could not do the justice. I could not get all good faculties. So because I believe that all the subjects should be equally important. I don't want to become one such coaching center amongst the many wherein my subject is good, other subjects okay, but I don't want to teach the students, okay. So therefore I shut down, okay. But during that time I made this mistake once. Instead of committing as to when the installment, I gave installment facility to the students and I said whenever you wish to pay, you pay. So that word actually went in a negative way. So wherein they have not at all paid. So some people paid like 5,000, some people will pay after 2 months some 3,000, like that. If that be the case, whenever that much installment is received, that is the due date of invoice. Is it clear or not? But practically you will not be seeing like that. Everyone clearly mentions as to what is the date by which you need to pay the money or the milestone events. Milestone events means on completion of this event you have to pay this money, like that they will mention. So this third point like usually will not be there, but in theory they have given due date of installment ascertainable from the contract, due date of installment is the due date of invoice, payment linked to completion of event as and when the event is completed. Suppose if nothing is ascertainable, as and when the payment is received. Then cessation of service, when the invoice should be given, immediately after cessation the invoice needs to be given, which means an actor signed the contract to act in the movie for 50 days and the remuneration to that actor is 50 crores, 1 crore per day is the remuneration, okay. 50 crores is the remuneration. He acted for 5 days and thereafter he quit the movie. Now in that case, immediately after cessation, he need to get that 5 crores now for 5 days that he has acted. So immediately after cessation, he need to issue invoice to the producer. Is it clear or not? Not 30 days. Usually time limit is 30 days na, but in case of cessation of service, immediately after cessation. So tell me what are the 3 points for services? Come on. Normal cases. Banking sector 45 days from the date of completion. Others 30 days from the date of completion. Then in case of continuous supply of service, 3 points. Due date ascertainable from contract, such due date of installment. Due date not ascertainable but linked to completion of event, whenever the event is completed. And suppose if the payment is not linked to completion of event, not ascertainable also, as and when the payments are received. Then in case of cessation of service, what will be taken as the due date of invoice? Immediately upon cessation. Then look into illustration 1. So we completed due date of invoice, section 31, those 6 points. Okay. Now look into the question, illustration 1. P Limited provides maintenance services to companies having computers in their offices in Maharashtra. On September 20, 2020, it enters into contract with Z Limited, where P Limited will maintain computers of Z Limited. During October 1, 2020 and December 15, 2020, for an agreed consideration of 2 crore plus applicable GST. Due date of payment is October 20 for first installment, November 20 for second installment, and December 20 for third installment. Provision of service is complete on December 15, 2020. Payment is however made by Z Limited on March 1st, when the tax invoice should be issued. So what is the due date of invoice in this case? Installment date is ascertainable na? So installment date ascertainable, so the due date of installment is the due date of invoice. Correct or wrong? Wrong, sir. First of all, it is not a continuous supply of service. Just because installment is there, it will not become continuous supply of service. See how many months it takes. Please see when it started, when it got completed. When it started, October 1st. When it completed, December 15. How many months? 2.5 months. But when it will become continuous supply of service? More than 3 months. So is it a continuous supply of service or not a continuous supply of service? Not a continuous supply of service. So they will trap you by telling that there are installments, etc. and all. But first of all, it is not a continuous supply of service. So it is a normal service. Normal service, usually what is the time limit for issuance of invoice? Banking or insurance means 45 days, others is 30 days. Is it banking or insurance or others? So time limit 30 days from the date of, check the question, when the service is completed. December 15, 2020. From there 30 days, that is January 14, 2021. Got it? Because in December there is 31 days. So that's why January 14th. You understood here this one? Now look into the next page. Should we mention the recipient details in the invoice? In the invoice, should we mention the recipient details? Yes, but there is a relaxation that is given. You tell me what is the relaxation. Search the information and tell me what is the relaxation. But generally recipient details to be mentioned in the invoice. But we have a relaxation. What is that relaxation? See that and tell me. Which case invoice recipient detail not required to be mentioned? B2B or B2C? B2C means what? Supply to unregistered person. B2B means what? Supply to registered person. B2C, that to which case? Value. Less than 50, less than or equals to 50, less than 50,000. So you remember it like 49,999 up to that. Okay. And in which case? Other than services through e-commerce operator, OIDR services, or online money gaming services. Actually, you should remember only this part. In the entire chart, you need to remember this part. Okay, that is when invoice details not required mandatorily, we need to mention only if recipient is asking. When? If the value of supply is less than 50,000 and it is a B2C supply, and other than services through e-commerce operator, OIDR and online money gaming. Suppose if it is B2C, online money gaming, value 10,000, should the recipient details be mentioned? Yes. Online money gaming, even though value less than 50,000, B2C, we need to definitely mention the recipient name. Services through e-commerce operator, value 5,000, B to C, whether recipient name should be mentioned, yes. So 3 cases, definitely you need to mention recipient name irrespective of the value, etc. and all. What are those 3 cases? OIDR, services through ECO, OMG, online money gaming, okay. So mainly for MCQ purpose it will be tested. Then next, we will move on to time of supply in case of goods and services. What should be taken as the time of supply? See this, for goods and services we have 2 sections, 12 is for goods, 13 is for services, okay. And see the situations, what are the situations that we have? Total 7 situations you need to remember in this part, total 7 situations. What are the 7 situations? Goods FCM, time of supply in case of goods FCM, then time of supply in case of services FCM, then time of supply in case of goods RCM, time of supply in case of services RCM, then vouchers, this is common for both goods and services, vouchers, okay, 5th point, then residual cases, that is also common, then last interest, late fee or penalty for delay in receipt of consideration. These 7 situations, if you know what is the time of supply, these 2 sections over pa, you understood? What are the 7 situations that you need to know? Situations you tell me. Goods FCM, service FCM, goods RCM, service RCM, vouchers, residual cases, interest, late fee, penalty for delay in receipt of consideration. That interest late fee already you know. What is the time of supply in case of interest? When we should pay GST? Accrual basis or receipt basis? Already we studied in value of supply that we need to pay GST on receipt basis as and when such additional consideration is received. So on receipt basis we need to pay GST. Got it? Then look into goods FCM. Goods FCM, what is it they are telling? There are 2 provisions pa. In case of person opting for composition scheme and specified actionable claims. What are specified actionable claims? HC block, the due date of invoice is, that is the time of supply is due date of invoice or actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Whenever you are supposed to give invoice, whenever you have actually given invoice, or whenever you are collecting the payment, whichever is earlier. You understood? Example, invoice next month. You have given invoice also next month, due date of invoice also next month, you have given invoice also next month, but this month you collected the payment. So what will be taken as the time of supply? Whichever is earlier, this month will be taken as the time of supply. This is in which case? Goods FCM. Goods FCM also which case? Person opting for composition scheme and specified actionable claims. And in other cases, only 2 pa, due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Date of payment is not there. Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier, date of payment not there. Can you remember 2 points for goods FCM? Tell me what are the 2 points? Divide into 2. Composition scheme and specified actionable claims. What is the time of supply? Actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, date of payment, whichever is earlier. Others. Actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Done? Next, look into the next one. In case of FCM, time of supply in case of FCM for services. What they are telling, if invoice is issued within the due date, if invoice is issued within the due date, we need to take invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not issued within due date, you take completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. Understood? For example, what is the due date of invoice? Usually 30 days. From the completion, invoice should be given within 30 days. If invoice is given within 30 days, you take whenever the invoice is actually given or whenever the payment is received. Means accrual, correct? Whenever you give invoice or whenever you receive the payment, whichever is earlier. Suppose if invoice is not issued, means wantedly you are delaying the invoice, then what is taken as the accrual? The date on which you completed service is taken as the accrual point. Are you getting this pa? See, just remember the accrual concept in your mind. What does accounting revenue recognition accrual concept says? Whenever the payment becomes due or whenever the money is received, there we will recognize the revenue. Agreed? Whenever the payment becomes due or whenever the money is received, immediately we will recognize the revenue. Correct or not? Same logic. Whenever you give the invoice, accrual arises, so recognize. That is the time of supply. Suppose if the payment is received before this date itself as advance, you recognize that date itself, means you need to pay GST. Sometimes purposively, wantedly, you will not give the invoice, you will delay giving the invoice. Then the date of completion will be taken as the due date of, that is the time of supply, because that is the date on which the service is already completed. So completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So tell me 2 points for services FCM. Invoice given within due date, actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice not given within due date, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. Okay. Then look into services under FCM. Okay, sorry, goods under RCM. So goods FCM, service FCM we completed. Goods RCM, you see. What is goods RCM? 3 dates they are telling here. Whenever the goods are covered under RCM, from whose perspective we need to see the time of supply? Recipient perspective. Whenever the recipient actually receives the goods, or whenever the recipient is making payment to supplier, or 31st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. I am supplier, your recipient, whenever you actually received the goods, that is the accrual point, correct? You may delay that, you may not mention that. So whenever you made the payment to me, that is the accrual point, that also you may delay. But 31st day from the date of invoice you cannot delay, because already I am giving you the invoice from there within 31st day. Is it clear or not? So tell me what are the 3 dates whichever is earlier? Date on which recipient received the goods, date on which recipient is making the payment to supplier, or 31st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Then in case of services RCM, slight change is there. You see, what is that? First point not there, date of receipt of goods not there, but date on which payment is made to supplier is there. Instead of 31st day they gave one more date. What is that? 61st day from the date of invoice. So easily can you remember? So tell me service RCM what should be taken? Date on which payment is made to supplier, or 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Understood? Now 4 provisions we completed. What are the 4 provisions? Goods FCM, service FCM, goods RCM, service RCM. Then vouchers. In case of vouchers, what will be taken as the time of supply? First of all, what is a voucher? Voucher is an instrument which can be redeemed against goods or services. So voucher is as good as consideration. For example, you go to a shop, garment shop, say for example Max Garments, you are going and purchasing the garments for 4,000 rupees. When you purchase the garments for 4,000 rupees, they will be giving you a voucher for 500 rupees. Now what you can do with the voucher? Next time when you go to that shop, you buy anything, to the extent of 500 you can redeem this voucher. So next time you go to the shop, mainly to redeem this voucher only you will go to the shop, and there you will buy for somewhere like 700 rupees, like that you buy something. This 500 will be reduced, so you will pay only 200. But this 500 is also like a consideration to the supplier. Is it clear or not? So for the supplier, now he will pay GST on 700 or 200? 700. He need to pay GST on 700. Why sir? Because voucher also treated like a consideration. So not that he will pay GST only on 200. So don't fight with them. I paid 200, why are you levying me GST on 700? Actually they need to pay GST on 700 rupees, because this voucher also treated as a consideration. Are you getting this? Now against this voucher they are supplying some goods na. What should be taken as the time of supply? Is it identifiable voucher or non-identifiable voucher? We need to check. If it is identifiable voucher, at the time of issuance of voucher, whenever the voucher is issued to you. Non-identifiable voucher, whenever you are redeeming it. What is identifiable versus non-identifiable? If the product or service against which it is redeemed is mentioned, that will be called as the identifiable voucher. Example, say you went to one shop to purchase a handbag to your, one side love, okay. So like you wanted to gift birthday, but you have not yet proposed. So means right now you are in the friend zone, okay, and you wanted to gift, but you have the intention, but you will not disclose that. One day you will disclose, but before that you need to make the ground ready, okay. So for that reason you will be going to a shop to buy the handbag, and you selected, you have a budget and you selected the handbag. So like somewhere 4,000 rupees like that handbag you selected. Hey, that is less pa. Na person anchingla 200 rupees, 300 rupees we can buy and give. No, minimum to minimum 4,000, 5,000 rupees like that it will cost, okay. And fine, you selected the handbag, but you know where the real problem comes? Color. Color is something which you will not be, because your eyes will see blue, black, brown, these three colors only. Other colors and all you don't know, but when they go for shopping, they will be doing permutation and combination. This handbag will match with how many dresses that I have. This combination and all they will work out. You don't know that. So therefore, if you buy a different color, it so happens that they may not use it and they may throw it, then if they are not okay initially, then they will make you like they will ghost you, okay. So they are ghosting. So it is like completely they will turn off, block you in the WhatsApp and all, okay. So therefore every action counts, okay. Therefore you told to that shopkeeper, Anna, I don't know which color to buy, so you give me the bill, I will make the payment. This bill she will come and give. At that time, let her choose whichever color she likes. So now that bill, superbly you made a pack and you gave it as the gift. You understood? And she will go and redeem, say after 1 month leisurely, whenever she has time, she will go and redeem it. Now what will be taken as the time of supply for this transaction? Identifiable, that bill is the voucher. That bill is the voucher. Identifiable voucher or non-identifiable voucher? Identifiable voucher, because it can be redeemed only against handbag. That cannot be redeemed for purchase of lipstick. That cannot be redeemed for purchase of any dress. That can be redeemed only for purchase of handbag. Means identifiable voucher. Identifiable voucher, what will be taken as the time of supply? At the time of issuance of voucher. Means whenever the shopkeeper gave you that date itself is the day on which he will pay GST. You got it, pa? Identify a voucher. Now, actually she is not having that much interest on you. Gift also, okay, because you came for the birthday, she took that and she has thrown on one corner and not interested, okay. So then she may not go and redeem. When she is not going and redeem, unnecessarily the shopkeeper Anna paid GST on that, na? Yes or no? Now, will he get refund? Yes, he will get the refund. Why he will get the refund? The product is still in the shop, but treated it as sale, he paid the GST. Are you understanding this? Voucher not redeemed. Voucher not redeemed, treating it as sale, already he paid GST. So therefore, he will be able to get the refund of the GST unnecessarily paid. Okay. Now, sir, we go to the shopkeeper and ask for 4,000 rupees, he will give? No, he will not give. Then what is the treatment of that 4,000 rupees he got? It is like a windfall gain. Somewhere God has given him 4,000 rupees. You understood? Like that only it will be treated. Means consideration without any activity. Are you getting this? Consideration without any activity. He will not give you that also, 4,000 rupees. But you will go and check whether she came and redeemed or not, because that is a acid test. If she came and redeemed, okay, 5 out of 10. Okay. Suppose if she is not at all coming, better leave it, find another girl. You understood or not? So therefore, you will go and check, but he will not give you refund. But he will definitely claim refund with respect to whatever GST that has been paid. This is the concept of identifiable voucher. Understood? Next, non-identifiable voucher. Non-identifiable voucher, that Max Garments example I told you na, that is a non-identifiable voucher because we can use it for purchase of any product in that particular shop. Then at the time of redemption, so when the shopkeeper will know that the product will be redeemed only at the time of redemption, so at the time of redemption will be taken as the time of supply. Are you getting this here? Now in this case the refund concept will not arise. Why refund concept will not arise in the second case? Because first of all they are not coming and redeeming. When they are not redeeming, there is no GST liability at all. So the question of refund will not arise here. Yes, pa. Eppadi? Consideration alone is not important, darling. For consideration, we need to supply some goods or services. That's what we learnt in 7.1a. Activity for consideration. Means when they are getting money, what is the supply I made against that? It is like a donation. So for that shopkeeper, Anna, you are giving a donation. Anna, enjoy your life for 4,000 rupees, like that. Okay. So it is like a unconditional donation. You just gave a donation to him. Okay. Oh, you mean to say that just because we are getting money, we need to pay GST? Definitely no, pa. If that be the case, almost all temples should pay lakhs and lakhs as GST, pa. So they are not required to pay because, first of all, just because consideration is present in the transaction, don't see it. In order to become consideration, the payment should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. In this case, he is not supplying any goods or services. That's why that is not at all treated as consideration in the first place. Okay. Yes. There is a time limit for everything, na? Correct. So within that time limit, only it is possible. Maybe the shopkeeper also will wait for some 3 months or 4 months or 5 months. Whenever she is going and purchasing after 1 year, 2 years, etc. and all, over, pa, she rejected you means, that's it. You will go with someone else. Thereafter again she will come and do patch up, it's okay. Like that you will go again. Na? No, na. So therefore practically you tell me, there is a time limit. Within that time limit only it will happen. Okay. என்ன சொல்ல வர நீ கஷ்டம் என்ன சொல்ல ஷாப்கீப்பர் கொடுக்க மாட்டான்ப்பா நீ அது சரிப்பா அந்த ஷாப்கீப்பர் வந்து ஓகே ஃபைன் யார் already you are depressed, take money, like that he may give. Okay, fine, leave it. Say this. Ask doubt in the subject here. You are asking me doubt in these things and all. Fine. So suppose if the shopkeeper refunds us money, sir, it is refund. Simple. Whether he retains that 4,000 or whether he refunds you that 4,000 rupees, he is not going to have any burden, first of all, on the GST. I gave you why he retained. If he retained, should he pay GST or not was my discussion. If he retains also, he is not required to pay GST. Okay. Then look into the next one. Time of supply is not ascertainable as per any of the above subsection. Then in that case, why time of supply is not ascertainable? Maybe proper documentation is not there with the supplier. Means supplier suppress this transaction. He is not having any invoice, he is not giving any invoice, or he is not mentioning anywhere in his records, means suppression of transaction or evasion of tax. In that case, how department will come to know that he has collected money but he has not paid GST? While doing the audit of that person, department will come to know. At that time, what is the time of supply? If he is required to file a periodical return, the due date of filing such return is the time of supply. Where he is not required to file periodical return, as and when he paid tax, that date will be taken as the time of supply. Basically here, there is no invoice, there is no payment date, nothing is available in his records because he tried to evade the tax. But department identifies at a later point of time. As and when department identifies, he is required to file due date of return for a period. That due date of return itself is the time of supply. Suppose if he is not even required to file return. Why is he not required to file return? Because he is an unregistered person. How unregistered person will have a tax liability? Means he crossed 20 lakhs but he is not yet registered. Are you getting this? He crossed 20 lakhs but he is not yet registered. Now he has a liability na. So whenever he actually pays the tax, that is taken as the due date, like time of supply. Now addition already we discussed. You understood these 7 situations pa? Now for these 7 situations, what you need to remember, the time of supply points, clearly you should remember, mostly if you observe, the time of supply will be revolving around 3 dates. What are the 3 dates? Huh? Actual date of invoice, actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, date of payment, or other dates, any other date, correct? Now you please make note of this table in your notebook, so that we will try to remember it as simple as we can. So the time of supply will revolve around this only. Yes. January month's due date of filing return, whenever the return is due to be filed. He filed return, not filed return, irrelevant. What is the due date of return for January? 20th February. So 20th February will be taken as the time of supply. Okay. So mainly why we determine that, in order to compute the interest, 20th February he need to pay, so he is paying now. So for interest purpose we are determining this. Okay. First, what is the first situation we have seen? Goods FCM, correct? For goods FCM, then again there are 2 parts. What is that? Composition scheme, and specified actionable claims, specified actionable claims. So first one, goods FCM, either composition scheme or specified actionable claims. What will be taken as the time of supply? All 3, correct? Actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, date of payment. But this is, and in the heading you write earlier of. Earlier of. Earlier of these 3 dates, these 4 dates, earlier of any of these 4 dates, actual date, due date, date of payment. Any other date we don't have. Next, B, other cases. For other cases, what is taken as the time of supply? Actual date of invoice, due date of invoice, that's it. We don't have anything else. Easy pa? Can you remember it this way? Next. This is the first situation that we have discussed. Second situation, you tell me. Services FCM. For services FCM also, we have the same way. What is that? A, invoice within due date. Invoice within due date. What we should take? Due date of invoice, actual date of invoice. Actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Actual date of invoice, actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. First column is actual date of invoice, na? After particulars, the first column is actual date of invoice, no, you have to turn. So whichever column is applicable, you put a tick. Actual date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. What if invoice is not within due date? Invoice not within due date, then date of completion. So in the other date you write date of completion. In the other date you write date of completion and date of payment, whichever is earlier. In the other date column you write date of completion, date of payment, whichever is earlier. Then next, third, goods RCM. Goods RCM, what will be taken? Date of receipt. So that is another date. Date of receipt. Then date of payment is there? Yes. And then what is the date that we have? 31st day from the date of completion. Correct? Or date of invoice? Date of invoice. So here you have written actual date of invoice na? In that column. So that actual date of invoice plus 31 days. That actual date of invoice plus 31 days. Due date of invoice is irrelevant here. Next. Number 4, services RCM. Services RCM, we don't have date of receipt, but we have date of payment. We don't have due date of invoice, but we have actual date of invoice plus 61 days. So we completed 4 situations. Number 5, vouchers. Identifiable. Nothing here. Date of issue. Last date you write date of issue. Suppose if it is non-identifiable. Non-identifiable. What will be taken? Nothing here, only the special date, that is date of redemption. Then 6, residual cases. For residual cases, what should be taken? Registered person, unregistered person. Registered person is required to file return, unregistered person is not required to file return. So I will classify that way. Registered person. So there is a registered person. What will be taken as the time of supply? Due date of return. Due date of return. Unregistered person. What will be taken as time of supply? Date of payment. Date of payment of tax. Then 7, last, interest, late fee, penalty for delay in consideration. For delay in consideration. Whenever the payment is received, correct? Date of payment. Only date of payment. Okay. So in this one table itself, everything is covered. So next time when you are revising, just revise this table and go, all the situations are covered in this. No sir, we remember from the chart itself, you remember. I just gave you 2 versions. Whichever version is convenient for you, you do that. Next, look into below, there are some additional points. Have a look into that. Say this. Additional points on time of supply. First, what should be taken as the date of payment? The date should be, from supplier point of view, the date on which supplier has received the money and entered in his books, or the date on which his bank account got credited, whichever is earlier. Suppose if he receives in check, entry date will be first, but later on the credit date will be. So whichever is earlier will be entry date. Sometimes what will happen, the payment will be directly credited to his bank and then the UTR information will be given to the supplier. So the date on which his bank account got credited should be taken. So what is the date of payment for supplier point of view? Date of entry in his books or date of credit in his bank account, whichever is earlier. From recipient point of view, what will be taken as the date of payment? Date of entry in his books or date of debit in his bank account. From recipient, recipient means debit, supplier means credit. Then in case of goods covered under FCM, whether GST payable on advances or not payable on advances, not payable, because other than composition scheme and specified actionable claims, what is the time of supply? Due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Means date of payment is not there, means GST not payable on advances. And GST payable only upon invoice, as the time of supply is due date of invoice or actual date of invoice, whichever is earlier. But in case of service under FCM, GST payable on advances, because date of payment is also one of the date. Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice given next month, payment received this month itself I need to pay GST. Then up to 1000 rupees received in excess of the invoice. For services, they have given one relaxation. Generally, GST payable on advances or not. In case of services, yes, GST payable on advances. But in case of services, what they are telling, suppose if you receive the money as advance, so it so happens that the excess is up to 1000 rupees. For example, I gave a bill for 5600. You gave me 6000 rupees. Means what is the excess amount that I have received? 400. For this 400 rupees, either I can pay GST this month. Actually, I received 400 advances this month. Na. For this 400, I will make the supply in future. Are you getting this? Usually credit card bills, telephone bills, etc. and all, sometimes the excess payment is made. This excess payment which is made by you is received by the telecom operator for the future supplies. Like that, I gave you an invoice. For how much I gave you invoice? 5600. How much payment you have made to me? 6000. What is the extra money that I have got? 400. This 400, actually speaking, I have to pay GST this month itself, but I have a relief. Either I can pay GST this month itself, or I can defer it to the next month when I give the invoice to you. So two options. Either you take the date of invoice for the excess amount, or determined as per 13.2. Determined as per 13.2 means invoice date, payment date, whichever is earlier. So supplier has the option to choose. Are you understanding this or not? No, na? See here, simple here, please concentrate. I have given you invoice this month. What is this month? August month. For what amount I gave you invoice? 5400. Should I pay GST on 5400 in August month? Yes, no doubt about this, huh? Super. Now, how much you made payment in August month to me? 6000. What is the extra money that I have received? 400. 400. 5600 I raise the invoice. Okay. 5600 I raise the invoice. For 5600 I will pay GST in the month of August itself. And what is the extra amount that you have given me in August? 400. This 400, when will I raise invoice? Next month. What is next month? September. Now the question is, should I pay GST on this 400 rupees this month, August month, or next month, September month? I have option to choose. Either I can pay GST in August month, or I can pay GST in the September month. It is up to me. What if I gave you invoice for 5600 and you gave me 7000? What is the extra amount that you gave me? 1400. Now also I have the option to choose like this, or don't have the option to choose like this. Don't have the option to choose like this. The excess up to 1000 only, this point is applicable. Now what should I do for this 1400 received excess in August month? I should pay GST in August month itself. At least now you understood. Then next, in case of supply of service between associated enterprises, who are called as associated enterprises. Usually one entity holding greater than or equals to 26% in the other entity is known as associated enterprises. Somewhere we studied 25% point, that is different, this is different. This is 26% point given in the Income Tax Act. There is a company outside India which has invested more than or equals to 26% in a company in India. Now the foreign company and the Indian company are called as associated companies. In case of import of service from associated companies, what they are telling, usually invoice will not be there. So the date on which I make the payment to that foreign company or the date on which I pass the entry in my books, whichever is earlier will be taken. Usually import of service is RCM na. RCM, what is the time of supply in case of services? Date on which payment is made to supplier or 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. But basically here there is no invoice. As there is no invoice, they are telling instead you take the date of entry in your books itself. So redraft the provision, date on which payment is made to supplier or date of entry in the books of the recipient, whichever is earlier. Time of supply shall be date of entry in the books of recipient or date of payment to supplier, whichever is earlier. Then fifth point, when the goods are taken outside India for exhibition, is it supply or not a supply? Not a supply. But it so happens that I am taking the goods outside India for exhibition, not brought back within 6 months. Then that sale on approval or on return basis point will come. On expiry of 6 months, it is deemed to be supply and you need to raise invoice. In whose name, sir, I will raise invoice? I am taking the goods outside India to exhibition. In the name of that exhibition, I will raise the invoice. When goods are taken outside India for exhibition, it is not a supply. But when the same is not brought back within 6 months, it is deemed to be supply in terms of section 31 subsection 7. Then section 32 says, being an unregistered person, you should not collect GST. If you collect GST, being an unregistered person, can you collect GST? No, you should not. But representing like registered person, if you collect the GST, that's an offense under section 32. An unregistered person should not collect GST. Same way, you are supposed to collect 5%, but you collected 12%. You collected excess 7%, na? Again, that is also an offense. GST should not be collected by a registered person beyond the applicable rate. If they collect, that will be called as a offense. Then section 33 says tax component should be shown separately in invoice. That is, whenever you are preparing the invoice, never give the invoice inclusive of tax. Give value and tax separately. That is what section 33 says. So we have completed 3 sections now, 31, 32, 33. 31, due date of tax invoice. 32, being prohibition from collection of tax. Being unregistered person, you should not collect tax or you should not collect excess tax being a registered person. 33, tax should be shown separately in invoice. Now, see some illustrations on time of supply. Miss Reema purchased a gift voucher from Shoppers Stop, a departmental store worth 2,500 on 30/10/2020 and gifted it to her friend on occasion of her birthday on 4/12/2020. Her friend encashed the same on 1/1/2021 for purchase of a handbag. Determine the time of supply for this. Identifiable voucher or non-identifiable voucher? Non-identifiable voucher, because it is given as worth 2,500. So the handbag is not mentioned in the voucher. They are telling any product worth 2,500 can be purchased. Non-identifiable voucher, what will be taken as the time of supply? At the time of redemption. What is the time of redemption here? 1/1/2021. That will be taken as the time of supply. Illustration 4. Mr. A registered person, received goods from Mr. B, an unregistered dealer. Mr. B issues invoice on 30th June 2020. The said goods are notified for the purpose of 9(4), means it will be coming under RCM. And Mr. A also notified as the class of recipient. Is it goods RCM or service RCM? Read the paragraph here. Goods RCM, service RCM. Goods RCM. For goods RCM, what is the time of supply? Date of receipt of goods, date on which payment is made to supplier, or 31st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Now, what is the date on which they received the goods? So, find the time of supply in the following independent cases. A received the goods on 15 July. So, 15 July date of receipt of goods, correct? Second, what is the date on which payment is made to supplier? Not yet made, not there. And what is 31st day from the date of invoice? What is 31st day from date of invoice? Date of invoice is 30th June. What is 31st day? 31st July. So, 15th July or 31st July, which is earlier? So, 15th July will be taken as the time of supply. Understood? Second case. Mr. A received goods on 3rd August. So, date of receipt of goods 3rd August. And made payment for the same on 4th August. So, payment, date of payment. And 31st day, tell me which is earlier, 3rd August, 4th August, 31st July. So, 31st July will be the earliest date. Then, Mr. A made payment on 8th July and received the goods on same date. So, date of receipt of goods 8th July, date on which payment is made to supplier 8th July, and 31st day, that is 31st July, which is earlier, 8th July will be taken. Then next, Mr. A received goods on 10th July and made the payment for the same on 9th July. So, what should be taken? Date of receipt of goods 10th July, payment made on 9th July, and 31st day is 31st July, which is earlier. So, 9th July should be taken as the time of supply. Understood? Then, illustration 5. Mr. X, a registered supplier, supplied certain goods to Mr. Y on 5 months credit with a penalty clause in the agreement levying a penalty of 12% per annum of the invoice value in case of delayed payment. The invoice was dated 1/12/2017 and the invoice value was 20,000. Mr. Y could not make the payment on the due date due to unavoidable reasons. He, however, made the payment of invoice value on 1/6/2018. Mr. X raised a debit note for the penalty amount. There being a dispute on this matter, the matter was in arbitration, which was finally resolved with Y agreeing to pay half of the penalty amount, the amount paid by Y on 12/12. Now you tell me what is the time of supply? What is the date on which really the penalty is paid? 12/12. And to what extent GST will be payable? Only on half of the penalty due. What is the half of the penalty? First, what is the penalty? What is the credit period? 5 months. So, they have made supply on 1/12. 1/12, 5 months means December, January, February, March, April. So, by April it is over, 30th April it is over. So, they made the payment on 1/6, means there is a delay by 1 month. Correct? 1/12 to 1/1, 1 month. Okay. Then 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5. 1/5 is actually 5 months over. But they made payment on 1/6. 1/6 means there is a delay by 1 month. For that 1 month, they have to pay 12% per annum. So, what is the invoice value? 20,000. 20,000 into 12% into 1/12. But out of that only 50% is payable, half. Pay half of the penalty, that is 100. So, 100 is only taxable, that too the time of supply is the date on which it is actually received. So, this is about time of supply. We completed, and there are some additional information related to various documents involved in GST. So, these documents involved in GST mainly tested in MCQs. So, what you need to understand is when this document will be applicable and what is the time limit for this document. That much is enough. First, what is the document, and when this document will be applicable, what is the time limit for this document. First, tax invoice. When the tax invoice will be given? In case of taxable supplies or exempted supplies? Taxable supplies. And there is another document called as bill of supply. When the document will arise? In case of taxable supplies or exempted supplies? Exempted supplies. So, see there, first document and second document. Tax invoice in case of taxable supplies. bill of supply in case of exempted supplies. Also, a person opting for composition scheme, can they collect the GST from their customer? I am opting for composition scheme. So rather than paying the regular rate, I will pay GST at the reduced rate of 1%. Now, can I recover that 1% from my customer? No, I have to pay out of my pocket. Means what is the document that I will be giving to you? Is it tax invoice or bill of supply? Bill of supply, because I should not recover GST, means I should treat it as good as exempted supplies. So paying tax under composition scheme also, it will be bill of supply. So for taxable supplies, tax invoice; for exempted supplies and composition scheme, bill of supply. And tax invoice generally who will be giving to whom? Supplier will be giving tax invoice to recipient. But in case the supplier is unregistered and the recipient is registered and it is covered under RCM, again I am repeating, supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered and it is covered under RCM, recipient should give tax invoice to the supplier. Is it clear or not? Generally who will give tax invoice to whom? Supplier will give it to recipient. But in one case, recipient will give tax invoice to the supplier, that is when the supply is covered under RCM and the supplier is unregistered. What if the supply is covered under RCM but the supplier is registered? Who will give tax invoice? Supplier only. Supplier only. So if the supplier is registered, don't see anything, always supplier will give tax invoice. But if the supplier is unregistered and it is covered under RCM, then recipient will give tax invoice to the supplier. Then what is the time limit for this tax invoice? Already we discussed 6 provisions we discussed. So time of removal, at the time of delivery, suppose if it is continuous supply of goods, as and when the account statement is issued, like that 6 points we discussed na. So that is the time of issue. For bill of supply, always who will give bill of supply to whom? Supplier will be giving bill of supply to the recipient. And what is the time limit? Same as due date of invoice. Understood? Clear? Next. In case of low value supplies, what is low value supply? Value of supply less than 200. Value of supply less than 200 means, so it is like you go to a supermarket, purchase one chips packet and purchase one Coke bottle, like that. Hardly it will be what? Some 50 rupees, 60 rupees or 100 rupees, like that. Now it is a low value supply less than 200. In that case, whether the supplier is mandatorily required to give tax invoice? No, there is no mandatory requirement of tax invoice. So what they are telling is that in case of low value supplies, tax invoice not required, even bill of supply also not required, but 3 conditions should be satisfied. Condition number 1, it should be B2C supply. B2C supply means what? Supply to registered or supply to unregistered? Supply to unregistered person. And recipient do not require tax invoice. But for all these low value supplies, we need to prepare a consolidated invoice at the end of the day. 3 conditions. Can you tell me what are the 3 conditions? It should be a B2C supply. Number 2, recipient do not require tax invoice and a consolidated invoice should be generated at the end of the day. Okay. Why consolidated invoice should be generated at the end of the day? Otherwise, this will become unaccounted money na. As per records, the product is sold, but I have cash, but this cash I have not entered, then it will become unaccounted. Tomorrow when department is coming, income tax department is coming and checking, unaccounted cash will become black money and on which they will be levying penalty. Are you getting this? That's why even for low value transaction, just I will prepare the invoice, I will not give it to the recipient, but I will just keep it for my record purpose. Again, can you repeat? What are the 3 conditions for low value supplies? B2C, recipient not in need of invoice and a consolidated invoice needs to be raised by end of the day. Okay. But in case of multiplex theatres, usually what is the value of supply for multiplex theatres? Less than 200. Before adding GST, what will be the amount? 160, 170, 180, like that. After adding GST, it will touch 250. But before that, it is 160, 170, 180, like that. Na? So it is less than 200. So do require invoice or do not require invoice? Generally do not require invoice, but it's an exception point. In case of multiplex theatre, an invoice to be issued even if the value of supply is less than 200. Okay. So therefore what we have seen so far, tax invoice, bill of supply. Okay. Can you all get up and sit for once? La thungringa. Sit. Pa, how you will get sleep, pa? I don't understand. My voice is that sweet or what? Okay, so these and all, when you are listening itself, you are sleeping means, when you are reading, I don't know what you will do. So at least listen pa in the class. These things and all you will not be reading. You will just think, okay, who will ask these questions, and you will go for exam. Nakkin doing it day. Okay. So you don't know. So answer no. தூங்காதீங்கடா, அது ஃப்ரண்ட்ல உட்காந்து தூங்குறாங்க பாரு, அப்படியே பத்தின்னு வருது, ஏதாவது எடுத்து அச்சின்னும் போல தோணுது. தூங்காதீங்க. You see, I derive energy from you only. If you are lazy, if you are like that, 4 or 5 bees went into your mouth and it came out also, you don't know that. That much you are sleeping. And so I also will not be able to concentrate, I will rush and go. Because I will derive the energy, I will get the interest only when you are active. Otherwise I will not. I hate this recording and all. I will never do recording. For the sake of recording, I am not taking the class. Recording is actually incidental. For me, I am taking class for the students. And when your energy is low, as a teacher cannot get the good quality. So if you want me to be energetic, you should be active, otherwise I will not be. You understood? It is actually mutual. And from the morning to evening, am I standing and taking class? Am I drinking water at least before you? In the break also? No. Only when I am giving you break, I am going drinking water and coming. Okay. I am sincere enough for you. Then you also should be sincere, pa. What else you have work? Just to listen and be active. So therefore, these points and all you should register in your mind. I said, go home, sleep properly, and then come to the class. But you are coming and sitting in the class and sleeping. Too much here it is. See this. So what are the documents that we have? So far seen, tax invoice, bill of supply. Now see there, registered person making supply of goods or service or both, who is giving taxable supplies, tax invoice. Exempted supply, bill of supply. Both taxable and exempted supply. In a single transaction, there will be both taxable and exempted supply. Then what is the name of the document? Single invoice cum bill of supply if it is B2C. For example, I have a supermarket. I am selling fruits and vegetables. I am also selling certain provisions. Fruits and vegetables exempted. Provisions are taxable. Now what I will do? I will give a single document. That is tax invoice cum bill of supply. What if it is B2B? I should not give a single document, I should give separate document. For taxable supply, I should give tax invoice. For exempted supply, I should give bill of supply. That is this invoice cum bill of supply. Debit note and credit note. Debit note, they use the word shall. But credit note, they use the word may. When debit note is given, when credit note is given? Tell me. Already we discussed in value of supply. Invoice value increases. What is the name of the document? Invoice value decreases. What is the name of the document? When debit note is issued, what will happen to the supplier liability? Increases. What will happen to the credit note? When credit note is issued, what will happen to the supplier liability? Decreases. Now you understood why shall may. Why credit note shall? Shalla maya? Credit note shalla may, which means when credit note is issued, liability will come down. Loss of revenue to government. So they are telling, if you want, you give, otherwise also not required. But debit note, liability increases, gain to government. They are telling, no, definitely you have to give, definitely you should give. So debit note is whenever the value increases or the tax liability increases, we will be giving the debit note. The taxable value charged is less, means in invoice, I charge 10,000, but actual value 12,000. For the 2,000, I will be giving the debit note. Or tax charged is less. In invoice, I collected 12%, but really it is 18%. To recover that excess 6%, I will be giving you debit note. Who will be giving debit note to whom? Supplier. Any time limit given? No. So they can give any time. Even after 10 years, 500 years also they can give debit note. No time limit. Why? Gain to government. Okay. But credit note, see what is the time limit? 30th November of next financial year or date of filing and return, whichever is earlier. Why time limit? Loss to government. So by 30th November you should give the credit note. And when the credit note will be given? Taxable value charged in excess. Means in invoice I charged 12,000, but the actual value is only 10,000. So for giving that discount I will be giving a credit note for 2,000. Then, or tax charged in excess. By mistake I collected 12%, the rate is only 5%. For that extra 7% I will be giving a credit note. Then, sales returns, I sold the goods, you returned it. At the time of sale I will raise invoice. So when you return, credit note. When goods or service or both supplied is deficiency. For example, I sold the product to you. You are not okay with the quality of the product. You don't want to return the product, but you are not okay with the quality of the product. What you will do? You will ask for a deduction. Refund you cannot ask. Example, Swiggy, you order some food and the food will be delivered to you. You did not like the quality of the food. You go to the help and you put that the food quality is not good like that. What Swiggy will do? Refund, they will refund. How much amount they will refund? As a token of apology, we will pay you 49 rupees. Or as a token of apology, we will give you 200 rupees like that and all they will be telling, na, full amount they will not refund. A part amount they will refund. For that part amount, they will be giving a credit note. You understood? That is this. So when the goods or service or both supplied are deficient. And credit note, who will be giving by whom? You did not try this. You tried but you did not get refund. You try, next time onwards you try. Before eating food, food will be good only. You take a photo and you put food quality not good, but don't try for every time. Maybe 5 out of like 5 transactions you make, 1 transaction you try. Okay, 1 out of 5 transactions. If you try for every transaction, they will not give because they will check the history. So 5 transactions once when you are trying like that, they will give some amount, they will give as a refund. Okay, but you know, it is like if you are not getting refund and all, I don't know. I tried it many times. I got. Okay, I got, and so I told this to many people. They also tried. They also got, but full amount they will not get. Some amount they will be getting as a refund. Fine. Can the credit note be issued in case of bad debts? No. Unfortunately, bad debts credit note cannot be issued. That is, I have not collected the money from you, but even then I would have paid GST to government, and when I write off as bad debts, I will not get any benefit. That is this. Next one, revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice means, see this. So you kindly make note of this. Revised tax invoice. A person commenced business on 5/10/2023. A person has commenced business, and this person's aggregate turnover exceeded the threshold limit on 31st December 2023. Aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, means a person is liable to register or not liable to get registered? Liable to get registered. And that person is making application for registration. Application for registration, and the registration is granted. Registration certificate granted. Say he made application for registration on 25/1/2024 and the registration certificate is granted on 30/1/2024. Now, he is liable to pay GST on his outward supplies from which date? He is liable to pay GST on his outward supplies from which date? 31/12/2023. He is liable to register. liable to register, and liable to pay GST. Agreed? But can he recover the GST? Can he recover the GST from his customers? He cannot recover the GST from his customers. Why he cannot recover the GST from his customers? Because he is getting registration certificate only on 31/2024. Then for this period, for which period here? For 31st December to 30th January, whatever is the outward supplies, for those outward supplies, so he can recover the GST at a later point of time, that is after 31/1, by giving a revised tax invoice. Can recover GST by issuing revised tax invoice. You understood, pa? Again I am repeating, carefully listen. A person has commenced a business, that person has exceeded the aggregate turnover threshold limit on 31st December, and he made application for registration on 25th January. Thereafter the registration is granted on 30th January. Now from 31st December to 30th January, whatever outward supplies that are made, for that GST cannot be recovered immediately by giving invoice. Why cannot be recovered by giving invoice? Because you don't have the registration certificate. So he can give the revised tax invoice at a later point of time and recover the GST. So can recover GST by issuing revised tax invoice. But see there and tell me, what is the time limit by which revised tax invoice should be given? 1 month. 1 month from date of registration certificate. So revised tax invoice should be given by, so 28 February 2024. Why, sir? Because in February we don't have 30 days, so it should be 29 pa, 29 February 2024. But add 30 days, sir. No, they gave 1 month. When it is given in month, you have to add month only. When it is given in days, you can add exactly. But when it is given in month, you have to add month. So what is the time limit within which we need to give revised tax invoice? Within 1 month. Means for January, just add 1 month, that is February end. Okay. But why are we not taking 30? Because in February we have only 29 days. What if it is March? Then we would have taken 30th of March. No, 1 month. Date, pa, month means month alone you add, pa. Here 1 month means this. Usually how we will write? Date, month, year. Correct? When the due date is given in month, add month. Add to month. 1 month means the same date will come. The same date will come. And the month alone, the next month. And the same year will come. For example, 30th March 2024. Add 1 month. 30th April 2024. You understood? And suppose it is 30th April 2024. Add 1 month. 30th May 2024. When it is given in months, don't add the days. Date will be same. Month alone you increase. Month alone you increase. When it is given in days, you count the exact days. For example, when it is given in 30 days, when it is given as 30 days, so 30 days means 30th March, 30 days is what? In March 1 day, April 29 days, so 29th April. When the due dates is given in months, you enhance only months. When the due date is given in days, then you add the actual days. Okay. Then like that, here we should have taken 30th February 2024. As we don't have 30th February, the possible before date only we are taking. That possible before date is what? 28th or 29th. So 29th we are taking. Okay. Next, same chart, again draw, but now there is a change in the dates. Yes, sir. What if it cannot be recovered? Then he has to pay out of his pocket. GST liability can be recovered from my recipient. What if my recipient is not giving me? He says, go to hell, I will not pay. Then I have to pay out of my pocket, because GST is a statutory liability of the supplier. Nowhere in the law it says that it is a liability of the recipient unless it is given as RCM. It is given as FCM, means who should pay? Supplier only should pay. Suppose if supplier not able to recover from the recipient, then supplier should pay out of his pocket. Inclusive of GST, that's where section 33 says you should never collect the GST inclusive, you should show the GST component separately. So whatever money that you are collecting can be assumed to be inclusive of GST. For example, you are collecting some 30,000, he did not pay GST, then you can assume that the 30,000 is inclusive of GST and you can pay, okay. Next, see the next chart. What is the date of commencement of business? 5/10/2023. So commencement of business. Commencement of business. And what is the date on which his aggregate turnover exceeded threshold limit? Aggregate turnover exceeded threshold limit on 31st December 2023. Thereafter, the person should make application for registration. Application for registration. Say the application for registration is made on 5/3/2024. 5/3/2024, he is making application for registration. Thereafter, registration will be granted to him. Registration granted. Say the registration is granted on 10/3/2024. Now also, whether he need to pay GST from 31/12/2023? Yes. Yes. Liable to register, and liable to pay GST. Liable to pay GST. What about the outward supplies between these dates? Outward supply between these dates. Can they give revised tax invoice? No. Revised tax invoice cannot be issued. Why revised tax invoice cannot be issued? Because here the application should be made within 30 days. What is the time limit within which the application should be made? From the date they are liable to get registered, 30 days. But whether the application is made within 30 days or beyond 30 days? Beyond 30 days. As the application is made beyond 30 days, they will not be getting the facility to give revised tax invoice. But in the previous case, whether the application is made within 30 days? Yes. In the previous case, application is made within 30 days, so revised tax invoice can be issued. Here the application is not made within 30 days, beyond 30 days, so revised tax invoice cannot be issued, which means he need to pay GST out of his pocket. He cannot recover the GST from his customers. Now, in the previous case, what is the effective date of registration? As the application is made within 30 days from the date they are liable to get registered, so this 31st December 2023 is there na? That is the effective date of registration. So if the application is made within 30 days, the date on which the person is liable to get registered, that is the effective date of registration. If the application is made beyond 30 days, the date on which registration certificate is granted is the effective date of registration. Is it clear? If the application is made within 30 days, the date on which they are liable to register. If the application is made beyond 30 days, the date on which registration certificate is granted, that will be taken as the effective date of registration. Okay? Yes, sir. Revised invoice not issued means no problem. Law wise they should not give invoice. Why no problem will come? Previous case, you don't have to give revised tax invoice, you pay out of your pocket, government is happy. Government want you to pay tax. Whether you give revised invoice or not is up to you. Sir, I can give revised tax invoice, but I don't want to give revised tax invoice, I want to pay government. Okay, good, very good. Then, so that is about revised tax invoice. Hope you understood this part now. Then, in this itself I gave effective date of registration. If applied within 30 days, the date on which the person is liable to register. If not applied within 30 days, the date on which registration is granted. Then look into the next part, receipt voucher. When receipt voucher will be given? Suppose if advance I have collected, and against that advance I have to give you one document. I collected advance, invoice not yet issued, but some proof should be given to you. What is the name of that document? Called as receipt voucher. So whenever advance is coming, the receipt voucher will come. When is it called as advance? If the payment is received before issuance of invoice, that is called as advance. For that the receipt voucher should be given. Generally, who will give receipt voucher to whom? Supplier will be giving receipt voucher to the recipient. Is there any time limit? There is no time limit. So immediately it should be given. Payment voucher. See there, payment voucher, who will be making payment to whom? Recipient will make payment to supplier. So whenever recipient is making payment to supplier under RCM, concentrate, whenever recipient is making payment to supplier under RCM, the payment voucher needs to be given by recipient to supplier, that is this. But remember, only in case of RCM the payment voucher concept will come. Refund voucher. First I collected advance, I gave you a receipt voucher. Now the supply is cancelled. This advance will be returned to you. So I need to give you a document called as refund voucher. Understood when refund voucher will come? First advance collected here. What is the name of the document? Receipt voucher. Now I am refunding the money. Before issuing invoice, I am cancelling the supply, I am refunding the advance. For example, you made a marriage hall booking. Hall booking, what has happened? First you will pay a token advance, booking advance. Thereafter, there is a change in plan. Marriage date got postponed. Now you will cancel the marriage hall now. When you cancel the marriage hall, invoice is not yet issued because the supply is not yet made. So now when they refund that amount, they need to give you a document called as refund voucher. Sir, suppose if the invoice is prepared and given, thereafter they are cancelling the transaction, then what is the name of the document? Credit note. Credit note. First advance receipt voucher. I gave you an invoice. Now I am cancelling the transaction. Invoice already issued. If invoice already issued, I cannot give a refund voucher. What is the name of the document? Called as credit note. That is this. Advance received for which receipt voucher is issued. If refunded before issuance of invoice, then refund voucher is to be issued. If the amount is refunded after issuance of invoice, then the name of the document will be credit note. And delivery challan. Delivery challan is a document given by supplier to recipient whenever there is movement of goods without supply. Can you give me example of movement of goods without supply? Goods sent on job work. I am sending the goods on job work to my ancillary industry. Once the job work is completed, they will return the goods to me. I am not selling it to them, I am sending the goods. So it is not a supply, but it requires a delivery challan. Another example, goods are sent from head office to branch office, same state. There is no separate registration, then also it is not a supply, but there is a movement of goods, delivery challan required. Sale on approval or on return basis, no sale now, sale will happen in future, but now there is a movement of goods, so delivery challan is required. Can you remember this? So whenever there is a movement of goods without supply, what is the name of the document? Delivery challan. So these are the various documents. Then look into how the documents needs to be given. If it is goods, the document should be issued in triplicate. Triplicate means 3 copies. Original for recipient, always original for recipient, duplicate for transporter, third copy, triplicate copy for the supplier. In case of services, there is no transporter involved, so only two copies. What are the two copies? Original copy to recipient, duplicate copy to supplier. Then generally, what is the time limit by which invoice needs to be issued? Services. Banking sector, insurance sector, 45 days. Others, 30 days. However, in case of transaction between distinct persons means what? One registration to another registration of the same person. For insurance, banking and telecom sector, they need to give the invoice by end of the quarter. So quarterly if they give invoice, that's okay. Generally time limit for issuance of invoice is 30 days in case of other than bank or insurance, 45 days in case of bank or insurance. This up to this you know na. Now extra one point you remember, for insurance sector, banking sector and telecom sector, in case of transaction between distinct person, if they issue the invoice by quarter, that is enough. No need to give invoice immediately. Example, HDFC Bank Tamil Nadu receives service from HDFC Bank Karnataka. It's a transaction between distinct persons. Now quarterly if they give the invoice, that is sufficient. No need to give invoice immediately as and when the supply takes place. For which three sectors they gave this relaxation? Banking, insurance, extra telecom. Okay. But normal provision, whatever you learn, that 45 days, 30 days, that will be same. Then this e-invoice and dynamic QR code invoice, this is the concept that we have. And first we will see a brief, then we will take a break and then we will continue. What is the need of e-invoice and dynamic QR code? First I will tell you about e-invoice. Whenever I give a invoice, this invoice could be a fake invoice, and because of this invoice, if you are taking the credit and in future you came to know that I have not paid tax to the government, then you cannot enjoy the credit, you need to reverse the credit. Again I am repeating, I gave you an invoice and based on this invoice you took the credit, but actually this is a fake invoice. I collected money from you, but I am not paying the GST to government. Now in this case, can you enjoy the ITC or you cannot enjoy the ITC? You cannot enjoy the ITC. If you have already availed also, you need to reverse the ITC. Understood up to this? Now, at whose mistake, who is getting suffered? Supplier's mistake, recipient is penalized, agreed or not? For that reason, government has brought e-invoice concept, wherein you prepare the invoice, upload it in the portal, you prepare the invoice, upload it in the portal and get a invoice reference number and you give it to the recipient. So let him verify whether it is a fake invoice or not. You understood? Usually there should be a number, based on that we can verify whether it is a fake or genuine, etc. or not. Like that. So I am giving you an invoice, but this invoice may be fake invoice. So you expect me to give a invoice reference number for this. How I will obtain this invoice reference number? From where I will obtain this invoice reference number? From the portal, government portal. So I will obtain the reference number and I will give it to you, so you can cross verify whether this particular invoice is a genuine invoice or fake invoice. That's why they created the concept of e-invoice. Is it clear? Then what is dynamic QR code? Dynamic QR code means whenever we collect the payment, only by scanning the UPI, that is called as dynamic QR code, which means as a trader, I will show the QR code to you, scan the QR code and make the payment. Mainly what is the objective of this? To reduce cash transactions, correct. To encourage the digital transactions, they brought in this concept of dynamic QR code, means a payment should be collected only by scanning QR code, that is dynamic QR code. So these are the two concepts we have, e-invoice and dynamic QR code. We will take a break and then we will continue this, wait. And these two actually not tested in exam so far, so it is an important area. After this we will move on to place of supply, that's our next chapter. Okay, we will start. First have a look into e-invoice. So what is called as a e-invoice? Obtaining three things from the invoice registration portal is called as e-invoice. What are those three things? Invoice reference number, QR code and digital signature. So you have a process, e-invoice process, which is in page number 74. Have a look into that e-invoice process. First step, there is a taxpayer who will prepare an invoice using his billing system or ERP system. After preparing the invoice, he will convert that invoice into a file called as JSON file. That JSON is an extension, like how Word document means .doc and PPT means .pptx, and if it is Excel means .xls, like that, one extension. .json, JavaScript object notation. So first step, they need to prepare an invoice using their regular accounting software and then convert it into .json file and upload it using the plugins through invoice registration portal. So these are called as some application plugins. What it will do is that it will establish the connection between the portal and our accounting software. So this is like a small software. So once you install that software, it will connect between your accounting software and the portal. Automatically the invoices will be uploaded into the portal. And invoice registration portal is a government portal. There these invoices needs to be uploaded. And this invoice registration portal will do the deduplication check. Deduplication check means already such an invoice is existing in the portal or not, it will check. By mistake, what will happen? One invoice you would have uploaded. Again, it may happen that this invoice is re-uploaded. So then it will do the deduplication check. So tell me what are the first four steps. First, what will happen? Taxpayer will prepare the invoice using his accounting software. Number 2, so that will be converted into JSON file. And number 3, it will be uploaded into the invoice registration portal. And invoice registration portal will do the deduplication check. Number 5, the invoice registration portal will be affixing three things to this invoice. Number 1 is invoice reference number. Invoice reference number means what? So one number will be given, unique number. For every invoice this number will be changing. So it is not the same number for every invoice. So whenever we check that number, we will know whether this particular invoice is genuine invoice or not. So invoice reference number. Number 2, digital signature. So that invoice will be digitally signed. And number 3, a QR code will be added. So these three things they will add and they will be giving it to us. So what are the three things that will be added by invoice registration portal? Invoice reference number, digital signature, QR code. And from there it will be pushed to GST system and e-way bill system. What will happen when the data goes to the GST system? GSTR1 of the seller and GSTR2B of the buyer gets updated. I don't have to do data entry. Again, I don't have to add the invoice. The moment e-invoice is generated, from e-invoice portal, data will directly go to GST portal. Every supplier should file GSTR1 mentioning the outward supply. Na? In that GSTR1, automatically this invoice gets added. And every recipient, ITC information is reflected in 2B. So therefore, this data will be reflected in 2B of the recipient. So it will be sent to GST system. It will be sent to e-way bill system. GSTR1 of the seller gets updated. GSTR2B of the buyer also gets updated. So this is point number 7 and 8. And point number 9, buyer can anytime verify the authenticity of this invoice by checking in the portal as to whether this invoice is genuine or not. These are the steps involved in the e-invoicing. Are you understanding or not? First, invoice preparation using our accounting software. Number 2, converting it into .json file. Third, uploading it into the portal. 4, the portal will do deduplication check. 5, they will be affixing three things to this invoice. Invoice reference number, digital signature, QR code. It will be made available to me. That is, it will be available in my GSTR1 and in your, that is your recipient means in your 2B it will be available, and you can anytime check whether this invoice is correct or not. Now, there is one important point you need to know here. See this note. I am a supplier who is required to give e-invoice but instead gave a normal invoice. I am a supplier who is required to give e-invoice but instead gave a normal invoice. Can you enjoy the ITC on the basis of this particular normal invoice? No. So if a supplier is required to issue e-invoice, but issued a normal invoice, not issued e-invoice and issued normal invoice, then the recipient cannot avail ITC even though such invoice reflects in the 2B of the recipient. Even though it comes in your 2B. What is 2B, sir? 2B is a document that contains the details of the inward supplies. If it is my outward supply, it is your inward supply na. So whenever I am making the outward supply, it will be reflected in your GSTR 2B, on the basis of which you will be able to take ITC. That is that. So even though it comes in 2B, but you cannot take ITC. Why you cannot take ITC? There is a restriction that the supplier should give you a e-invoice but gave a normal invoice. Then next, see this. What is e-invoice? Now you understood. Suppose if you get a question, write a short note on e-invoice. The first point that you need to write is that obtaining the following from invoice registration portal with respect to a normal tax invoice, uploading JSON is known as e-invoice. What are the three things? Invoice reference number, QR code and digital signature. Next, to whom this e-invoice is applicable? If my aggregate turnover during any previous year from 2017-18 exceeds 5 crores, then e-invoice is applicable. For when applicable? During any previous year. From which year to which year? 2017-18 to the preceding financial year. What is the preceding financial year for us now? 23-24. So till 2023-24, any 1 year, if it exceeds 5 crores, then e-invoice is applicable. E-invoice is for B2B supplies or B2C supplies? B2B. Sale to registered person. Sale to unregistered person, e-invoice is not applicable. Then what is applicable to them? Dynamic QR code. Now, to whom dynamic QR code is applicable? If their aggregate turnover during any previous year from 17-18 exceeds 500 crores, then dynamic QR code will be applicable. Okay. So now, concentrate. I am a registered person. During any previous year from 17-18, my aggregate turnover does not exceed 5 crores. E-invoice applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Dynamic QR code also not applicable. During any previous year, if it exceeds 5 crores but does not exceed 500 crores, e-invoice applicable? Yes. Dynamic QR code not applicable. Suppose if my aggregate turnover during any previous year from 17-18 to 23-24 exceeds 500 crores, whether e-invoice is applicable? No doubt. No doubt applicable, because 5 crores already crossed. And whether dynamic QR code is also applicable? Yes. For B2B supplies, e-invoice. For B2C supplies, dynamic QR code. Understood the applicability? Now, second part we need to know is to whom e-invoice and dynamic QR code not applicable. Even though my turnover exceeds this 5 crores or 500 crores, e-invoice and dynamic QR code is not applicable in some cases. What are those cases? You can see that next. Exception to mentioning e-invoice and dynamic QR code. So irrespective of aggregate turnover, e-invoice not required. You remember that with a mnemonic biggest. B for banking company. I for insurance company. G for GTA, goods transport agency. Another G for government department or local authority. E for exhibition of film in a multiplex theatre. And S for SEZ unit, not SEZ developer. So what is the difference? SEZ developer is the one who developed the infrastructure for SEZ, builder. But the one who do business inside the SEZ is known as SEZ unit. Okay, SEZ unit. Then T. So T for transportation of passengers through any mode, airways, railways, etc. anyone. They are not required to give e-invoice, even though their turnover exceeds 5 crores. So tell me once again who are not required to give e-invoice? B, banking company. I, insurance company. G, GTA, goods transport agency. Another G, government department or local authority. E, exhibition of film in a multiplex theatre. S, SEZ unit. T, transportation of passengers by any mode. these people not required to give e-invoice. Like that, who are not required to give dynamic QR code? Remember, big toe, B for banking company, I for insurance company, G for GTA, same. First three same, BIG same. TOE, T same. Transportation of passengers through any mode. O extra, usually what is O? OIDR supplier located outside India, making supply to non-taxable online recipient in India. So the supplier is outside India, na? So they are not required to comply with dynamic QR code. Then E same. What is E? Exhibition of film in a multiplex theatre. Now for SEZ, whether dynamic QR code is applicable? Yes or no? Yes, if their aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 500 crores, dynamic QR code is applicable. Then for government department or local authority, whether dynamic QR code is applicable? Yes, if their aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 500 crores in any previous year, it will be applicable, because here SEZ unit is there, government authority is there, which is not there in the other side. Are you understanding this? And what is the extra point that we have for dynamic QR code non-applicability? OIDR. Can you remember this? First, you should remember what is e-invoice. Second, you need to remember to whom e-invoice and dynamic QR code is applicable. Third, to whom e-invoice and dynamic QR code is not applicable. Clarity you got out of these three. Now we will understand what is dynamic QR code. Already I told you. Scanning the QR code when you make the payment, it is dynamic QR code. You go to a shop, you scan the QR code in your GPay, PhonePe, you make the payment. Is it static QR code or dynamic QR code? Static QR code, because you need to enter the amount. Whereas in dynamic QR code, the moment you scan, amount also will come. Example, have you ordered anything in Amazon or Flipkart on pay on delivery option? When they come and deliver the product, when you say you will make payment through GPay, they will show one QR code. The moment you scan the QR code, amount also will come in that. You will make the payment. That is called as dynamic QR code. Understood? But to create a dynamic QR code, what are the fields that is required and who will create this dynamic QR code? The registered person only will create the dynamic QR code. There is no portal. Sir, there is one QR code in the e-invoice. There is one QR code in the invoice. Is that QR code and dynamic QR code one and the same? No. This QR code is given by the portal, but dynamic QR code will be prepared by the registered person. Sir, how to prepare the dynamic QR code, sir? Simple. So usually when we go to our bank and ask for a swiping machine, point of sale device, they will give one device, na point of sale device. In that point of sale device itself, it will be configured. Just to enter the amount, the QR code will come. You show the QR code to the customer, he will scan and pay. In many shops, you will do that only, na. In the counter, you go and stand. You will say it is GPay. They will show the QR code in the swiping machine. You scan it and you will make the payment. Are you getting this? So this is how the dynamic QR code will be generated by the supplier. But what are the fields which are necessary for dynamic QR code? You see that. Details required in dynamic QR code: supplier GSTIN, UPI ID of the supplier, bank account and IFSC code of the supplier, invoice number and date, and invoice amount with breakup of tax. Supplier GSTIN is static. Correct. Static. It will be same. It will not change. Correct. UPI ID of the supplier also constant. Bank account and IFSC code of the supplier also constant. What will vary for every QR code is the invoice number and invoice amount. Correct or not? Entering these 5 details, if they create a QR code, that is called as dynamic QR code. Tell me what are the 5 fields? Supplier GSTIN, UPI ID of supplier, bank account and IFSC code, invoice number and date, invoice amount with breakup of value and tax. Now, what is the exception for UPI ID of the supplier? If the payment is collected by e-commerce operator or any other person, payment is not collected by the supplier. For example, I am a seller listed through Amazon. and you are selecting pay on delivery. Means you will make payment to me or you will make payment to Amazon agent. Amazon agent. Then what they are telling, don't mention the UPI ID of the supplier in the QR code, mention the UPI ID of Amazon, e-commerce operator. Payment collected by e-commerce operator or any other person, UPI of such e-commerce operator or other person should be mentioned. What is the exception for bank account and IFSC code? Suppose if my bank only has given the UPI, not a third party UPI. I did not create the UPI through GPay or PhonePe, etc. My bank only has given the UPI to me. Means my bank account is connected to UPI. For example, sometimes your UPI will be your name at OK Access, but you don't have a bank account in OK Access. Axis Bank, you don't have the bank account. Even then your UPI ID will have that bank, which means your bank has not given the UPI. This is the third party UPI. If you are having account in HDFC Bank and if your UPI is your name at OK HDFC, then only your UPI is connected to your bank account. Is it clear or not? Now, suppose if your UPI is connected to your bank account, no need to give the bank details. Then, for invoice number and date, what is the exception? Generally, sometimes it so happens that there will be multiple transactions, parallelly it will be happening, like 10 counters will be there. Each and every counter will be generating the invoices. So they cannot discuss as to what is the running invoice number. So everyone will randomly put one number. So that is also okay, that is also considered as the invoice number. Not required if it is a retail sale and a unique reference number is attached, that is sufficient. Then, suppose if the payment is already collected, now only I am preparing invoice. Should this payment be collected using QR code, dynamic QR code? No. Only when the payment is collected, after preparation of the invoice, the dynamic QR code concept is applicable. If the payment is collected before invoice, you don't have to collect it through QR code, any mode you can collect. That's why when you go to the shop, first they will ask, sir, how you are going to make the payment? Cash or GPay or card, etc. Suppose if you say cash or card, they will collect the money first, they will enter the details like the mode of payment cash, the mode of payment card ending, last 4 digits of the card, and then they will print the invoice. You understood or not? Whereas if you say GPay, first they will print the invoice, they will show you the QR code, and then you will make the payment. Are you understanding this? So if the payment is made before invoice, dynamic QR code not required. If the payment is after invoice, dynamic QR code is applicable. What if part payment before, part payment after? Now only for the remaining amount, dynamic QR code is required. Part payment before invoice and remaining after invoice, then only the balance due should be mentioned in the dynamic QR code. Are you understanding this? Then, so what is the exception for mentioning dynamic QR code? If the entire payment is received before or at the time of generating the invoice and the cross reference of such payment received is mentioned, then it is okay. You don't have to generate a dynamic QR code in the invoice. Then, there is one example here. Listen carefully. These people, e-invoice not applicable, correct? To these people, e-invoice not applicable. For those services or for any other service made by those people. Example, entry to cinema hall, e-invoice not applicable, correct? But inside cinema hall, they are selling food and beverages. For that, e-invoice is applicable or not? No. Here it is not about the service. Here it is about the person. A banking company, e-invoice not applicable not only for banking service but also any other service is provided by the bank. What is any other service provided by bank? Maybe bank owns a property, that property they can give on rent, for that also e-invoice not applicable. Are you understanding this? So once e-invoice is not applicable to that person, if he provides any service also e-invoice is not applicable to that person. That is a clarification. Whether service provided by other than banking services by a bank requires mandatory generation of e-invoice. No, they have clarified that exemption for e-invoice is for the entity as a whole and not for certain supplier, which means services provided by bank other than banking services is also exempt from mandatory generation of e-invoice, and this point is common for all. I just gave you an example for bank, but it is common for all. Understood? Then look into one more amendment here. Sir, by when I should generate the e-invoice for the invoice already generated? First I will generate a manual invoice na. For that manual invoice I need to generate a e-invoice. What is the time limit? They are telling if your aggregate turnover exceeds 100 crores, you have to generate e-invoice within 30 days. Okay, what if my aggregate turnover exceed 5 but does not exceed 100? No time limit prescribed. So leisurely also you generate and give, it's okay. But to whom the time limit has been given? But definitely you should give e-invoice once you cross 5 crores, but they are not putting a pressure. Now only you do. You can do leisurely. Maybe next month, thereafter next month, like that also you can do. No issue. But if your turnover exceeds 100, exceed 5 does not exceed 100, e-invoice applicable, but no time limit. You can give after 3 months, 4 months, 5 months also, but e-invoice should be given. After crossing 100 crores, definitely invoice is there, but you have to generate the e-invoice within 30 days. Okay. What if within 30 days you could not generate the e-invoice? Violation. Violation means what will happen? You don't have any problem. You will have a normal penalty, but your recipient will have the problem. He will not be able to take the ITC. So that is an amendment. Remember this. Taxpayer with aggregate turnover greater than or equals to 100 crores shall report invoice including debit note and credit note within 30 days from the date of invoices. Then see this illustration. So we completed e-invoice and dynamic QR code also. So see the illustrations related to this. X Limited making outward supplies taxable under RCM under section 9(3). So X Limited is making supplies covered under RCM 9(3). And X Limited is registered for the current year 23-24. And aggregate turnover during 22-23 is 8 crores. So whether they crossed turnover 5 crores? Yes. Now X Limited also makes supplies on which they need to pay GST under FCM. Whether e-invoice is required. Now listen pa, I am X Limited. My aggregate turnover during the previous year exceeds 5 crores. So e-invoice is applicable or not to me? Applicable. Now I am making outward supply covered under RCM. I will not pay tax, you will pay tax. Should this invoice be e-invoice or normal invoice? E-invoice. It is my outward supply na. Whether I pay GST or you pay GST, did I tell? Only if supplier pays GST it should be e-invoice, like that did I tell? No. Whether I pay GST or you pay GST. Once e-invoice is applicable to me, on my outward supplies I should give e-invoice. Is it clear or not? That is this. Aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, therefore e-invoice is applicable. E-invoice is required with respect to outward supplies, whether it is covered under FCM or RCM. Then second, if X Limited is engaged only in outward supplies covered under RCM, sir, I am X Limited, my outward supplies is fully covered under RCM, means I am exempted from registration. Yes or no? But yesterday only I told you na pa, as per section 23, a person who is making only exempted supplies is exempted from registration. So I am exempted from registration. But Y Limited, you are Y Limited, you are receiving the services from me and you are required to get registered and you need to pay GST under RCM. Okay pa, I am X Limited, you are Y Limited. I am making only exempted supplies. So I am exempted from registration, or I am making only RCM supplies. So then also I am exempted from registration. You understood? So when a person is exempted from registration, if they are making only exempted supplies, or if they are making only supplies covered under RCM, they are exempted from registration. Now I am making only RCM supplies, I am exempted from registration. So you need to pay GST under RCM. In this case, who will give invoice to whom generally? Supplier will give invoice to recipient, recipient will give invoice to supplier. Thanks pa. Recipient will give invoice to supplier. That's what today morning I said. Who will give document to whom? Okay. So recipient will be giving invoice to the supplier, when the supplier is unregistered and the supply is covered under RCM. Now, for you, aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 5 crores. Now, whether you need to give me normal invoice or e-invoice. Normal invoice, not e-invoice, because for you, it is inward supplier, outward supplier. You are recipient. For inward supply, where I said e-invoice only for outward supplies. So, as it is your inward supply, you don't have to give e-invoice. E-invoice is applicable only for outward supplies. Even though recipient is required to generate invoice and such recipient aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, such invoice is not necessary to be invoice, and a simple tax invoice is sufficient in that case. Basically, it is an inward supply and not an outward supply. Then, whether e-invoice or dynamic QR code invoice is required in case of supplies to UIN holder. Who is a UIN holder? Unique identification number holder is UN agencies, embassies or consulates. I told you, supply by foreign diplomatic mission is exempted. So, UN agencies, consulates or embassies, their outward supply is exempted. So, they are not required to register, but they need to get a unique identification number, because on their inward supply purchases, they will be getting the refund. GST paid, they will get as a refund. So, say this, there is a UIN holder. Who is a UIN holder here? UN agencies or embassy or consulate. So, these people are making some outward supplies. These people are making some outward supplies. Taxable or exempted? Supply made by foreign diplomatic mission in India is exempted. It is exempted. Now, there is one supplier. That supplier is making some supplies. This is inward supplies of UN agencies or embassy or consulate. On that, are they required to pay price plus GST? Yes. Now, supplier will pay GST to government. Supplier will pay GST to government, and from government they will get refund of GST. You understood? So, as they need to claim the refund of GST paid on their inward supply, they need to get a number. What is that number? Unique identification number. Okay. So, mainly for the purpose of getting this refund of GST, they will be getting a unique identification number. Now, the supplier who is making supply to these UN agencies is supplied to registered persona, supplied to unregistered persona. Unregistered. Only if they have GSTIN, they are registered. If they have a UIN, they are not registered person. So, it is supplied to unregistered person. Then you tell me whether it is e-invoice or dynamic QR code. Dynamic QR code. Why dynamic QR code? Hey, now only I said na pa, B2B supplies only e-invoice. Dynamic QR code is required for B2C supplies. Now heart attack le sittirupam porenna. Super pa, you are amazing. So just now I said e-invoice is required for break over hardly half an hour, please. Okay. B2B e-invoice. B2C dynamic QR code. You only said sale to UIN holder is B2C. So what is the name of the document? Dynamic QR code. Then next, whether e-invoice and dynamic QR code invoice is required to be generated in the following cases. Export of goods or services. Remember, for export of goods or services, always e-invoice is required. Dynamic QR code is not required. Okay. So don't check for export whether it is B2B or B2C. Always what is the document that is required here? E-invoice. Then whenever we are making deemed exports, depends. whether it is B2B or B2C. If it is B2B, e-invoice, B2C, dynamic QR code. Supply to SEZ, supply to SEZ, e-invoice is applicable or not? Yes. Supply by SEZ only, e-invoice is not applicable. In the biggest, S is SEZ unit, it is supplied to SEZ unit or supply by SEZ unit? Supply by SEZ unit. So, supply by SEZ unit, e-invoice not required, but supply to SEZ unit, e-invoice required. And why dynamic QR code is not applicable? Because whenever you are making supply to SEZ unit, basically every SEZ unit will be definitely be registered. So, therefore, not applicable, as SEZ is always registered. If it is supply by SEZ unit, they can make B2B, B2C. If they make B2B, e-invoice not applicable because it is covered under biggest. But B2C, it is required. Supply to SEZ developer or supply by SEZ developer, do we have any relaxation? No. So, for B2B required and B2C dynamic QR code, here not applicable, as SEZ is always registered. Whether dynamic QR code is required in case the recipient is located outside India. It is not an export of service, concentrate, it is not an export of service, but the recipient is outside India. Means supplier in India, place of supply in India. Is it export of service? No. In order to become export of service, the place of supply should be outside India. So, supplier also India, place of supply also India, but the recipient is outside India. In this case, is it export? No. But whether e-invoice is applicable or dynamic QR code is applicable, I told you for exports only e-invoice is applicable. So, then in other cases dynamic QR code, but practically where the recipient is located outside India. Whether UPI is available outside India? No. Outside India it is always card payments only. UPI payment is not there. India only launched the UPI and now they are giving this technology to other countries. Actually UPI sole credit goes to Indian government only, okay. And in this case, as the person located outside India cannot scan and make the payment, due to that reason dynamic QR code is not applicable. Is it clear? As per CPIC circular, dynamic QR code is not required on the invoice issued to a recipient located outside India for supply of service for which the place of supply is in India, as per the provisions of IGST Act, and the payment is received by supplier in convertible foreign exchange. This is so because the dynamic QR code cannot be used by the recipient located outside India for making payment to supplier. So, dynamic QR code applicable or not applicable if the recipient is outside India? Not applicable. Then HSN code, usually in invoice we need to mention this HSN number. For every product they will be giving one code, a 8-digit code. So, tea will have one code number, coffee will have one code number, like that every product will have one code number will be there, and that number we need to enter in invoice. How many digits we need to enter? Usually it is a 8-digit number. If my aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores, I need to enter 4 digits, that too for B2B. Suppose if my aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crores, I need to enter 6 digits, let it be B2B or B2C. So, tell me this point, how many digits needs to be entered? 4 or 6 out of 8, either 4 or 6 out of 8. 4 digits when? Aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores. How many digits? 4 digits. That too B2B. Aggregate turnover during previous year exceeds 5 crores. 6 digits for both B2B and B2C. For services, there is a code called as service accounting code, and it is always a 6-digit code, and all the 6 digits needs to be entered. Then next, see this chart. Whenever invoice is issued, please concentrate, it's a very important area, listen. Whenever invoice is issued, before issuance of invoice, if the payment is received, what is it called as? Advance. In case of advance, supplier should issue receipt voucher to the recipient. Mandatory or optional? Mandatory. And whether they pay GST or they will not pay GST, this is advance na. If it is goods, they will not pay GST. but if it is services, they will pay GST. Understood this part? Before invoice, if the payment is received, that is advance. The document name is receipt voucher given by supplier to recipient. If it is goods, they will not pay GST on advance. If it is services, they will pay GST on advance. Suppose if the invoice is issued, thereafter the payment is received, that is balance. For that, whether any receipt voucher is required? No. Supplier may issue, it's not shall issue. Supplier may issue, it's optional. If they want to give, they can give, otherwise not required, because already based on invoice they have paid the GST. Next, before invoice, if they refund the amount to the supplier, before preparing the invoice, if they refund the amount to the recipient, supplier already collected na, supplier is refunding the amount to the recipient, means cancelling the supply. Now in this case, what is the name of the document that we have seen? Refund voucher. Supplier may issue refund voucher to the recipient. They did not use the word shall issue. Why, sir? Because supplier may have a policy of not returning the GST amount. He will return only the value amount, but he will not return the GST amount. This usually happens in case of hall bookings. So all these convention centers or marriage halls, etc., when we do the booking, we will pay the booking advance. Say 1 lakh is the booking advance for marriage hall. 1 lakh plus GST, so 1,18,000 we will pay. Now when we cancel the booking, they will not refund 1,18,000, they will refund only 1 lakh rupees to us. Why, sir, they will do like that? That is their business policy. Now we cannot interfere in that. That is a policy which they have taken. Initially itself, you agreed to that, you signed and you have made the payment, which means that now you cannot question them. So therefore, 1 lakh already you got the refund. But can they give refund voucher to you? No. Why they cannot give refund voucher to you? Because they did not return the GST component. Then in that case, who is having the burden of GST? Supplier or recipient? Recipient. Now who can claim refund of GST from the government? Supplier or recipient? Recipient. That's why they are telling supplier may issue refund voucher. What if supplier is not issuing refund voucher? Recipient can claim the refund. If supplier returns full 1,18,000, who will claim refund of GST? Supplier. So they will give a refund voucher. On the basis of refund voucher, whatever GST they paid, they will claim as a refund. Suppose if supplier is not refunding full amount, they refunded only the 1 lakh, means you are having the burden of 18,000. Now can you claim the refund? Yes. If supplier has not issued refund voucher, burden of GST on advance is on the recipient, and such recipient, even though unregistered, can claim refund. Are you understanding this? So even unregistered person can claim refund? Yes. In the portal they have created that functionality. You don't need a registration to claim the refund. So please enlighten this to many people. Suppose if they have made the payment along with GST, now the supply is cancelled, they are getting the refund, but GST component they are not getting. That GST component alone they can claim as a refund, no issue. Okay, who can claim refund? Recipient can claim the refund. That is this. You understood this part, pa? So just remember there, marriage hall booking example. So example, you just write there, marriage hall booking. Marriage hall booking. So when you read this, you will understand what is the example that I told you, okay, in the class. எங்கப்பா நான் சர்வீஸ்ன்னு சொல்லிருக்கேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கூட்ஸ்க்கு அங்க ஜிஎஸ்டியே கட்ட மாட்டாங்க இல்ல சார். இது அட்வான்ஸ் சார், இது அட்வான்ஸ். On advance, first of all, they will not pay GST on advance with respect to goods. So there is no question of refund from the government. Okay. Next. See this. Suppose if they prepared the invoice, and then they are cancelling the supply. Invoice prepared, given, and then the supply is cancelled. Then what is the option available? credit note. But supplier shall issue credit note, may issue credit note, may issue credit note. Suppose if supplier, as usual, you paid booking advance 1 lakh and GST also you paid, they prepared the invoice and they gave, now you are cancelling. Now they are telling I will refund only 1 lakh to you. Will they give credit note? Again I am repeating, Papa, please listen, Pa. Thonda valigidhu pa, mudila. 4 vaatti solra ore vishayatta. That is, you are paying 1 lakh plus GST 18,000. 1 lakh 18,000 you are paying. And they have prepared the invoice to you. They gave you invoice for 1 lakh 18. Now they have a policy. As per the policy, they will return only 1 lakh rupees. They will not return 1 lakh 18. Now can they give you credit note or they cannot give you credit note? Why they cannot give credit note to you? Because they are not refunding the full amount. So they cannot give credit note. If they give credit note, their liability will come down by 18,000. But they have not refunded you. So how can they give credit note? So they cannot give credit note. In that case, what is the alternative? Can you claim refund? Yes. So recipient can claim refund even if unregistered. Now listen. Credit note has got a time limit. Now the marriage hall is having a policy of refunding full amount. 1,18,000 they will refund. But the problem is credit note time limit over. What is the credit note time limit? 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. The time limit, once it is over, can the credit note be issued or cannot be issued? Cannot be issued. In that case, what is the relief available to the marriage hall? You understood my question? Marriage hall refunded full 1,18,000 to you, but they cannot give credit note because the time limit to give the credit note is over. Then what is the relief available to them? Already that marriage hall paid GST na, that they can claim refund. So supplier refund can be claimed on excess payment by the supplier. So which means once invoice is prepared, there are 3 options. What are the 3 options? Credit note issued by supplier to recipient. In that case, the supplier liability will be reduced. Option number 2, supplier will not be able to give credit note because of the time limit. So supplier only can claim the refund of the GST 18,000 because they refunded you full 1,18,000. Third option, if supplier has not refunded full 1,18,000 but only refunded 1 lakh, then recipient will go and claim the 18,000 as refund. Understood or not? Now we will test it in an illustration. Let's see what you have understood in this. Illustration 5 you see. A Limited, a GST registered supplier, manufacturer, has supplied goods under the cover of tax invoice 20,000 plus 5% GST. So supplier gave an invoice for 20,000 plus 5% GST. What is the date on which invoice is given? 30th August 2020 and has been reported in the return file for the month of August 2020. What shall be the GST treatment under following situations? Also discuss the corresponding documentation required. Now, what is the date of invoice? 30th August 2020. Means it comes in which financial year? 2020, 2021. And for this financial year, what is the time limit to issue the credit note? For the financial year 2021, what is the time limit to issue the credit note? 30th November 2021 or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. They have not given date of filing annual return. So 30th November 2021 is the time limit by which credit note can be issued. Understood? Now see the first situation. Goods are returned by the recipient in December 2020 and supplier refunded the full amount of 21,000. First condition, whether supplier refunded full amount. Second, is the time limit to issue credit note expired or not expired? So tell me, can the credit note be issued or not? Yes. What will happen when the credit note is issued? The liability of supplier gets reduced by 1000 rupees. And in which month the credit note needs to be issued? December 2020. When it got returned? December 2020. So when the credit note will be given? December 2020. Is it clear? So see the answer. Just read the answer there. Clear? Next, second case. Goods are returned by the recipient in December 2020. Supplier returning only 20,000. Price excluding GST component to the recipient. Can the credit note be issued under section 34? That is GST credit note be given? No. Just a normal accounting credit note they will give, not a GST credit note. Now, will the liability of the supplier be reduced? No. Then what is the recourse available in this case? Recipient can claim refund. Super. Read the answer. In such case, supplier can issue a credit note, but not under section 34. Means it's not a GST credit note. It's a mere accounting credit note. He shall not declare the credit note in the return. He will not get adjustment benefit since incidence of 1000 has been passed on by him to the recipient. Then who will claim the refund? Recipient can claim the refund. Then third case. Goods are returned by the recipient in Jan 2021 and supplier returning the full amount of 21,000 to the recipient. Full amount refunded? Yes. And whether the time limit to issue credit note is still there? Yes. Where expired? November it is. It is January. January comes before November only. Okay. So therefore, time limit is not expired. So can the credit note be issued? Yes. Because of that credit note, will the liability of supplier be reduced? Yes. In which month the credit note will be given in this case? Jan 2021. Understood? Last case you see. Goods are returned by the recipient in Jan 2022 and supplier refunds the full amount of 21,000. Now in this case, can the credit note be issued? Why? Time limit to issue the credit note is over. But they have refunded full money, including tax. Then what is the recourse available? Supplier can claim the refund of 1000 rupees. See the answer. In such case, supplier can issue credit note, but not under 34. He shall not declare the credit note as the maximum permitted period is November 21. He will not get adjustment benefit, but supplier can claim refund. Understood for this chart, how it will be tested in exam? Literally this chart will be tested in exam like this illustration 5. Mark this illustration 5 as very, very important. Next, already we discussed GST implications on debit note, credit note. Who will give debit note? Supplier to recipient. When? Increase in invoice value. Time limit? No. What will happen to supplier's liability? Increase. What will happen to recipient's ITC? Increase. And credit note, who will give? Same supplier to recipient. When? Invoice value decreases. Time limit? Yes. And what will happen to the liability of the supplier? Decreases. And what will happen to the ITC of the supplier or recipient? Decreases. If they don't have balance in ITC, they need to pay. Either reversal of ITC or increase in their output tax liability. If they have balance in ITC, they will reverse PA. If they don't have balance in ITC, they have to pay. And what is the time limit? Similar time limits. I told you 5 places the time limit is same. What are they? Time limit for ITC, time limit for credit note, time limit for rectification of GSTR1, GSTR3B and GSTR8. All these cases, what is the time limit? 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is. That's it. So we completed invoice and time of supply. Now look into place of supply chapter. And before that, some sections we have discussed in CGST na. Kindly update that in your book. Kindly update that in your book. The list of CGST sections that we have seen so far. You have dedicatedly given one page for CGST sections. Now, there you write down. What are the sections that we have seen so far? Section 31, due date of tax invoice. Right, I will dictate, you write. Section 31, due date of tax invoice. Section 31, due date of tax invoice. Later on, when you go home, give the page number references, which page it is there. Then section 32. Section 32. Prohibition from collection of tax. Section 31, due date of tax invoice. Section 32, prohibition from collection of tax. Section 33, tax component to be shown separately in invoice. Section 33, tax component to be shown separately in invoice. Then section 34, section 34, debit notes and credit notes. Section 33, tax component to be shown separately in invoice. Section 34, debit notes and credit notes. Then section 12, TOS in case of goods, time of supply in case of goods. Section 12. Section 13, time of supply in case of services, TOS in case of services. Okay. Now, in IGST Act, we are going to see the sections now. Place of supply chapter is fully as per IGST Act. Any section that we are referring in place of supply chapter will be of IGST Act. In that, already two sections we know. Section 7 and Section 8. What is Section 7? Interstate supply. Section 8. Intrastate supply. What is interstate supply? If location of supplier and place of supply is in same state or same union territory. No, you tell, same state or same union territory. Intra. Different states or different union territories are a state and a union territory. Inter. That's the general meaning, correct? So interstate, location of supplier, place of supply in two different states, two different union territories, a state and a union territory. Inter. Intra, location of supplier, place of supply is in same state or same union territory. Now, there are certain transactions which are deemed to be interstate. What is that? See this. Import of goods and import of services is always deemed interstate. Same way, if location of supplier in India, place of supply outside India, that is, export of goods and export of services is also deemed interstate. So, 4 points: import of goods, import of services, export of goods, export of service. Apart from that, supplier in India, place of supply outside India. Sir, supplier in India, place of supply outside India means export of service only, na sir? Not necessary. Not necessary. So, just remember this also, 5th point. What are the 5 points you need to remember? What is that we are discussing? Deemed interstate. Deemed interstate means what? Always IGST. What are they? Import of goods, import of services, export of goods, export of services, supplier in India, place of supply outside India. Then supply to SEZ or supply by SEZ. Supply to SEZ, supply by SEZ is also deemed interstate. Then supply in India, not elsewhere covered. What is that? Whenever you are supplying after 200, that is up to 200 nautical miles. After India, up to 200 nautical miles. Even 200 nautical miles is also India, na? Whenever the supply is taking place in the waters, that will also be called as deemed interstate. Supply beyond territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles. What if supply takes place in territorial waters? We need to determine whether it is intra or inter, but the supply takes place beyond territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles, it will be always deemed interstate. that is given in 75C, and or if the place of supply is determined under section 13 and it is in India, but this point is not that much relevant for you for CA intermediate, so no need to remember, but up to this only you remember supply beyond territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles from baseline. So tell me, what are the deemed interstate supplies? Any 5 you tell? Import of goods, import of services, export of goods, export of services, supply beyond 12 nautical miles, that is territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles, or supplier in India, place of supply outside India, supply to SEZ, supply by SEZ. Okay, so this much you remember for deemed interstate. Then that's what I have given here. Whenever supply takes place within the land, then either it will be intra or inter as per section 7 and 8 we need to determine. Am I right? Whenever the supply takes place in territorial waters, what is territorial waters? Up to 12 nautical miles from the baseline, then what is it called as? Again, we need to determine whether it is intra or inter based on section 9. What does section 9 say? Section 9 of IGST Act. What does it say? See the nearest coastal state. That nearest coastal state will be taken as the place of supply. Example, there is a marine engineer in Tamil Nadu who is going to the ship which is in the territorial waters in Bay of Bengal and is providing the repair service in the ship. Now, what should be taken as the place of supply? Location where the service is provided. Where is it provided? Ship, that is in the waters. Now see the nearest state. Suppose if the ship is nearest to Tamil Nadu, then place of supply will be Tamil Nadu. Supplier also Tamil Nadu, place of supply also Tamil Nadu, therefore it is intra-state supply. Suppose if the ship is little far from Tamil Nadu but near to Andhra Pradesh, then in that case what will be the place of supply? Andhra Pradesh, but supplier in Tamil Nadu, therefore it will come under interstate supply. Are you understanding this? So whenever the supply takes place in territorial waters, what should be taken as a place of supply? The nearest coastal state or union territory. See this. Section 9 you see in page 201, supply in territorial waters, that is up to 12 nautical miles from the baseline. If location of supplier or place of supply is in territorial waters, then nearest coastal state or union territory will be taken. This is the example that I discussed now with you, that marine engineer, etc. Quickly go through this example. Done? So we have seen 3 sections now, 7, 8, 9. 7 is inter, 8 intra, 9 supply in territorial waters. Okay. So if this supply is beyond territorial waters and up to 200 nautical miles, up to 200 nautical miles is India, na? Then what is the nature of supply? Deemed interstate. Suppose if the supply is beyond 200 nautical miles, then it is called as supply outside India. Even when the place of supply is outside India, then also it will be called as deemed interstate. Export, export, deemed interstate. You understood this? Now, intrastate means what as per section 8? Location of supplier, place of supply in the same state or same union territory. But even though supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, sometimes it will not become intra when it becomes deemed inter. Correct? When it becomes deemed inter, example, supplier in Tamil Nadu, SEZ also Tamil Nadu. Now in this case, it is deemed inter because supply to SEZ is deemed inter even though supplier and place of supply is in the same state. So supply of goods or service to or by SEZ, import of goods or supply of goods to a tourist. Actually this section 15 is not effective at present. So therefore, supply of goods to a tourist point will not be tested in exam, because section 15 they have not yet made effective at present. Okay. So in your syllabus also this is not there, so no need to bother. And just maybe one point I will tell you, like whenever I am making supply to a tourist, I should treat it as deemed interstate, because this tourist will get the refund. Whenever this tourist is leaving the country, so he will be getting the refund from the airport. Actually this concept is there in Singapore, Malaysia and all. When you go to Singapore, buy anything over there, when you are bringing those goods to India, in the Singapore airport, whatever GST you have paid there in Singapore, you will get a refund. Like that, if any foreigner is coming to India, purchasing any goods and taking those goods outside India, whatever GST they paid in India, so they will be getting a refund in the airport. But now they have not brought this section 15, because all good provisions and all we will not be bringing effective. So this is not there, so don't bother. Next, apart from meaning of intra, inter, then section 9 deemed inter, you need to know 4 definitions. What is the meaning of import of goods? What is the meaning of import of services? What is the meaning of export of goods and export of services? Let's try to learn with the logic. You tell me, what is import of goods? Bringing goods from where to where? That is the definition. Bringing goods from outside India to India is known as import. See there. Bringing goods into India from a place outside India. From that you tell me what is meaning of export of goods? Taking goods from India to a place outside India. Super pa. Taking goods out of India to a place outside India is known as export. Then import of services we will see. You tell me where the supplier should be. In import of services, where the supplier should be, where the recipient should be, and what should be the place of supply? India. Because supply should happen in India, then it is import of service. What are the 3 conditions for import of service? Supplier outside India, recipient in India, place of supply in India. From there you tell me what is export of service, where the supplier should be, where the recipient should be, what should be the place of supply. These 3 points plus 2 extra points. Consideration should be in convertible foreign exchange. Consideration should be in convertible foreign exchange. However, in case of services to Nepal and Bhutan, it can be in Indian rupees. So because Nepal and Bhutan, we have a MOU, you don't have to receive it in foreign exchange. Even if you get the consideration in Indian rupees, it is as good as export of service only. Okay. 5th point, supplier and recipient are not 2 establishments of the same person. Means it should not be head office, branch office. It should be 2 separate persons. Tell me what are the 5 conditions for export of service? Supplier, India, recipient, outside India, place of supply, outside India, consideration, convertible foreign exchange. In case of Nepal and Bhutan, it can be in Indian rupees. 5th condition, supplier and recipient are not merely establishments of the same person. Sir, if any one condition not satisfied, will it become export of service? No, it will not become export of service. Then what it will be? Deemed interstate. Because supplier in India, place of supply outside India, recipient also India, will it become export of service? No. Then what it is? Deemed interstate. Like that. So if supplier is located in India and place of supply outside India and any of the other conditions is not satisfied, just now we saw supplier in India, place of supply outside India is a deemed interstate. So they are telling that it will become deemed interstate. In case of export of goods, is consideration in foreign exchange necessary to call it as export of goods? No. Nowhere it is given for export of goods that consideration should be in forex. Because what is the meaning of export of goods? Taking goods from India to a place outside India. Did I tell about consideration? No. That consideration point is only for export of services. But for goods, we should realize the consideration in forex, then only we will get refund. We studied na export of goods, 2 options refund. What are they? Pay IGST, get that IGST as refund, don't pay IGST, get refund of ITC. Am I right? So that options you will be getting only if you realize the proceeds. Refund will be recovered if export proceeds not realized within the time limit under FEMA. So what is the time limit under FEMA, sir? Actually that is not there for you. Why you should learn FEMA and all, but I just gave you for reference 9 months, usually 9 months. Within 9 months from the date of export, we need to realize the proceeds, but that's not there, not in your syllabus, okay. In law you have a, yes, but in GST you don't have, okay. So therefore what is the time limit within which the proceeds should be realized? 9 months from the date of export, but that will not be tested in GST. That is a provision as per FEMA, it will be tested there, but I just connected it for your reference. Then deemed interstate supplies already we discussed na. What are considered as deemed interstate? Supply to or by SEZ, import of goods, import of service, supply to tourist, and export of goods or export of service, supply beyond territorial waters up to 200 nautical miles. Even I told you, trading in priority sector lending certificate is also deemed interstate because the selling bank don't know who is the buying bank because it will happen through portal. Even security lending service also will be deemed interstate because the lender of the securities don't know who is the borrower of the securities. And apart from this, any other transaction, if you don't know intra or inter, you need to treat it as deemed inter. In question, if you are not able to identify intra or inter, you treat it as deemed inter. Meaning of India already we discussed, supply in territorial waters also we discussed. Now we completed 7, 8, 9. Thereafter we have 10 and 12. These two sections only you have for place of supply. With that place of supply chapter is over. But we have 11 and 13 that is not in syllabus, which you will be learning in CA final level, but we need to understand what is that. Place of supply in case of goods is determined in 10 and 11. If it is domestic transactions, section 10. If it is import or export, section 11. So import or export, they have not given in inter, so don't bother. Only 10. What is 10 here? Domestic transactions. Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods. Then 12, services. So when both supplier and recipient are located in India, then the place of supply in case of service determined under 12. Then you tell me when 13 will be coming. One India, other outside India, then section 13, but that also not applicable for you. So what are the two sections that are applicable? 10 and 12. 10 is what? Goods. Place of supply in case of goods. Domestic transaction. 12 is what? Place of supply in case of services, where both supplier and recipient are located in India. Now, we are moving on to section 10. So these sections you just update in the page, whatever you have dedicatedly given, you write there. So in IGST Act you update, actually that page is over, we are going to complete, that's it. So section 9, section 7 and 8 you have written, but very few sections of IGST only we have, that only I am telling you, already we completed everything. This 10 and 12 if we complete, IGST Act is over for you, okay. So section 9, supply in territorial waters. Section 9, supply in territorial waters. 7 and 8 already you have written. Section 9, supply in territorial waters. Section 10, POS in case of goods. POS in case of goods, place of supply in case of goods. In brackets, domestic transactions. Domestic transactions. Then 12, POS in case of services. POS in case of services. In brackets, both supplier and recipient are in India. POS in case of services in brackets, both supplier and recipient in India. Then section 16. 15 is not there. 0 rated supplies. Already you have written, na? Super. And 5 also you have already written, na? Liability to pay GST. That's it. But these are the only sections that you have in IGST. Somehow you remember this. These places only you need to write so and so of IGST Act. In all other places, sections you will write of CGST Act. Okay. Now, this section 10 will try to understand place of supply in case of goods. First point, supply involves movement of goods. Already you know now what is supply involves movement of goods. So in time of supply only I told you under the contract of supply goods are taken from one location to another location. What will be taken as the place of supply? Ending point. In case of supply involves movement of goods, what is the place of supply? Ending point. Super. Then second, in case of bill to ship to transactions. What is bill to ship to transactions? Carefully listen. You are placing order with me and asking me to deliver the goods to some other person. Now I will raise invoice to you, but I will deliver the goods to the third person. Is it clear or not? Again I am repeating. In case of bill to ship to transactions, usually in Amazon, you will place the order, but you will not ask them to deliver the product to your location, but you will ask the product to be delivered to someone to whom you wanted to send the product. You understood? Clear? Now this case is a bill to ship to transaction because they will raise invoice to you but ships the product to some other person. Is it clear? In case of bill to ship to transaction, what should be taken as the place of supply? So remember, bill to ship to billing address. Bill to ship to, B for billing address. So what will be taken as a place of supply? Billing address, not the shipping address. Billing address will be taken as the place of supply. Is it clear? Means I am raising invoice to you, but I am delivering the product to some other person. So who will be taken as the place of supply? Billing address, to whom I am raising the invoice. Okay. So therefore first point, supply involves movement of goods. What is the place of supply? Ending point. Bill to ship to transactions, billing address. Supply does not involve movement of goods. When supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods at the time of delivery. If you remember one example we saw, seller in Tamil Nadu, buyer in Kerala, ship is in Mumbai. What will be taken as a place of supply? Mumbai. The location of goods. So because supply does not involve movement of goods, now means goods will be there. So the location where the goods are will be taken as a place of supply. 3 points. Supply involves movement of goods, ending point. Supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods. Bill to ship to transaction, billing address. Okay. Then, if the goods are assembled or installed at site, location where it is assembled or installed is the place of supply. You understood? Location where it is assembled or installed is the place of supply. For example, you are from Tamil Nadu, I am from Maharashtra. You are asking me to install a product in Karnataka. You are from Tamil Nadu, I am from Maharashtra. You are asking me to install a product in Karnataka. For me, what is the place of supply? Karnataka. Because the location where it is installed, that will be taken as the place of supply. Understood? Next. Suppose if it is supply of goods on board a conveyance, means during the journey in train or flight etc., you will buy the goods. What goods you will buy during the journey in train? Food items. If it is packed food items, goods. If it is cooked food items, then it is service. Okay. Sir, all are cooked only, na sir, not like that. There is a pantry car inside the train. If they cook the samosa, cutlet, etc. in the train, and if they sell, that is supply of goods or supply of service? Service. If they cook outside and pack it and take it in the train, then it will be coming under supply of goods. Understood? Even biscuit packets, beverages, water bottles, these are also will be sold. Now, even in flight also lot of goods will be sold during the journey. Now, what will be taken as the place of supply? Air hostess cannot see in the window and identify which place it is and determine, na? That's why it is the starting point of the goods will be taken as place of supply. For the first point, it is ending point. For the last point, it is starting point. Okay, pa? 5 cases, come on. Supply involves movement of goods, ending point. Bill to ship to, billing address. Supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods. Assembly or installation at site, where it is assembled or installed. Supply of goods on board a conveyance. Starting point of what? Goods. So where the goods are loaded. Starting point of the goods. Easy? Now, one more point you need to remember. For this first case and third case. What is first case and third case? Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. If it is to an unregistered person, so far whatever provision we discussed is for registered person. If it is to an unregistered person, we need to take location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. Example, so I am selling the goods, I am selling ice cream or ice, etc. in one movable cart, okay, and I can go to any place and I can sell the ice cream. When I am selling it, is it supplied to a registered person or unregistered person? Unregistered person. Will I know the location of recipient in my records? No. Okay, for ice cream person, will you tell your location and all at the time of buying ice cream? No. So roadside you will go, you will find that and you will be buying. Like that, there are lot of people who will be selling that too in Anna Nagar. Actually, Anna Nagar's name now is Desert Nagar. You understood? So because full Anna Nagar, lot of shops are there. Some people will go to see someone, some people will go to eat, etc. and all. And this particular shops are all movable shops. Means today it will be in this location, tomorrow it will be in some other location, like that. Now that traffic police have removed everything, but this kind of shops, lot of shops are there. Whether we will go and tell to every shop, my name is so and so, I am from this place. No, you will pay money, you will buy that. Then location of recipient not available in the records of supplier, correct? Huh? Then what will be taken as a place of supply? Location of supplier itself is the place of supply. Is it clear? Say this. Suppose if the supply is made to unregistered person, it is common in both the cases. Location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise it will be location of supplier. Now, one more special point. That is, coming back to the previous example, you are asking me, you are from Tamil Nadu, you are asking me to install the product in Karnataka. Why won't it come under bill to ship to? Because I am raising invoice to you, but I am delivering it in Karnataka. It will come under bill to ship to also, na? Possible or not possible? I am raising invoice to you in Tamil Nadu, but where the product I am taking to Karnataka means bill to ship to, possible or not? Then we need to apply 10(1)(b), that is bill to ship to point, or we need to apply assembly or installation point. We need to apply assembly or installation, because assembly or installation and supply of goods on board a conveyance is a specific provision. And 10(1)(a)(b)(c), that is first 3 cases, is actually general provisions. So always prefer specific provision over general provision in case of conflict between the provisions. Is it clear? Actually in this example, bill to ship to also will come, assembly or installation at site also will come. But which we should apply? Assembly or installation at site. Okay, that's what I have given note. In case of conflict between 10(1)(a)(b)(c), that is first 3 versus 10(1)(d) and 10(1)(e), that is the next 2. Prefer specific provision over general provision. Are you understanding this? Now, Look into illustration 1, mark it as very important. Usually on goods, if you are getting questions, that will be first priority on bill to ship to transactions. On bill to ship to only they will be repeatedly asking questions, because that's an important area and little critical area also. Read that question 1 properly. Parth of Pune, Maharashtra enters into an agreement to sell goods to Bakul of Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. While the goods were being packed in Pune godown of Parth, Bakul got an order from Shreyas of Shimogga, Karnataka for the said goods. Bakul agreed to supply the said goods to Shreyas and asked Parth to deliver the goods to Shreyas at Shimogga. You are required to determine the place of supply or supplies in the above situation. Now, read the question properly once again and tell me who are the parties involved and what is their location. Parth of Maharashtra. Just state you tell. State you tell. Next. Who? Bakul of Uttar Pradesh. Next. Shreyas of Karnataka. Now, who placed the order with whom? Bakul placed the order with Parth, and Parth will be delivering the goods to. So now in this case, what will happen? Parth will raise invoice to Bakul, correct? And Parth will deliver the goods to Shreyas. Agreed? Now this invoice is a bill to ship to invoice. Agreed? Bill to ship to. Bill to ship to. For this invoice, what will be the place of supply? Billing address. What is that billing address? Billing address, that is Uttar Pradesh, will be taken as the place of supply. Understood up to this? Sir, Parth of Maharashtra raising the invoice to Bakul, which is a bill to ship to, because he is not delivering the goods to Bakul of Uttar Pradesh, he is delivering the goods to Shreyas of Karnataka. So it's a bill to ship to. And in case of bill to ship to, the place of supply will be billing address. So what is a billing address? Uttar Pradesh. Now, what is the nature of supply? What is the nature of supply? Intra or inter? Supplier? Supplier, Maharashtra. Place of supply, Uttar Pradesh. Therefore, it will be interstate supply. Now, is there a transaction between Bakul and Shreyas also? Read the question carefully. Shreyas is placing an order with Bakul and Bakul is asking Parth to deliver the goods to Shreyas, which means there is another transaction in this case which we usually skip in the exam. Up to this we will write. And we will skip the other transaction writing, because of which we will be losing 2-3 marks. If the question is for 5 marks, 2 marks easily gone there itself. So there is another transaction here. So who will raise invoice to whom now? Shreyas will raise invoice. Bakul will raise invoice to Shreyas. Bakul will raise invoice to Shreyas, which is bill to ship to invoice or normal invoice? Normal invoice. Now in this case, supply involved movement of goods or does not involve movement of goods? Movement is there or not, pa? Yes, but who is causing the movement? Irrelevant. Whether the supplier is moving the goods or recipient is moving the goods or some other third person is moving the goods is irrelevant. But is there a movement of goods under the supply? Yes. So supply involves movement of goods. What will be the place of supply? Supply involves movement. Place of supply is ending point. What is the ending point? Ending point, that is Karnataka, and nature of supply, again it will be inter. You understood? This is the answer given there. Okay. I just gave you a pictorial representation, but don't write like this in exam. You have to clearly divide. First, the supply between Parth of Pune and Bakul of Bareilly. First transaction, Parth and Bakul is a bill to ship to, and place of supply will be billing address. Then another supply between Bakul and Shreyas, the place of supply will be, that is ending point of the goods, that is Karnataka will be taken. You understood? Section numbers, this 10.1a, 10.1b, etc. Even if you are not writing, it's okay. At least section 10 you remember. Section 10 you remember, the subclauses, subsection, etc. And if you are not remembering also, okay. Fine. You understood now this question? Now we are moving on to place of supply in case of services. Place of supply in case of services, we have general provisions and specific provisions. Whenever we don't have specific provision, then general provision will be applicable. Okay. So we have in case of services, pa, please listen, pa, hardly 15 minutes, 20 minutes we will complete this. But it all depends upon how much well you are able to listen. If you are able to understand, in 1 point, like 1 minute also it will be over. Otherwise, I have to tell you 10 times, 100 times also you will not understand. Please, I need your concentration. Okay. Then only I can make it simple for you. Listen. So in case of services, place of supply in case of services, we have specific provisions and general provisions. Specific provision means they gave situation. For this situation, this is the place of supply, like that. When it is not applicable, specific situation is not there, then we need to apply general provisions. So first we will focus on specific provisions. But in that specific provision also, the first thing that you need to remember is that there are 3 situations where we need to apply B to B versus B to C. Okay. So this place of supply in case of service alone, you write in your notebook so that you will concentrate and you will listen. At the same time, easily you can remember also. Right. Place of supply summary in case of services. POS summary in case of services. Place of supply summary in case of services. First, you should remember that B to B versus B to C classification. B to B versus B to C classification will happen in 3 cases. B to B versus B to C classification will happen in 3 cases. Remember T-O-T, tot, T-O-T. In these 3 places only, we need to check B to B, B to C. In all other places, you don't have to check. Got it? Only in 3 places, you need to check B to B versus B to C. What are they? T for training and performance appraisal services. Training and performance appraisal services. O for organizing an event. Organizing an event. T for transportation of goods or passengers. So in these 3 places we need to check B to B versus B to C. So training and performance appraisal. What will come under training and performance appraisal means? Employees of a company will attend some workshops, trainings, that will come. Performance appraisal means evaluating the performance of the employees by external HR agency, or in reality events acting as a judge. All these will come under performance appraisal. Then organizing an event, event management. Then transportation of goods or passengers, self-explanatory. In all these three places, if it is B2B, place of supply is location of recipient. Okay, pa? In these three places, if it is B2B, B2B means sale to registered person, place of supply will be location of recipient. Okay, this is the first point you should put in your mind. There are three places only you need to check B2B versus B2C. And for these three places also, if it is B2B, don't see anything, location of recipient will be taken as the place of supply. What are those three services? Training and performance appraisal, organizing an event, transportation of goods or passengers. Now, let's see what is the specific provisions. Let's see what is the specific provisions. What are the situations where we have these specific provisions? First, property related. You just write down on the left side. So then we will update what is the place of supply on the right side. So first we are discussing the situation. First we are discussing the situation, and then we will see what is the place of supply. Okay. And then we will see any special points related to this. First, property related. So can you give me examples of property related? Property related services, pa? Huh? Repairs and maintenance, interior decoration, construction, real estate agent services, correct? Accommodation services, etc. All these are property related services. Next, number 2. Food and beauty. Food and beauty. What will come under food and beauty? Restaurant, outdoor catering. Next, beauty, beauty parlors, cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation, all those will come under food and beauty. Even this grooming, I mean gym memberships are there, na? That will also be coming under food and beauty. Okay. Number 3, training and performance appraisal. Training and performance appraisal. Training and performance appraisal means, already I told you, training, corporate trainings, or evaluating the performance of the individuals, that is training and performance appraisal. Then number 4, admission to event. Number 5, organizing an event. What is the difference between admission to an event, organizing an event? Admission to event means entry tickets. Organizing an event means event management services. That is, in the event, there will be lot of event management, na? Decoration of the hall, or supplying the audio visual equipment, or like planning as to who should sit where, giving the proper service inside. All those will come under organizing an event. Then next, transportation of goods or passengers. Transportation of goods or passengers. Then services on board a conveyance. Can you tell me what is that services on board a conveyance? Already I told you one point. Cooked food sold in the train. Next, during the flight, we will be receiving video on demand service. One screen will be there, movie will play. For that movie, you have to pay some rental charges using your credit card. That is also services on board a conveyance. Celebrities and all, what they do, they will receive beauty treatment services during the journey. Because as soon as they get down, lot of photos and all they take in airport. Now, generally when you travel in the flight and get down, how it will be? Like that full saliva and all will be there on your face. And whether it is you or someone else also, no one will know. But have you ever seen the actors and all when they are getting down, they will look so beautiful. How is it possible? Because during the journey, they will receive the beauty treatment services. That is also coming under services on board a conveyance. But sir, for food and beauty, one point is there. What is the difference between that and this? That is, we go to the beauty parlor and receive the service. But this is during the journey. Then 8. Telecommunication or internet or DTH. Telecommunication, internet or DTH. In this case, again, there could be fixed line. Possible? What is telecommunication fixed line? Landline. What is internet fixed line? Broadband. What is DTH fixed line? Set-up box, set-up box. DTH fixed line is set-up box and antenna. They will install that one. Then mobile postpaid. Mobile postpaid. Mobile prepaid. How prepaid you will do? Online recharge or dealer, correct? Either you will get it done through online, or if there is no online balance also, then through a dealer. So these are the specific situations that they have given. Then one more point 9, that is advertisement services to government. Advertisement services to government. Okay. So that's what I have given here, all that list of services, telecommunication, advertisement, total 9 points, okay. But I made you write these 9 points. So now we are going to discuss what is the place of supply. You have finished now writing this? Now, let's see with the logic. You tell me, for property related services, what could be taken as the place of supply? Location of, that's it, location of property. Location of property is the place of supply. For food and beauty, where it is performed. Where it is performed, okay. So location of performance. Location of performance. Then training and performance appraisal, same, wherever it is performed. So location of performance. Then admission to event, location of event, very good. Location of event. Event or place, depends. Suppose if it is like a theme park, location of the theme park. Okay, because for theme park also there is a entry tickets na. So location of event or place. Location of event or place. Organizing an event, same location of event will be taken. Location of event or place. Easy for first 5 cases. Property related, location of property. Food and beauty, training and performance appraisal, location of performance. Admission to an event, location of event. And organizing an event also, location of event. Then, next, transportation of goods or passengers. So, either it should be starting or it should be ending. But usually, ticket we will pay money at the starting or at the ending. That's why starting point. Because the ticket will be sold in the beginning itself, na. After completion of journey, we will pay higher. So beginning itself we will pay, na. That's why starting point. Starting point of whom? Either goods or passengers. Okay. Then services on board a conveyance. For that also it is starting point. But starting point of what? Conveyance, conveyance, conveyance. So there it is starting point of goods or passengers. Here also it is starting point only, but starting point of conveyance. Okay. For example, the conveyance started in Chennai, goes to Mumbai and then to Delhi. The passenger boarded in Mumbai. During Mumbai to Delhi, he received service. What will be taken as a place of supply? Chennai. Because even though the passenger boards in Mumbai, but the conveyance started in Chennai. So for services on board a conveyance, starting point of the conveyance will be taken. Then next part, telecommunication, internet or DTH. Suppose if it is fixed line, you tell me the logic. Where it is installed. Location of installation. Suppose if it is mobile postpaid. Very good, billing address. Whatever is the location that they have is our billing address, that billing address. Mobile prepaid, online recharge. Listen, it should be location of recipient in the records of supplier, because we don't know now where they will do online recharge. We can do online recharge anywhere, sitting at our home we can do, or in a public internet also we can do online recharge, so they don't know. So simple, location of recipient in the records of supplier. Sir, what if recipient details not available? Impossible. Without your details you will get a SIM. The moment you are getting a SIM, you need to give your details, na. That is it. Mobile prepaid dealer. Dealer's location. Location of dealer. Advertisement services to government. We need to take here alone, you remember, separately each state where advertisement is provided. Each state where advertisement is provided, that will be taken as the place of supply. For example, I am providing advertisement service to government in display of advertisement in a newspaper, and the newspaper is circulating in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Then I have to divide that between each state. So each state will be taken as a place of supply. Apart from this, you need to remember general provisions. So apart from these 9 cases, if anything else is given in the question, then it will be general provisions. So what is the general provisions? Simple pa, B2B location of recipient, B2C location of recipient in records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier, LOS. You understood now when you will apply general provisions? When you will apply balancing figure. If the situation in the question is not given under 9 cases, you will apply the general provisions. Now let's see some special points in this regard. You finish now, make note of this. Now go to property related services. For property related services, you finish now. For property related service, even accommodation in a boat or vessel also you should take as property related service only. Even though boat and vessel is not immovable property, but for accommodation in boat or vessel, including accommodation in boat or vessel, means that boat or vessel will also become property. Is it clear? Usually houseboats will be there na, houseboats and vessel where we can stay. So that boat or vessel itself will be taken as a property. Then what if the property is outside India? What if the property is outside India? So we need to take location of recipient, that's an exception. First point, if the property is outside India, they are telling you take location of recipient. So in special points you write down location of recipient if property outside India. Location of recipient if property outside India. For food and beauty, we don't have. Training and performance appraisal, no issue. Admission to an event also no issue. Again for organizing event, same point is there. Location of recipient if event outside India. If event is outside India, then location of recipient should be taken. Only in 2 places we have like this. What are the 2 places? Property related services and organizing an event. In these 2 places alone, if the property is outside India or if the event is outside India, you take location of recipient. Only 2 places special points. Is it clear? And remaining places we don't have, which means suppose admission to an event. Event outside India, what will be taken as place of supply? Outside India. Okay. Yes, sir. Transportation, no. Cruise service will come under transportation of passengers. So starting point of the passenger. Okay. Then, understood? So that is this table. So we have seen first this is general provisions that we completed. These are the specific situations. And these are the 3 places where we need to apply B2B versus B2C. Let's see some illustration to apply this. Concentrate. There is an aircraft which is starting from Chennai and it is going to Mumbai. In Mumbai, they have boarded some goods. Starting point of the goods, they loaded some goods. Then again from Mumbai to Delhi it is going. In Delhi, one passenger has boarded and the flight is going to Dubai, that is the ending point of the aircraft. Now, for passenger ticket, what will be the place of supply? For passenger ticket, B2B, location of recipient. Should we apply B2B, B2C for transportation of passenger? Yes. Sir, for 3 places you should always remember in your back of your mind, you should apply B2B, B2C. What are they? Transportation of goods or passengers, training and performance appraisal, organizing an event. So we need to apply B2B, B2C. So B2B always location of recipient. B2C. Adampa, what is the starting point of the passenger? See that and tell me, what is the starting point of the passenger? Delhi, that will be taken as the place of supply. Understood? Then, with respect to services on board a conveyance, what will be taken as a place of supply? Services on board a conveyance. Should we apply B2B, B2C? No, we don't have to apply. So what will be? Only one point. What is that? What is that? Chennai, not Mumbai. Chennai, starting point of the conveyance. Conveyance means aircraft. Aircraft where it starts? Chennai. So Chennai will be taken as the place of supply. For goods sold on board a conveyance. For goods sold on board a conveyance. For goods, should we check B2B, B2C for that? No. B2B, B2C in goods, we need to check only for 2 places. What are they? Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. What should be taken as the place of supply in case of supply of goods on board a conveyance? What is that? Starting point of goods? Mumbai. Understood, pa? Be careful. Everywhere it is starting point only. But which starting point? That you should remember. Okay. So that is about this. And we have some rules related to apportionment, but that rules related to apportionment, actually lot of points are there, means I gave illustrations, but that much is not required. We'll try to remember as simple as we can. Okay. Now listen. So first, advertisement services. I told you, for advertisement services, we need to take each state where the advertisement is provided. Correct? What if under a single contract, advertisement is in more than one state? How should we divide? So means the value we need to divide in some ratio. So that ratio you remember, pa. Okay? That ratio you need to remember. Again I am repeating. This rules is actually last priority. First priority they will ask question on place of supply for goods, place of supply for services. And even at final level they have not tested these rules also, but it is there in the syllabus. So I will tell you a simple way to remember when this rule will come and what is the basis of apportionment. If you know, that is sufficient. This basis of apportionment is like in your overheads chapter in costing, the common overheads you will distribute between production departments and service departments on some basis. Na? How you will distribute rent on the base of floor area? How will you distribute the labor cost based on the labor hours? How will you apportion the machine cost based on machine hours? Some basis you will take for apportionment. Na? Like that we have the basis of apportionment. What is that we need to see? So this also you kindly make note. Basis of apportionment, basis of apportionment between states, basis of apportionment between the states. In which and all cases this issue will come. Advertisement services to government. Advertisement services to government. There it will come. Then next, property related, location of property, but the property may be in more than one state. Possible? How, sir? AMC. Under the AMC, I have to do the maintenance of the property of a person which is in 3 states. Annual maintenance contract. As per the annual maintenance contract, I need to do the repairs and maintenance of the property of a particular person which is located in 3 states. Usually, what will happen? So, rich people who are having houses in multiple states, they will be giving the contract to one person to do the repairs and maintenance. on a yearly basis. So like that, AMC contract where the repairs and maintenance to be done in more than one state. Again the issue will come, we need to apportion property related services. Then organizing an event. Organizing an event. Under a single contract, we may be required to do event in multiple states. Possible? Pre-release events. Movie pre-release events, single person only, but they will plan the event in multiple states. Correct? That is what organizing an event in more than one state. And then telecommunication fixed line. What is the place of supply? Telecommunication fixed line, what is the place of supply? Location of installation. But what if under a single contract it is installed in more than one state? Possible? Lease line. Bank will ask the internet service provider to put a lease line connecting its branches in multiple states. Then we need to apportion between the states. So now we need to understand what is the basis of apportionment. You understood? Only in these 4 places we will come across this problem. Okay. How we will apportion? We'll complete this and take break. Okay. So what in case of advertisement services to government? In case of advertisement services to government, if it is advertisement in train, we need to take length of track in each state. Length of track in each state. You understood? I am giving an advertisement in the train. So train, full train, I am putting a cover. You would have seen on the train, full train, stickering work we will do, advertisement. But the train will go to different states. How will you apportion? See the length of track in each state and you divide. Okay. Then next. Train tickets. Suppose if the advertisement is on train tickets, what is the basis of apportionment in that case? We need to see number of stations in each state. That is, we are giving advertisement on the back side of the train ticket. And as per contract, throughout the South India, we need to do the advertisement. Now, in South India, each state, how many stations are there? You take that as the base of apportionment and divide between the states. Then number 3. So, TV, advertisement in television. Advertisement in television. You tell me what basis we will take? Viewership data. TRP like that they say na, viewership data. Viewership data. Viewership data by BARC. BARC refers to Broadcast Audience Research Council. They only will be giving the data. And if it is between 2 states based on population census. What does it mean? That is, first we will divide between the channels. How we will divide between the channels? Based on viewership. That channel may be telecast in more than one state. Possible? Sir, one channel only in one state, sir, not necessary, more than one state. Then again you see the population between these 2 states and you divide. Primary apportionment will be based on viewership data. Thereafter channel wise you will get. That channel is telecasted in more than one state, then based on population census. Population census. Then number 4. If it is internet, advertisement in internet, how we need to apportion it? So all states based on internet subscribers. All states based on internet subscribers. Means every state will have an internet subscriber na. Based on that ratio we will divide. Number 5. But sir, from where we need to get this data? Government, Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunications, if you ask right to information, they will give the information. In that ratio you apportion. Suppose if it is SMS, advertisement over SMS, you tell me what data? Telecom subscribers data by TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will be giving us the telecom subscribers data. In that ratio we need to apportion. Apart from this, any other case, it is expenditure ratio. Expenditure ratio, that is, you are giving advertisement to government, you got some 5 crores from government, how will you divide between the states? In what way you spent, in that ratio you divide. Means it is like a matching concept. AS9. We recognize our revenue based on our expenditure. Matching concept. Okay. So tell me your 6 points. Train, length of track, tickets, number of stations in each state, and in case of TV, based on viewership, all channels, thereafter between each state based on population. Then in case of internet, across the country divided on internet subscribers, SMS, telecom subscribers, any other case, expenditure ratio. Now here, property related services. For property related services, we have only 3 points. Number 1, accommodation. You tell me, for example, you are booking a package tour. That package tour covers 3 nights in Karnataka, 2 nights in Kerala, 1 night in Tamil Nadu, like that. Package tour will be given. In what ratio? Number of days or number of nights in each state. Okay. Number of nights, because usually for hotel accommodations and all, they count it based on the nights. So that's where today 12 to next day 12, that is counted as 1 night. Okay. Number of nights stayed in each state. Suppose if it is houseboat or vessel. In case of houseboat or vessel, it will move na. So starting point 1 state. For example, in Kerala, you boarded a houseboat and the boat is traveling. When you get down, it is in Tamil Nadu. Now, how will you divide it? Number of hours in each state. Number of hours in each state. Any other case. You tell me, any other case, balancing figure. Not expenditure ratio. Area. Area of property in each state. There will be one peculiar situation. In a highway there is a hotel, and that hotel, part of the hotel in Tamil Nadu, part of the hotel in Andhra Pradesh. Possible na? In a highway they constructed a hotel, part of the hotel in Tamil Nadu, part of the hotel in Andhra Pradesh. How will you divide? Area. How much area is in Tamil Nadu, how much area in Andhra Pradesh, based on that we need to divide. Then, organizing an event, only 1 point, expenditure ratio. We don't have anything there. Expenditure ratio. For example, I am an event organizer, producer gave me money to conduct events in 4 states. For these 4 states, I will be spending money na. My revenue, I will recognize in the expenditure ratio. For example, I got 10 crore revenue. My total cost is 8 crores. That 8 crores, how I am spending in 4 states, in that ratio, that 10 crores I will recognize and I will raise invoice. Okay. Telecommunication fixed line. This is fixed line, actually means only one subscriber is there, means recipient is only one, but they have put the connection between multiple states. I told you now internet lease line. Now in that case, how we need to divide based on the number of installations. Usually for telecommunication fixed line, what is the way in which you determine the place of supply? Location of installation. So based on that logic, you tell me number of installations in each state. Number of installations in each state. So this much you need to remember, pa. Okay. So this is about the rules related to place of supply. So we completed all the rules. You can see advertisement services, and then for advertisement service I gave examples, but you don't have to see these examples, just remember what is the base of apportionment. And then for immobile property, more than one state, how we need to apportion, then even more than one state, or circuit installed in more than one state. I gave some examples in your book, that is for your reference. Then one circular is there, concentrate, simple only. Usually you will see lot of big hoardings in the roadside. There are two supplies involved in that. First, I am the property owner. I will allow you to put the hoarding. That is first supply. Second supply, once you install the hoarding, you will give that hoarding on renting to some other brand owner to put their advertisement on the hoarding. You are an ad agency. I am the property owner. You will be giving that hoarding on rental basis to one brand owner. You understood? What are the two supplies? Property owner to advertising agency. Advertising agency to brand owner. Okay. In this case, for our service, property owner to advertising agency, how the place of supply should be determined? It is purely like renting of immobile property, correct? In my immobile property, I am allowing you to put the hoarding, so it is renting of immobile property, so the place of supply should be location of property. Is it clear? Now, when you are providing the services to the brand owner, that's like a advertisement services. For advertisement services, we have any specific provision? No. For advertisement service to government, we have specific provision, but normal advertisement service we don't have. So you need to determine as per general provisions. See this, sale of space or sale of right to use the space on hoarding structure of vendor to client or advertising company for display of their advertisement, location of immobile property will be taken. Suppose if the immobile property is in India, the location of immobile property, otherwise location of recipient if the property is outside India. And vendor providing advertisement service on the hoarding or structure owned or taken by them, we need to determine place of supply as per general provisions. This is one CBIC circular. Actually, this circular got tested in exam, not tested in exam. So for CA final, RTP, they have given this. Actually, this portion is there for CA final also. And at final level, they will not be checking this question. Maybe at inter level, possible. We will see this question. Yes, see this. Zebrex registered in Delhi enters into a contract with Shine Limited, an advertising company located and registered in Gurugram, Haryana, to arrange the display of an advertisement of Zebrex's newly launched product on a hoarding placed in Marine Drive, Mumbai, Maharashtra for initial 3 months of the launch of the product. Shine Limited in turn enters into contract with the owner of Seaside Hotel located and registered in Marine Drive, Mumbai, Maharashtra for display of the advertisement on the hoarding placed in the lawn of that hotel. What will be the place of supply of service provided in the given case? I gave you circular na. it will be tested like this. Definitely this question, maybe change in names may come. Okay. So first, what is the first supply? Between, not Jabrex, Shine and the property owner, correct? Property owner, that is Hotel Seaside, is giving their property for keeping the hoarding. That should be like immobile property services. So what will be the place of supply? Location of property. Where is the property located? Maharashtra, Marine Drive, Mumbai, Maharashtra. That will be the place of supply. Second, between Shine and Jabrex, advertising agency and brand name owner. So for that, what is the place of supply? Advertisement services, we need to take location of recipient. What is the location of recipient? B2B or B2C? B2B. General provision, general provision. General provision is what? B2B, location of recipient. B2C, location of recipient in the records of supplier, otherwise location of supplier. Check whether Jabrex is registered or not. Registered. So it's a B2B, location of recipient. What is that location of recipient? Delhi. That will be taken as a place of supply. Are you understanding, Pa? Clearly you divide and write this circular and you mention it as per CBIC circular. Okay? Fine. So we'll stop with this. We completed place of supply chapter also fully, and we'll take a break up to 2:15. So first, you know already what is input tax credit about. What is input tax credit? GST paid on inward supplies, which can be availed as ITC and which will be utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. Correct? And we need to know three terms in this regard: availment of ITC, utilization of ITC, reversal of ITC. Availment of ITC means what? Taking credit. Where we will take credit? In GSTR 3B. Number 2, reversal of ITC means reducing the ITC. In the same GSTR 3B, first we will mention ITC avail, then we will mention ITC reverse. So we will reduce. That is called as a net eligible ITC. Already while showing you this statement, how we need to prepare in exam, I told you this. First ITC avail, then ITC reverse, net ITC. And thereafter, utilization of ITC. What is utilization of ITC means? Set off of ITC with our liability is known as utilization of ITC. Is it clear? Then next. The next aspect that we need to know is how the credit will be taken, what are the returns that we are having, etc. So write down, give a heading input tax credit, concepts, input tax credit concepts. First we need to know about three returns which are crucial for every registered person: GSTR 1, GSTR 2B and GSTR 3B. These three are given in three sections: section 37, section 38 and section 39. So section 37 talks about GSTR 1. Section 37 talks about GSTR 1. Section 38 talks about GSTR 2B. And section 39 talks about GSTR 3B. So like a comparative table, we are making note of this. So leave some space in the left also. Just a small column, small column. Now, first we will see what does this contains. What is the content of GSTR 1? Contents. What details will be there in GSTR 1? Outward supplies, right there. Contents, details of outward supplies. Details of outward supplies. Details of outward supplies. Then in GSTR 2B, what details will be there? Inward supplies. Details of inward supplies. And what will be there in GSTR 3B? Output tax, input tax, interest or late fee. Got it? How much is my output tax? How much is my input tax credit? How much is the net liability? And what is the interest, if any, payable or late fee payable? These details will be there in GSTR 3B. Okay. So what are the details? Output tax. Output tax. Output tax means what? My gross liability. Then input tax credit. So whatever GST paid on inward supplies. Then net liability. What is net liability means? Adjustment of gross liability and input tax credit is net liability. And there will be information related to interest or late fee. Interest, when it will arise? On account of delay in payment of tax. Late fee, when will it arise? On account of delay in filing returns. And one humble request to all of you, kindly stay back, because this chapter is something which you need to understand thoroughly, because you don't know, question can be asked from anywhere. So that's why don't leave the class. If you want to leave the class, leave in the break, okay? But sit in the class, because it's a very important area here. Anyhow, you have come to the class now. Every emergency can wait for some 2-3 hours. It's okay. Already we are at 3 o'clock. Class will get over at 6 o'clock. 3 hours. Any emergency. What emergency could come maximum? So anything can wait. It's okay. And after 6 o'clock, you do that. For break, I am giving already. Certain things you cannot control. For that break, I am giving 15 minutes. You go and come. But sit. Anyhow, you have come to the class. Prepare that you want to attend the class. I don't know why people will be leaving in the mid itself. Like a cinema theater, one song comes means people will go, na? Like that people are leaving. So sit pa, very important chapter, okay? Next. So these are the contents that will be there in these 3 returns. Then next, so how it will be, like in the sense like whether it will have invoice wise or summary. Invoice wise or summary. What details will be there? In case of GSTR 1, not necessary always invoice wise pa. Only in case of B2B, it will be invoice wise. Got it? B2B alone, it will be invoice wise. B2B alone will be invoice wise. Sir, what about B2C? B2C divided into 2. B2C divided into 2. Interstate or intrastate? Interstate or intrastate? If it is intrastate, it will be consolidated. Are you understanding? Suppose if it is interstate, again divided into 2. Invoice greater than 2.5 lakhs. Invoice value greater than 2.5 lakhs. We need to show invoice wise. That is value greater than 2.5 lakhs per invoice. Value greater than 2.5 lakhs per invoice. Then we need to show it invoice wise. Suppose if the value less than or equals to 2.5 lakhs per invoice, then you do state-wise consolidated. State-wise consolidated. This you need to remember pa. Actually this will come in returns chapter. All this information comes in return chapter. but you should understand properly. That's why I am converging everything in one place. Okay. So invoice wise summary or invoice wise or summary we need to give. B2B always invoice wise. Where? In GSTR 1. B2B always invoice wise. B2C divide into 2. Intrastate means always consolidated. For interstate only we have a treatment. What is that? Interstate value greater than 2.5 lakhs per invoice, invoice wise. Value does not exceed 2.5 lakhs per invoice, then it will be state wise consolidation. For example, like I am making supplies to, I am located in Karnataka, I am making supplies to Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, like that. So state wise how much is the total? That alone I need to mention. Okay. I don't have to give invoice wise. But if it is a high value invoice, what is a high value invoice? Greater than 2,50,000, then it should be invoice wise. Then next, how the details will be there in GSTR 2B? Always invoice wise. Always invoice wise. How data will come in GSTR 2B? Based on the GSTR 1 of the supplier. You understood? How inward supply data will be reflected in 2B? Sir, I am your supplier. I will report the details of outward supply in my GSTR 1, B2B, and that will be reflected in your 2B. Means 2B is not based on your data, your supplier data. Okay. Always invoice wise. From where it is coming? Auto populated from which place? GSTR 1 of supplier. Auto populated from GSTR 1 of supplier. Then GSTR 3B, how it will be? Summary. Always summary. It will never be invoice wise. Always summary. It will never be invoice wise. You understood this? So first what are the contents, then how it will be reported. Now we will see what is the due date. What is the due date? Due date. What is the due date of GSTR 1? We have two types, monthly, quarterly. If it is monthly, sir, to whom it is monthly, sir? So if I am not opting for QRMP, so there is a scheme called as QRMP, quarterly return monthly payment. If I go for QRMP, then it will be quarterly. If it is not QRMP, monthly. So monthly, what is the time limit? 11th of next month. 11th of next month. If it is monthly. Quarterly. Quarterly, to whom QRMP scheme is applicable? Aggregate turnover during previous year less than or equals to 5 crores. Then they can go for quarterly return. Is it clear? For monthly normal year, if their aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores, then they will go for quarterly. If they go for quarterly, what is the time limit? 13th of the month following every quarter. Following every quarter. You understood? So monthly 11th of next month, quarterly 13th of the month following every quarter. This is the due date of GSTR 1. What is the due date of GSTR 2B? This is not filed. This is not filed by the person. It is generated by the portal. Correct? So by when it will be generated? Generated by portal by when? 13th of next month midnight. means you will be able to see it on 14th, okay, viewable on 14th. 14th early morning 2 o'clock can I see, sir? Yes, that's why I told 13th midnight. 14th means then you will ask 14th at what time we can see, sir? Okay, so 13th midnight it will be available. So 1 AM also you can get up and sit and see what is there in your GSTR 2B. You understood? Then next, 3B due date, same monthly 20th of next month. 20th of next month. Okay, sir, what if it is quarterly? Again, to whom quarterly? Same, aggregate turnover during previous year does not exceed 5 crores. Quarterly, what is the time limit? See this, listen. So this is our India map, you know this, I know that you know this, but see this, see the mid, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, okay, not Orissa, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and states below that it will be 22nd, okay. And states above, what is that states above? Orissa, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan and all will be 24th. Okay. For GMCA and below, what is GMCA? Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh and below. That includes Telangana, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Puducherry. For that it will be 22nd. For all other states, it will be 24th, okay. It's not actually South India versus North India classification also, because if that be the case, then Gujarat and Maharashtra is coming in 22nd itself. So, GMCA and below, GMCA and below. What is it GMCA? Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh and below it is 22nd of the month following every quarter. 22nd of the month following every quarter. And other states 24th of the month following every quarter. Yes, sir. GMCA it is 22nd. 22nd. GMCA and below. GMCA as well as the states below that. I just, because they gave like a big list, that big list and all we cannot remember. So I just made the center, that is Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and states below that, it will be 22nd. Next. Whether GST payable at the time of filing return. At the time of filing, GST payable or not? At the time of filing GSTR1, GST payable or not payable? Not payable. But when we need to pay? At the time of filing GSTR3B, GST payable. And in case of GSTR3B, it will not be applicable. Okay, so these are the points. Actually, all these informations is in returns chapter. Okay, And that returns chapter we are trying to understand, because whenever I am going to discuss some information in future, you will get a confusion. That's why I discussed this. Okay, and this is actually in the returns chapter. I will give the page number reference. That page number alone you make note there. Page number 177. In your notebook, you have written the difference table. Where is that information? Related information is in page number 177. Now, we are moving on to the next aspect, that is how much credit we can take. Whatever is our purchases, can we take as credit? No, there is a restriction. Only that much amount which is reflected in GSTR 2B can be taken. Whether all the details of outward supplies filed by the supplier in GSTR 1 will be reflected in 2B. No. Again there is a restriction. That restriction is given in section 38. Again I am repeating carefully, listen. You can only avail matched ITC. You can avail only matched ITC. What is matched ITC? That much ITC which is reflected in GSTR 2B. When it will be reflected in your 2B? If your supplier has filed GSTR 1. What if your supplier has not filed GSTR 1? Will it be coming in 2B? No. If it is not coming in 2B, will you be able to take the task credit? No, you cannot take the task credit. Now I am asking you, why ITC will not be reflected in 2B? You tell me. Oh, why ITC will not be coming in 2B? I am not telling whether you take or not take. Why it will not at all come in 2B? Supplier not filed GSTR 1, or supplier filed GSTR 1 but he missed the invoice, not blocked credit, not blocked credit. Supplier filed GSTR 1 but he missed the invoice, or supplier filed GSTR 1 but he mentioned wrong details in the invoice, or supplier filed GSTR 1 after the due date of GSTR 1, then also it will not be coming in our 2B of this month. Is it clear? So now, what we are understanding is that why inward supply details not reflected in GSTR 2B, right? Details of inward supplies, details of inward supplies, details of inward supplies not reflected in, details of inward supplies not reflected in GSTR 2B of recipient, details of inward supplies not reflected in GSTR 2B of recipient, hyphen, consequently ITC cannot be availed. Consequently ITC cannot be availed in the month. Consequently ITC cannot be availed in the month. Underline. What we are understanding is why the hell in GSTR 2B it will not come. Okay. So first point below that, supplier not filed GSTR 1. Supplier not filed GSTR 1. Number 2, supplier filed GSTR 1 after due date. Even then it will not come in this month 2B. Then when it will come? Next month 2B. This month 2B it will not come. Supplier filed GSTR 1 after due date. Third point, supplier filed GSTR 1 but invoice not mentioned. supplier filed GSTR1 but invoice not mentioned. Supplier filed GSTR1 but invoice not mentioned. 4. Supplier filed GSTR1. Supplier filed GSTR1 with incorrect details of invoice. With incorrect details of invoice. Okay. Understood? These are the 4 reasons why it will not come in 2B. So if it is not coming in 2B, can we take the credit? No, we cannot take the credit. This information is in page 82. Refer page number 82. Refer page number 82. Look into the screen. Look into the screen. I just gave you like an example. ABC and Co is a trader. ABC and Co is a trader. And they are making purchase from A, B, C, D. From A they made a purchase of invoice of 1 lakh plus 12,000, B 50,000 plus 9,000, C 1 lakh 50 plus 27,000, D 2 lakh plus 10,000. What is the ITZ as per invoice? Do the total. 12 plus 9 plus 27 plus 10, 58. Actually, what is the ITZ as per their books? What is the ITZ as per their books? 58,000. Now, A have filed GSTR1 and they mention fully the invoice. B not filed GSTR1. C filed GSTR1 but mentioned a wrong information. Instead of 27,000 only 18,000. D filed GSTR1. Now, how much ITZ will be coming in 2B? 12, 18, 10, 40. What is that 18,000 which is missing? Because supplier not filed GSTR1 or supplier filed GSTR1 but mentioned the wrong details of invoice. So it will not come in 2B. Are you understanding? So now what you understood so far is why the hell in details will not come in 2B. Then sometimes it will come in 2B but under ITZ not available column. In GSTR 2B there are 2 columns, ITZ available and ITZ not available. Like the 2 columns will be there. I will just show you as to how the 2B will be appearing. In the GSTR 2B, the moment you see there are 2 columns, actually 3 columns now, ITZ available, ITZ not available and ITZ reversal, like that 3 columns are there. What is ITZ not available means? What is ITZ not available means? You cannot take. It came in 2B. It came in 2B, but you cannot take. Why you cannot take? Because it is kept under ITZ not available. Why will it be kept under ITZ not available, not blocked credit, not blocked credit? Wait. No, you are so much obsessed towards the blocked credit. Every time you are telling blocked credit, blocked credit. Wait, maybe that only you know in input tax credit. Okay. So, wait here. And ITZ not available because of certain reasons. Those reasons are given in section 38. Now write the next heading. ITZ reflected in, that is ITZ reflected in GSTR 2B, ITC reflected in GSTR 2B, but cannot be availed. ITC reflected in 2B but cannot be availed. Okay. So why it cannot be availed? Because, right, because it is shown under, quotes. You put the quotes ITZ not available. You put the quotes ITZ not available because it is given under ITZ not available. Because it is given under ITZ not available. That ITZ not available you mention in quotes because that is a separate column which we have. In bracket section 38. Section 38. This related information we need to check in section 38. There they have given. Underline this. Write down the reasons. Reasons I am explaining. Means it comes in ITZ available column or not available column? Not available column. That's why you cannot take the credit. Okay. Number 1. Supplier is a newly registered person. Supplier is a newly registered person. There is no chance that you would have studied all these things. Bet. Definitely you would not have studied. Of course, other chapters also we have not studied. So, but this is something which is actually amendments. So, that's why I am making you write and explaining it slowly. Okay. Number 1, supplier is a newly registered person. So, what they are telling is that if your supplier is newly registered, it so happens that till the time they regularize the transaction, you will not be able to take the credit. Yes, he filed GSTR1. If he has not filed GSTR1, it will not come in your 2B. He filed GSTR1, but he is a newly registered person, we don't trust him. So, because he will register now, then he will run away somewhere. That's why we are not giving you the credit. You understood or not? So, it is kept under which column? ITZ not available column because supplier is a newly registered person. So, next time when you are going and purchasing anything from the supplier, ask him, are you fresh? Yes. No, I will not buy from you. Okay. Because you are a newly registered person, I will not buy from you. Okay. No negative. Okay. Then next. Number 2. Write down second point. Supplier liability in GSTR1. Supplier liability in GSTR1 greater than liability in GSTR 3B for one or more tax periods. For one or more tax periods. What is this? Your supplier has reported more amount in 1, paid less amount in 3B. You understood what the mistake that he has done? He showed liability as 10 lakhs in GSTR1. Means 10 lakhs he should have paid in 3B na? Enna. But he did not pay 10 lakhs. He paid only 6 lakhs. Means the liability in GSTR1 is 10 lakhs. But the liability in 3B is 6 lakhs. So therefore, he is a defaulter. Bad boy. Don't buy from him. If you buy also, you will not be able to take credit. You understood? Your supplier's liability in GSTR1 is greater than liability in GSTR 3B for one or more tax periods. Don't buy from him. If you buy, okay, no issue. We will not give you credit. It will be kept under ITC not available. Third point. Suppliers ITC in GSTR 3B. Suppliers ITC in GSTR 3B greater than suppliers ITC in GSTR 3B greater than ITC in GSTR 2B. Suppliers ITC in 3B is greater than ITC in his 2B. Means what? He is now what kind of bad boy? He took more credit. Correct? Compared to his 2B. His 2B credit was 1 lakh, but he took 1.5 lakh. You understood? Now another bad boy. First bad boy, newly registered person. Second bad boy, because he reported more liability, paid less liability. Third bad boy, because he has taken more ITC. don't buy from him. If you buy, we will not give you credit. It will come under ITC not available. Sir, in all these cases, they are reporting the details in GSTR1. They are reporting the details in GSTR1. Without doubt, they are reporting. But even then, you will not be able to take. Okay. Next. Number 4. Supplier liable to pay. A supplier liable to pay 1% of liability. Supplier liable to pay 1% of liability through cash ledger, as per rule 86B, but not paid. Supplier liable to pay 1% of liability through cash ledger as per rule 86B, but not paid. Okay. So again, what is the mistake he did? I told you this point. Whenever the liability of the person, they have to pay 1% through cash ledger, 99% of their liability only they can pay through credit ledger. Suppose if they has not done, who has not done? Your supplier has not done, then also it will come under ITC not available and you cannot take. Then 5th point, 4 points you have written now. 5th point, supplier defaulted in payment of tax and the default continues. Supplier defaulted in payment of tax and the default continues. Supplier defaulted in payment of tax and the default continues. So again is a bad boy. In which way? Not paid tax properly to government. From this kind of 5 suppliers if you buy, you will not be able to get credit in your 2B. It will come. It will come in 2B, but it will be kept under ITC not available, because of which you cannot take the credit. Okay. Now, give a page number reference, refer page number 180. Refer page number 180. So, see the screen. ITC may not be available to the recipient as per 2B even though invoice furnished by supplier in GSTR1 in the following cases. Supplier is a newly registered person. Supplier has filed GSTR1 but not 3B. That is what? Liability in GSTR1 is greater than 3B. That there itself it will be covered. Filed 1, not filed 3B means his liability in 1 is greater than 3B itself. Then ITC in 3B is greater than 2B. They have received demand notice and default in payment of tax and the default continues. They have not fulfilled the conditions of rule 86B. That rule 86B is 1% of liability. From such suppliers, sir, how do I know, sir? How do I know? Will I go and ask them? Will I do audit of them and then I will buy? No, not like that. It is like a surprise. We will not know. We will not know. We will normally buy only when we see our 2B, we will come to know that it is ITC not available. Now you will see what are all those suppliers, you will call them. Bloody idiot, I purchased from you, trusting you, now I am not getting the credit. So do something. Now what supplier will do? Please listen here, how practical it will work. First, till the time it is covered under ITC not available, you will not know. The moment it comes in 2B under ITC not available, you will see the list of invoices. And you know who are those suppliers. You will contact them and ask them to rectify the mistake. What mistake they need to rectify? First case, they can't do anything. Newly registered, they can't do anything. Second case, they have to pay the difference. What difference? 1 and 3B difference. Second case, they have to pay the difference. What difference? 3B and 2B difference. And next case, they have to pay 1% through cash ledger. And last case, whatever default they have made, they need to pay that. Automatically, it will move from our ITC not available to ITC available, thereby we will be able to take the credit. Are you understanding this? So write down. Not necessary, anytime. I'll tell that, you write, then I'll explain. Write that. At a later point of time, Below that, below those 5 points you write, this is not a sixth point, paragraph. At a later point of time, if supplier regularizes his returns, at a later point of time, if supplier regularizes his returns, or comply with provisions, regularizes his return or comply with provisions. How he will comply with the provisions? By paying the tax, etc. and all, and comply with provisions, comma, such ITC which is in not available, okay, moved to ITC available. You understood from where to where it will be moved? So far it is in ITC not available, it will be moved to ITC available, and it can be availed as ITC. By the time limit. Pechap, theriyuma? Enadhu? By the time limit. What is the time limit for availment of ITC? 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. By that time, we should do the follow up with the supplier and ensure that they are complying with the law. Okay? By the time limit. Time limit already we know. What is the time limit for availment of ITC? You understood this? Yes, sir. That they have not yet specified. So maybe 2 months, 3 months, etc. It is at the discretion of the department. Okay. So what is that first case? It has not at all come in 2B. What you have written first pa? The credit not at all came in 2B. Next case you have written it came in 2B but kept in ITC not available, so you could not take. Is it temporary or permanent? Temporary. And again it will be moved to ITC available and you will be able to take. Correct? Now we are going to discuss certain cases where it will come in ITC available but you cannot avail ITC. Till. Block the credit. Block the credit. Okay. Right. ITC, next heading, ITC reflected in GSTR 2B, under ITC available, ITC reflected in GSTR 2B under which column? Under ITC available. That ITC available you put in quotes, under ITC available, but ITC cannot be availed. Okay. Is it temporary or permanent? Permanent. In brackets, permanent. ITC cannot be availed. Permanently it is gone. In brackets, write down section 41. This information is given in section 41. For one concept, see how many sections they are torturing. And this comes in different places. Some provisions come in input tax credit, some provisions come in returns. I am just connecting to you with a logic. as to what is each and every step. Okay. Then, so what are the cases where it will come in to be under ITC available, but you cannot avail ITC, permanently you cannot avail ITC. What are the cases? First, write down blocked credits. Blocked credits. Blocked credits. Blocked credits means some ineligible credits. So even though it is used for business purpose, but specifically they gave a negative list, like there are certain block credits you cannot take ITC, that one. Okay. Next, number 2. Inward supply used for non-business purpose. Inward supply used for, write personal purpose or non-business purpose, both are same. Inward supply used for non-business purpose. Non-business means personal pa. Number 3, inward supplies used for exempted supplies. Inward supplies used for exempted supplies. In these 3 cases, it will come in to be or not come in to be? Come in to be. Even though it is under ITC available, but you should not take. Okay, because department don't know whether it is a block credit or not, whether you will be using it for business purpose or personal purpose, whether you will be using it for taxable supply, exempted supply, department don't know. So it will come. But even if it comes, you should not take the credit. Blocked ITC, inward supply used for personal purpose, inward supply used for exempted outward supplies. Is it clear? Next. Now, for the first point, that is, it is not coming in to be, but still can I take credit? It is not at all reflected in to be of this month, but I want to take the credit. Can I take? Yes. 3 cases they are giving. That is also given in section 41. You write down next heading. ITC not reflected in GSTR 2B. ITC not reflected in GSTR 2B. ITC not reflected in GSTR 2B of the month. ITC not reflected in GSTR 2B of the month, but can be availed. But can be availed. But can be availed. Where is it given? Section 41, same section, section 41. Section 41. Underline that. 3 cases we have, 3 cases. Listen carefully. Whatever GST that I pay under RCM, I can avail as ITC, no restriction, because I am only paying. And it will not come in 2B because my supplier is not paying. So whatever GST I paid under RCM, I can avail as ITC. So point number 1, GST payable under RCM. GST payable under RCM. Next, number 2, listen, actually it reflected in 3 months before 2B. At that time I did not take. I thought I will not get, so I did not take. But now I want to take. Can I take? Yes. Yes. So ITC pertaining to earlier tax periods. Okay. ITC of earlier tax periods. ITC of earlier tax periods reflected in 2B of earlier tax periods. ITC of earlier tax periods reflected in 2B of earlier tax periods, but not availed at that time. But not availed at that time. Okay. ITC of earlier tax periods. Was it reflected at that time? Reflected at that time. But whether we have taken at that time? not taken at that time, that we can take now. Okay. Sir, if department task will show 2B of that month, it came in 2B of that month, at the time I have not taken, so in 3B I have not taken, so now I am availing, sir, it's okay. Next, number 3, listen, first I availed ITC, I reversed it, because I have to reverse as per the law, I reversed it. Again, as and when I comply the provision, I can re-avail. You understood what is re-avail? Availed, reverse, re-avail. For re-availment, it will not come in this month 2B, correct? It was in 2B of 1 month, pa. At the time itself I have taken. Thereafter I reversed. Now again I am re-availing. It will not come in this month 2B. Even then I can avail. So right there. Re-availment of ITC reversed earlier. Third point, re-availment of ITC reversed earlier. Re-availment of ITC reversed earlier. You understood 3 cases? Tell me what are the 3 cases. Even though it is not coming in 2B, we can take. Come on. GST payable under RCM. ITC pertaining to earlier tax period not availed at that time, but it was reflected in 2B at that time. Number 3, re-availment of ITC reversed earlier. Okay. These 2 informations is in page 81. Page 81. You can see section 41. Computation of ITC to be availed in GSTR 3B. Where we will avail ITC? In the GSTR 3B. See this. Supplier filed the details of outward supplies in GSTR 1 or IFF, and it is filed by the due date. As it is reported by the supplier, IFF means invoice furnishing facility. A person who is under QRMP will file that invoice furnishing facility. So supplier reported the details of outward supplies by the due date. Will it be reflected in 2B of the recipient? Yes. And this is called as matched ITC. Even though it comes in 2B, but ineligible, you cannot take. What are the cases? Reflected in 2B but ineligible. Blocked ITC, used for non-business, used for exempted. Understood? Then, even though it is not reflected in 2B but eligible, what is that? Re-availment of ITC reversed earlier, GST under RCM, ITC not availed in earlier tax period but reflected in 2B of that period. Understood here? Now you came to know how much ITC we can avail in 3B based on these 3 tables, correct? From first table you came to know only matched ITC should be taken. Why it will not come in? Why it will not come in GSTR 2B, you know. Second, it will come in 2B under ITC not available, then also you cannot take. Next, it is coming in 2B under ITC available, then also you cannot take. Next, fourth one, it is not at all reflected in 2B, but you can take. These adjustments properly you need to do for the ITC as per 2B. So for ITC as per 2B, if you do these adjustments, you will be getting ITC availed in 3B, that is called as self-assessed ITC. Understood, pa? First, what is the base that you will take? ITC reflected in 2B. Under which column? ITC available column or not available column? ITC available column. For that, these 6 adjustments when you make, finally you will get one answer, na? That is called as ITC availed in 3B. Now, continuing to this, in this example, how much is the ITC reflected in 2B? 40,000. So how much credit can be taken in 3B? Only that 40,000. Why 18,000 could not be taken? Because even though we have invoice, it is not reflected in the 2B, so we could not take. Now, what is the follow-up action in this case? We will call Mr. B and ask him to file the GSTR 1. As and when Mr. B files GSTR 1, in that month 2B, it will come, so we can take it in 3B. Are you understanding this? Again, so we will call Mr. C and ask him to rectify his GSTR1. As and when C rectifies his GSTR1, again we will be able to take that as ITC. Got it? That's what I have given below. Mr. B filed GSTR1 of July on 31st August. So he filed in August. Means it will come in August to 2B. Correct? It will come in August to 2B means they will be able to take that as ITC in August 3B. August 3B when they will file? Next month 20th they will file, na? They can take. So IT is reflected in 2B of August pertaining to July 9000 and it can be availed by the recipient in 3B. Now C rectified it in December 2022. July return he rectified in December 2022. Can he rectify? Yes, because what is the time limit for rectification? 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing and return, whichever is earlier. So they are rectifying. So therefore it reflected in 2B of December. So therefore it can be taken as ITC in the 3B of December. You understood? What if B and C are not responding? What if B and C not responding? 18,000, yes, gone, completely gone. We will not be able to take that as ITC permanently. So they are bad boys par. Next time onwards, don't buy from them. You understood? And sir, that much only, sir? That much only. You can't do anything. I will file case, sir. I will do that. All those things you do as per Contract Act. As per GST law, we will keep quiet. Because it's not my money, na. It is your money, not government money. It is the taxpayers' money. You go to hell also. You go and die in Bay of Bengal also. What is my botheration? Okay. So therefore, you try to fight with him. You try to recover from him. That is your headache. Done? So we'll stop it here. We'll take a break. Then we will continue with the remaining aspects. Now we will see after availing ITC why we need to do the reversal. Okay. So listen. Actually 2 points I missed telling in GSTR 2B that it will come under ITC not available. That is not given in the law, but it is being followed in practice. That is, if the CGST, SGST is paid in the other state, can we take it as ITC? No. Means where it will be coming, it will also come under ITC not available in 2B. Then suppose if my supplier is required to give e-invoice but not issued e-invoice, but it will come under 2B in which place? Under ITC not available. So we will not be able to take ITC. Is it clear or not? So but these two, you know, like you just take that, which table? I think second table, reflected in 2B under ITC not available. You have written na temporary there. But is it temporary or permanent actually? CGST, SGST paid in the other state can be taken as credit or cannot be taken as credit? Cannot be taken. That's why I did not discuss it there. We discussed one table napa, second chart, second heading. What is that second heading? ITC reflected in 2B, but it cannot be availed because it is coming under ITC not available. But why I did not discuss these 2 points? Because this is going to be permanent and we will not be able to take this ITC at all. That's why I did not discuss there. But it will also come in 2B, but we will never be able to take. Then what about e-invoice? Suppose supplier is required to give invoice, but he has not given invoice, gave a normal invoice. Even then it will come in 2B, but can we take the credit? No. Permanent or temporary? Permanent. We can never be able to take that as credit. Is it clear? So you just write that, just 2 points. ITC reflected in 2B, ITC reflected in 2B. No, separately you write. In the continuation, separately you write. ITC reflected in 2B. You write separately these 2 points. Don't take it there. I am just connecting it there because why I did not discuss there I am telling. Why these 2 points I did not discuss there? Because whatever we are going to do now is a permanent thing, but that was a temporary. Okay, right. the next heading in the continuation, ITC reflected in GSTR 2B in brackets either under ITC available or not available. ITC reflected in GSTR 2B in brackets you write ITC either under ITC available or not available. ITC reflected in GSTR 2B in brackets either under ITC available or not available bracket close, but cannot be availed as ITC, but cannot be availed as ITC, hyphen permanent. This is permanent. What are the cases? Because we don't know whether it comes under ITC available or not available. First I gave you it come in ITC not available, so we cannot take. Then I told you it comes in ITC available, but we cannot take. Now I am telling it may come either under ITC available or not available, but we cannot take. What is that? First one, CGST, SGST paid in the another state. Point number 1, CGST, SGST paid in the another state. CGST, SGST paid in the another state. Next, number 2, supplier supposed to give e-invoice, not issued e-invoice. Supplier supposed to give e-invoice, not given e-invoice. Supplier supposed to give e-invoice, but not issued e-invoice. Okay, pa? It will come into be, it will not come into be. We don't know. It may not, but you should not take. If it comes also, you don't take. If it is not coming, definitely you will not take. Okay. Next. So far all these things results in how much credit can be taken. Now in exam, definitely you need to check. All the inward supplies you analyze, accordingly whatever we have discussed, you determine and take the credit accordingly. Okay. Next. Now we will see whatever availed ITC, why we need to reverse. You understood? We availed ITC now. We availed ITC. Where we availed ITC? In 3B. But we need to reverse the ITC. Okay. Write down. Next heading. Reversal of ITC availed. Reversal of ITC availed. Okay. In GSTR 3B. Reversal of ITC availed in GSTR 3B. So means you have already taken the credit. Now you need to reverse it. Why you need to reverse it? Number 1. Point number 1. Proportionate ITC. Proportionate ITC pertaining to exempt supplies. Proportionate ITC pertaining to exempt supplies. That is formula ITC availed into proportionate ITC pertaining to exempted supplies. That is ITC availed into what by what? Exempted turnover divided by total turnover. Exempted turnover divided by total turnover. In brackets you write section 17 subsection 2. Section 17 subsection 2. Page 88. Page 88. But we are taking the credit, but we are reversing. Don't see the book, just look into the screen. I am giving the page number. Okay, just keep your notebook. There are many points like this. I will just show in the screen, you see that. The page number I am giving, later on you refer that, okay. Simple point only. That is, I am purchasing some goods and services, partly used for business purpose and partly used for exempted supplies. What they are telling, ITC attributable to exempted supplies, I should not take. I should take only ITC attributable to taxable supplies. Means what I should do? First I will take full credit. Thereafter I will reverse the proportionate credit attributable to exempted supplies. Is it clear, pa? Same way, when I have some inward supplies, partly for business, partly for non-business, what should I do? Same. First you avail the ITC, that much proportionate to non-business purpose, you reverse. Okay. So second point. First point what you have written? Proportionate ITC pertaining to exempted supplies. How to calculate that? Total ITC into exempted turnover divided by total turnover. Second point, proportionate ITC pertaining to non-business purpose. Proportionate ITC pertaining to non-business purpose. Proportionate ITC pertaining to non-business purpose. Where is it given? Same place. Section 17 subsection 1, page 88. Section 17 subsection 1, page 88. There they are telling, if goods and services used partly for business, partly for non-business, ITC available only as attributable to business purpose. Means attributable to non-business purpose we will not get. So how much is pertaining to non-business purpose, that much you reverse. Sir, how to do that? It will be given in the question, don't worry. They will tell 30% is attributable to non-business. Means 30% you reverse. Is it clear? First you take, and in the question itself they will tell 20% attributable to non-business, 30% attributable to non-business. That much you reverse. So total credit into 30% you will not be able to take. Understood? Then, so two cases we need to reverse pa. What are the two cases? Proportionate ITC attributable to exempted, proportionate ITC attributable to non-business. Then next one, listen, there is a condition which says that we have to make payment to the supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice. If we have not made payment to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, so much of the credit availed needs to be reversed. Again I am repeating, you carefully listen. I am supplier, you are my recipient, I will raise invoice to you. Based on that invoice you are taking credit. All conditions satisfied, you are taking the credit. Now you are not making payment to me within 180 days. But already I paid GST to government. The moment I give invoice to you, I would have paid GST to government, correct or not? But you did not pay money to me, but you are enjoying the ITC. So the law says you should reverse the credit. Why you should reverse the credit? Because you have not made payment to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice. So reverse the credit. Along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Reversing credit, okay. Along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum, which means that when you are not making payment to me, I should charge interest, no? But government is charging interest on you. You understood the fun here? Sir, you have availed the ITC. You did not pay money to me, which means actually who should charge interest? I should charge interest. But government is charging interest to you because you availed the ITC. I don't know what is the problem for government. I paid money to them. They got their money. Actually, I am the sufferer, but I am not being protected here. So they are telling the recipient should reverse the ITC and pay interest at the rate of 18% per annum. From which date to which date? From the date of utilization of credit till the date of reversal or payment. First we will write reversal point, then we will learn the interest point. Okay. First you write there reversal. What is the third reason that you will reverse the ITC? ITC with respect to an invoice. ITC with respect to an invoice for which ITC with respect to an invoice for which payment is not made to supplier, payment is not made to supplier, payment is not made to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, within 180 days from the date of invoice. Okay, hyphen rule 37A, where this information is given in rule 37A. That you give page number reference, refer page 86. Huh? Supplier can claim refund. Why? But this supply part, it is a transaction happened, not that it is sales returns. You did not pay money to me. Why should I get the refund? Transaction happened, you enjoyed the supply, means you have to pay me money, but you did not pay me money. I cannot go for refund. Even I told you this point today only, that we cannot give credit note in case of bad debts. Do you remember that? If you are not giving me money, government will not come for my rescue. They will not tell, okay, so sad, you have not collected money, we will give you. That much good government is not there, you understood? They will not give. So it is my headache. I have not collected money from you, it's my headache, simple. So therefore, in this case, what government is telling is that recipient has to reverse the ITC. That's it, okay? Supplier cannot get refund and all. So give page number 86, okay? Now, you have a look into this page number 86 in your book, because it will take some time, half an hour easily it will take that. So this is rule 37, page number 86. Say this, supplier raises invoice to the recipient. Recipient can avail the ITC. So supplier raised the invoice, recipient can avail the ITC. But payment not made to supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice. So what recipient should do? Reversal or payment of ITC along with interest. Why payment of ITC in the place of reversal? Simple pa. If you have balance in ITC, you will reverse. If you don't have balance in ITC, you will pay. It's like I gave you 1 lakh rupees and asked you to keep it with you. Whenever I am asking, you should give it to me. I gave you 1 lakh and you kept it in your bank account and the balance is there. Whenever I am asking, you will give it to me. So you will your balance will get reduced. Suppose I gave you 1 lakh and you spent that 1 lakh. Now when I am asking, in your account balance there is nothing na. So therefore you have to beg, borrow or steal and you need to return it to me, correct or not? Like that, whenever you need to reverse the ITC, if you have sufficient balance in ITC, you will reverse, means reduce. Suppose if you don't have balance in ITC, what you need to do? You need to pay out of your pocket. That's why wherever you are writing reversal, there or payment of ITC, like that it will come. Reversal or payment. Along with interest at 18%. Now see this, interest should be computed from which date to which date? From the date of utilization till the date of reversal, not from the date of availment, from the date of utilization. Interest for wrongly availed and utilized ITC shall be calculated for the period starting from the date of utilization of the wrongly availed ITC till the date of reversal of that ITC. What is the treatment in case of proportionate payment? For example, you paid 60% to me within 180 days, 40% you have not paid within 180 days, then to what extent you need to reverse? To the extent of 40% you need to reverse. Suppose if you have made payment of 40% to me within 180 days, 60% not paid, to the extent not paid you need to reverse, that is to the extent of 60% you need to reverse. Are you understanding? Suppose 100% you have not paid, to the extent of 100% you need to reverse. So the taxpayer is liable to reverse the proportionate ITC attributable to the portion of value which has not been paid within 180 days. Also, the proportionate ITC can be availed as and when the payment is made after 180 days. Super point. So here what will happen? You will reverse the ITC. Is this reversal permanent throughout the life? No. You will reverse the ITC. Again you can reavail the ITC. When you can reavail the ITC, as and when you make payment to the supplier, after 180 days, you can reavail. First you did not pay within 180 days, so you reversed pa. Thereafter you will make payment to me. At that time you can reavail the ITC. Is it clear? And in this case, suppose within 180 days you did not pay 100%. So full 100% of the ITC you reversed. Thereafter you have given me 30%. Means to whatever extent you paid, to that extent you can reavail. For this reavailment, matching is not required. Correct? Even though it is not coming in 2B, we will be able to take, because this is reavailment of ITC reversed earlier. Okay, that is this. So also proportionate ITC can be availed if the proportionate payment made to supplier after 180 days. What is the rate of interest that should be taken? 18% only, because when you see section 50, actually interest rate is given in section 50. There they use the word interest at the rate not exceeding 24%. But 24% is not the interest. The interest rate, effective rate of interest is only 18%. Now, you have availed the ITC. Please concentrate. You availed the ITC, but you have not utilized. You maintain the balance. You have not utilized. Whether you need to pay any interest? No. Why you don't have to pay interest? Because interest will be on the utilized ITC. If the availed ITC, you just kept it like that, you don't have to pay any interest. So you have a waiver here. Okay. No interest would arise if the ITC availed is not utilized and there is sufficient ITC balance in the electronic credit ledger from the date of ITC claimed. Got it? Now we need to know one important point. When is it called as ITC utilized? Interest will come from the date of utilization of ITC till the date of reversal. When is it called as ITC utilized? What they are telling is that month in which your balance in ITC falls below wrongly availed ITC, that month you have utilized the ITC to that extent. For example, you availed ITC 1 lakh. Every month your closing balance of ITC is 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh and above. You have not at all utilized. In 1 month, the balance in ITC falls below 1 lakh. Somewhere like 80,000 it has fallen. Means you have utilized the ITC to the extent of 20,000. You understood, pa? When you have utilized the ITC, every month you should see ITC balance. Wrongly availed ITC. That month in which the balance in ITC falls below wrongly availed ITC. What is the wrongly availed ITC in my example? 1 lakh. First month, second month, third month, 1 lakh 50, 1 lakh 40, 1 lakh 30, like that it is there. So 3 months we have utilized or not utilized? Not utilized. Fourth month the balance in ITC 80. So whether we utilized? To what extent? 20,000. Again, next month the balance is 1 lakh 20. Means we reversed the? No. Whichever month the balance in ITC goes below the wrongly availed ITC, we utilize. But reversal is only in the month we are actually reversing. Just because the balance increases, don't call it as reversal of ITC. Is it clear? Physically, manually, you need to do the reversal. Then only it is called as reversal. Just because the balance in ITC increased, that does not mean it is reversed. Are you understanding this? Now, where is it given? It is given in the interest computation. That also we are going to see now. But look into this illustration 2 related to this rule 37. You understood upper rule 37? What is that? Can you tell me quickly? If recipient not made payment to supplier within 180 days from date of invoice, so much of the ITC availed needs to be reversed along with interest at 18% per annum from date of utilization till the date of reversal or payment. Okay. Now, if the tax is paid by RCM cases, of course, this rule is not applicable in case of RCM. I have not yet completed. We will see the illustration first. There are some non-applicability of this rule. In 3 cases, this rule is not applicable. First, I should tell you what is the rule. Then I should tell you in which case it is not applicable, okay. I have not yet completed this rule itself, wait, I will tell. So, look into this illustration too. Mr. Ashok, a registered supplier of hardware parts, supplied goods worth rupees 1,68,000, inclusive of GST 9,000, SGST 9,000, to measure short traders under forward charge on 14/12/2022, for which the tax invoice was also issued on the same date. So, what is the date on which invoice is issued? 14 December 2022. And short traders failed to make the payment for such supply along with tax to the supplier and availed input tax credit of CGST SGST of 18,000 on 21/2023. Such availed ITC is utilized for payment of liability of March 2023. Whether short trader is eligible to avail ITC. First, what is the date of invoice? 14 February 14 December 23 22. 14 December 2022 is the date of invoice. Now, as the invoice is 14 December, they will file the return of December by January. 3B only na pa. How they will avail ITC? 3B. So, when they will avail the ITC? ITC availed on which date? 20th January 2023. Understood up to this? Now, from here you see 180 days. What is 180 days from the date of invoice? 14 December 2022. So, in December 31 minus 14. So, therefore, in December 17 days, Jan 31 days, Feb 28 days, March 31 days, April 30 days, May 31 days, somewhere in June the balancing figure will come. 17 plus 31 plus 28 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31, 167 minus 180, that is 13 days in June. Therefore, what is 180 days from 14 December? 13 June 2023 is 180 days from the date of invoice. Whether the payment is made by 13th June in this case, no. Short traders failed to make the payment, that is what they have given. They have failed to make the payment. Now, when the reversal will arise? Whether the reversal will arise up to this point? No. Only after this the reversal will arise, correct? If you are not making payment to the supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, then only the reversal will come. So, what is the reversal date? 13/6/2023 is the reversal date, correct? Availed date is 20th January, but reversal actually on 13/6, how can I reverse? I cannot reverse because reversal happens in 3B. For June month, when will I file 3B? July 20th. So, reversal on 20th July 2023. You understood why reversal is on 20th July 2023? Why not on 13/6? Because 13/6, suddenly I cannot file a GSTR 3B. Na? That month I will file 3B. That month when I will file 3B? 20th July I will file 3B for 13th June. Now, ITC availed we got, ITC reversed we got. In between there is ITC utilized. What is the date on which ITC utilized? March month we utilized. But for March month when we will file 3B? ITC availed, ITC utilized, ITC reversed, everything will happen in which return? 3B return. That 3B when we will file for March? 20th of April 2023. Sir, how do we know due date is 20th only? That's what we learned today. GSTR 3B due date is 20th of next month. But 22nd and 24th also is there. Is that given in the question that they are under QRMP? No. So therefore, we will be taking it as 20th. So, even it's given in the question itself as a clue that they availed ITC on 20th January. Clearly given. Correct? They availed ITC on 20th January means they will file the return on 20th of every month. So we have got ITC availed, ITC replaced, ITC reversed. You tell me whether you understood this. So date of invoice 14 December and from there 180 days 13th June. On expiry of 13th June, that is for 13th June month, we need to file the 3B. That is for 20th July, we will do the ITC reversal. In between this period, we have utilized the ITC for March month. So March month 3B, we will be filing on 20th of April. Now tell me, interest from which date to which date? 24/2023 to 27/2023. How many days? Don't count 20th. Count from next date. So in April, how many days? 10 days. May 31, June 30, July 20. So 91 days we need to compute interest. Is it clear? On what amount we need to compute interest? Check the question. 18,000 into, what is the rate of interest? 18% into 91/365. So 18,000 into 18% into 91/365, that is 808 rupees is the interest that I will be paying. Is it clear? So 18,000 rupees I will reverse as ITC and 808 rupees I will pay as interest. So again, this 18,000 can be re-availed as ITC? Yes. When it can be re-availed as ITC? As and when we are making payment to the supplier after the 13th June, we can re-avail it as ITC. Are you understanding? Can this interest be re-availed as ITC? No. Interest cannot be re-availed as ITC. And that is loss. That is completely loss. When this rule 37 is not applicable, there are 3 cases where this rule 37 is not applicable. You can see that in the previous page. ITC to be added to the output tax liability proportionate to the amount not paid within 180 days. Exception, 3 exceptions. In these 3 cases, we don't have to check 180 days. Happily, the ITC can be enjoyed. Even if the payment is not made within 180 days also, it is okay. What is the first one? RCM. In case the supply is covered under RCM, so this 180 days condition not applicable, let the invoice be given by supplier or invoice given by recipient, irrelevant. So RCM cases 180 days don't apply. Then supply without consideration. There is a supply without consideration, means supply itself is without consideration, wherefrom I can make payment to the supplier within 180 days. Then payment to some other person on behalf of the supplier. Already I paid under 15(2)(b) some amount to a person. Any amount that the supplier is liable to pay which is already paid to the some other person on behalf of supplier. That is what? Recipient incurring expenditure on behalf of supplier. Already it is paid. So again 180 days point will not be applicable. So we don't have to separately pay it to the supplier. Is it clear? So what are the 3 cases where 180 days condition not applicable? Come on. RCM, deemed supply without consideration, and supplier liability met by the recipient. Okay. Now, here sir, is there any way I can reduce the interest? Yes. 13/6 itself, 180 days is over na. Rather than reversing the ITC through GSTR 3B, there is a form called as DRC3. There is a form called as DRC3. Through the DRC3 also we can make the payment of taxes, and DRC3 can be filed anytime. On 13th also I can file DRC3. Thereby the interest will be computed till 13th June. You understood pa? 3B and all just like that we cannot file. 3B and all we cannot just like that file. So 3B we can file only after that month gets over, but I want to save interest. Why should I unnecessarily? 13/6 itself I came to know that I have to pay the interest now. So which means, why should I wait till 20th July? I can pay by 13/6 itself, so that the interest will stop at 13/6 itself. But this information you will take only when it is given in the question in exam. In the exam, clearly they need to mention that they are making ITC reversal on 13/6. If they are not telling that they have to reverse it on 13/6, which means that you will be usually taking it as the due date of GSTR 3B, which is 20th of the next month. Okay. Then, next one more point. Sir, what if as per the contract itself, there is 270 days given in the contract for the recipient to pay, but will the 180 days point prevail? Yes. Even though as per contract there is 270 days, but 180 days point only will prevail. If the payment is not made within 180 days, the recipient has to reverse the ITC. Are you understanding this? Yes. Huh? No, June 13 only. 12, 31 minus 14, 17 days in December, 31 days in Jan, 28 days in February, 31 days in March, 30 days in April, 31 in May, okay, plus 12, correct, 168, 12th June, sorry. 12th June itself, 180th day is over. Yes, pa. Using DRC3 you can pay before also. 3B you can, but that's what I am telling. In the question, there is no information about when the 3B is filed. That's why we are taking it as 20th. If the question says that 3B has been filed on 15th itself, we will go by that. And if the question says they have made the payment on 12th June itself, we will take till 12th June itself. How the payment can be made on 12th June? Through DRC3 they can reverse the ITC. Okay. So that is about this rule 37 reversal. Okay. Now related to this rule 37 reversal, even interest computation is also there. So what is that interest computation? Remember, we need to compute the interest from the date of utilization of ITC till the date of reversal of ITC. Okay. Next, write down next reversal. Take your book, notebook, and you write down the next reversal. Already you have written 3 points. Point number 1, ITC, proportionate ITC attributable to exempted supplies, proportionate ITC attributable to non-business, and you have not made payment to supplier within 180 days, so you need to reverse the ITC. One more point. Supplier not filed GSTR 3B, supplier not filed GSTR 3B, supplier not filed GSTR 3B by September 30th of next financial year. Supplier not filed GSTR 3B by September 30th of next financial year. I am clear, it is not November 30th, September 30th only. But we are not talking about the ITC, we are talking about supplier liability. Okay. Not filed GSTR 3B by September 30th of next financial year. Hyphen, Rule 37A. Rule 37A, page 83. Page 83. Here also we need to do the reversal. So please take page number 83. See this. Listen carefully. I have given the flow chart. First, what will happen? Supplier reports the invoice in GSTR1 and the GSTR1 is filed within the due date. Who filed the GSTR1 within the due date? Supplier. As soon as the supplier filed GSTR1 within the due date, these details will be reflected in the 2B of the recipient, correct? As and when it comes in the 2B of the recipient will avail it in 3B. Understood up to this? Supplier filed GSTR1, it came in 2B. As it came in 2B, recipient availed ITC in 3B. But what is the mistake that supplier did? Supplier did not file 3B by September 30th of the next financial year. As supplier not filed 3B by September 30th of the next financial year for this month, now whatever ITC that is already availed by the recipient needs to be reversed by November 30th of the next financial year. Means what is the time gap that he has? 2 months. By September 30, your supplier not filed 3B. Now, one question here. How do I know, sir, whether my supplier has filed 3B or not filed 3B? That we need to check based on the invoices. So, in the portal, when you go and click on an invoice, it will show GSTR1 filing status, yes. GSTR 3B filing status, no, which means your supplier has not filed. For this, lot of softwares also available. You can just install that software. It will only grab the data from the portal and it will tell. That's where now software also not required. They are giving one separate column called as ITC reversal. Means what? Your supplier not filed 3B by September 30th. Those details will come in ITC reversal. Is it clear? Now, you know which are those cases where ITC reversed. Can you see that? ITC reversal on account of Rule 37A. Now, what we are discussing? Rule 37A. You understood? So, once you click on this, okay, you will get all the invoices. All the invoices you will be able to see, okay, like this, B2B invoices. So, invoice wise you can see. And based on that invoice, you know who is that supplier. Now, you will contact that supplier and ask him to file by 2 months. What is the 2 months you have? October, November. If he files, no issue. If not, you reverse the ITC by 30th November. You understood, pa? And whenever you reverse the ITC by 30th November, no issue. If you miss that 30th November reversal, then you need to pay interest. Huh? Yes. At what rate? 18%. From which date? From the date of utilization till the date of reversal. So, when you can escape interest? You don't have to pay interest at all. The 2 months. Either in the 2 months you are reversing or you have not utilized ITC. Correct? 2 cases you can save interest. That is, in the sense, no need to pay interest at all. In the 2 months, what is the 2 months? October, November you reverse. Or the availed ITC you don't use at all. Okay? That is this. Again, sir, supplier filed 3B at a later point of time. After September 30th, etc. We reversed. Can we re-avail? We can re-avail without any time limit. For re-availment of ITC, time limit is not applicable. Generally, there is a time limit na 30th November of succeeding financial year or date of filing and return. For that, one exception is there, pa. That exception is whenever you are re-availing the ITC, this time limit is not applicable. Okay? Understood here this one? So, if not reversed by 30th November of the next financial year, then interest will be payable at the rate of 18% from the date of utilization till the date of reversal. Now, either Rule 37 or Rule 37A can be tested in exam. Actually, 37 was a old portion. I don't think so. But 37A is a very, very important area. They can coin a question on Rule 37A in the forthcoming exam. Mark this as very, very important. Sir, apart from this, is there any other case where we need to reverse the ITC? No, pa, mostly these cases only. First, issue of, no, here ITC I am telling. ITC we have to do this way. And is there any other case, as our friend has pointed out, credit note? Whenever the supplier issues a credit note, the recipient has to reverse the ITC, na? That also you write. Okay, anyhow you are writing everything, you write this also. Supplier issued a credit note under section 34. Supplier issued a credit note under section 34. Okay. Then we have some special cases actually there, that is separate, that is not a recurring. So this much you remember, mostly in questions these areas only will be tested. So what are the 5 reversals you have written? Number 1, proportionate ITC pertaining to exempted supplies, proportionate ITC pertaining to non-business purpose. Number 3, recipient has not made payment to supplier within 180 days, that rule 37. Then rule 37A, supplier not filed GSTR 3B by September 30th of the succeeding financial year. Then sir, how do I know, like how do department know that I am not making payment to supplier within 180 days? They will not know. It is a self-assessment exercise that you need to do. That rule 37 I said na, that is a self-assessment exercise to be done by the recipient. And they only should check whether the payment is made or not made within 180 days. What if they are not doing? Department will identify that during the audit. Okay. Then next heading pa. Next heading. Restriction of ITC availed. Restriction of ITC availed. Means you have availed the ITC, but you cannot use it. Restriction of ITC availed. You understood? You have availed the ITC, but you cannot use it. Should you reverse? No, it's not reversal. You don't have to reverse, but you cannot use it. Okay. In brackets, neither reversed nor utilized. Neither reversed nor utilized. It is like Trisanku Sargam. Neither heaven nor hell. It is like you cannot reverse it. Okay, can I utilize it? No. Don't utilize, don't reverse. Then it will be like restricted, suspended. Okay. Why is it suspended? 2 cases it will be suspended pa. Rule 86A and Rule 86B. Rule 86A says there are certain cases where the supplier has availed the, that is recipient has availed the ITC, but they cannot use it. Okay. So first we will see that and then I will tell you, you can make note of that. Actually this is given in payment process. Rule 86A, see this. Page number 171. Restriction on set off of balance in the electronic credit ledger for payment of liability. Rule 86A, page number 171. Page 171. We availed ITC or not availed ITC? We availed ITC, but that cannot be utilized. Okay, are we required to reverse? No, don't reverse also, you cannot utilize also. It is suspended. Then is it a temporary exercise or it's a permanent exercise? Temporary only. You can again use it. When you can use it? Whenever they lift the ban, you can use it. Right now it is banned, or right now it is suspended. Whenever they remove the suspension, you can happily use that credit. That is the meaning of this. Why will the officer suspend, or for what period it will be suspended? First, why it will be suspended? Number 1, your supplier is not in existence, or he is not doing business from the place where he has obtained registration. Your supplier is missing, they are not able to track him, okay, or they are able to track him, but he is in a different address than the address for which he has registered. So sir, so your ITC will be suspended. Sir, if my supplier is not in existence, or if he is doing business some other place, how will I have a control? No, have a control. So daily go and sit before him and see, are you there or not, like that, okay. So therefore, how will I know whether the supplier is in existence or not? So not in existence means not that he is really not in existence. Department could not identify him, or they identified him but he is in a different location. So your ITC will be suspended. Till when, sir? How many years, sir, it will be suspended? Maximum 1 year. Maximum 1 year. It's not always 1 year. Maximum 1 year. Means they can suspend it for 2-3 months also. Why? You tell to the supplier, boss, they are not able to identify you. You please go and say yes, sir, to the department. Or maybe you are doing business in a different location, so please make the amendment in registration. Usually every person needs to submit amendment in registration whenever they change the address. So submit the amendment in registration. You got it? Once he submit the address proof properly, then it will be released and we can enjoy the ITC. Are you understanding this point? Second, recipient not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. It is our mistake only. Department could not identify us. Actually, that is not our mistake. Department could not identify us is not our mistake. They should have identified. Correct or not? But they will come like a Swiggy person. Actually, he would have reached the location. Then also he will call, sir, I reached the location, I could not find, sir. Backside only building will be there. He will search everywhere and he will tell, I am not able to identify. Clearly we will tell address also. Then also he will not be able to identify. Like that one idiot department officer could come, they could not identify our location. What can we do? Then also our ITC will be suspended and we need to tell to the department, sir, I am here only, sir, like that. Okay. Then next, or doing business from a different place. Maybe the owner would have asked me to vacate. I would have vacated to a different location and I forgot to inform to the department. That is also the reason why they will suspend the ITC. Got it? What are the 2 points, pa? First is supplier not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Number 2, recipient not in existence or not doing business from the place where they have obtained registration. Number 3, ITC availed without actual receipt of goods. We did not receive the goods, but we availed the ITC. Then ITC availed against an invoice for which supplier has not paid tax to government. Supplier has not paid tax to government. Means what? 3B not filed, 3B not filed, filed, filed. 3B filed, but he did not pay tax against this invoice. You understood? But future outward supplies of him will come in our 2B. But this outward supply already we availed now. Yeah, this month he gave me an invoice. He filed 3B. He is a smart fellow. If he is not filing 3B, I need to reverse the ITC. Correct or not? He filed 3B. He filed GSTR1 also. He filed GSTR3B also. But there is a mismatch in the liability. Means this invoice he did not pay. Are you getting this? If he has not at all filed 3B, then only that rule 37A will come into the picture. He filed 3B. Superly he played the game. He filed 3B. So for me no problem. I avail the ITC, I don't have to reverse the ITC. But there is a difference in the liability. Means this invoice he did not pay. Got it? Now department will identify that for his future supplies, it will come in my 2B under ITC not available. Correct? Go and see. GSTR1 liability greater than GSTR2B for 1 or more tax periods, it will come in my 2B as ITC not available. That is his future outward supplies. But this is the present transaction. On this it will come in my 2B and I would have taken ITC na. That will be suspended for a period of 1 year. You understood? What about his future supplies? That will anyhow come in 2B under ITC not available. So I will not be able to take the credit at all. But for the first transaction, that will come in 2B under ITC available and I would have already availed the ITC. It will be suspended for a period of 1 year. Understood the connection? Next. ITC availed against an invoice or debit note which is missing. Invoice is missing pa. Invoice or debit note is missing. Maybe one rat came, eat and go. So I don't have control. Invoice is missing. So then also they will suspend us, sir. Yes. Then what should I do, sir? Catch the rat and kill it, or go to the supplier and ask for duplicate invoice. You understood? Ask to the supplier to get a duplicate invoice. Based on that, you will be getting the credit. Actually, all these cases, these are rectifiable errors. Correct? Supplier doing business in a different address, he can rectify. Recipient doing business in a different address, he can rectify. Supplier has not received the goods but availed ITC, he can receive the goods. And supplier has not paid the tax, we can make him to pay the tax. Or in this case where invoice is missing, you can get the duplicate copy from him. Automatically we will be able to re-avail that credit. You understood? That is, the credit is already there, that will be given and we can enjoy that credit. You understood? So write down there, why ITC will be restricted. Point number 1, certain non-compliance given in Rule 86A. Certain non-compliance given in Rule 86A. Certain non-compliance given in Rule 86A. Okay. In that below, total how many points? 5 points. Write down. Point number 1. Supplier not in existence. Supplier not in existence or doing business in a different location. Supplier not in existence or doing business in a different location. Then next one, recipient not in existence. Recipient not in existence or doing business in a different location. Or doing business in a different location. Third, ITC availed without actual receipt of goods. ITC availed without actual receipt of goods. ITC availed without actual receipt of goods. 4, invoice is missing. Invoice is missing. 5, supplier not paid tax. Supplier not paid tax. Below that, note. Below that, you write down note. In all the above cases, ITC suspended for a maximum period of 1 year. ITC suspended for a maximum period of 1 year. And can be utilized as and when suspension is withdrawn. and can be utilized as and when suspension is withdrawn. You understood? So, but to withdraw the suspension, what and all things we need to do, I told you already. So, either supplier or recipient should comply with those mistakes. Whatever mistakes they have done, that should be rectified. Then next case, second point. This is first point. So far what we have discussed is Rule 86A. Then second one, Rule 86B. In Rule 86B, what is the restriction? 1% we have to pay. Means full credit we cannot utilize. Correct or not? So write down ITC restriction under Rule 86B. ITC restriction under Rule 86B. Actually, the availed ITC we cannot use. We availed, but we cannot use. Two cases. One is Rule 86A. Another is ITC restricted in Rule 86B. So, what is it they are telling? Hyphen, only 99% of liability, only 99% of liability can be utilized. Only 99% of liability can be utilized. But what happens to remaining 1% of the liability? We have to pay through cash. When is it applicable? If taxable turnover in a month, if taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. If taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. You give the page number reference 171. Both 86A and 86B both in 171. These are the two cases where whatever ITC that we have availed, we cannot use it. Okay. So please look into page 171. We will complete Rule 86B also. Turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. So, but sir, you said taxable turnover, here it is given as turnover. Correct. Turnover only they gave. But the turnover excludes exempted supplies. The turnover excludes zero rated supplies. Then what is left? What we have is only 4 turnovers. Taxable, non-taxable, exempted, zero rated. Non-taxable should not come. Why non-taxable should not come? Exempted includes non-taxable. Gone. Then exempted also gone. Zero rated also gone. Then what is left? That directly they can tell na. Taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. But directly if they tell, everyone will understand the law na. So therefore they did not tell. And turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs means taxable turnover. But while computing the turnover, we need to take out taxes. Pay 1% of the gross liability through cash ledger, even if there is sufficient balance in the electronic rate ledger to pay the liability. Even though you have sufficient balance. This is okay, already we discussed. But what we need to understand is what are the cases where this Rule 86B is not applicable. That is important. To whom Rule 86B is applicable, we know. Taxable turnover in a month exceeds 50 lakhs. They have to pay 1% of their liability through cash ledger. 99% of the liability only they can pay through credit ledger. That's fine. But is there any relaxation for Rule 86B? Yes. Not applicable to government and its family members. Yes. Government department, PSU, local authority, statutory body. Because you cannot ask them to, pay 1% through cash ledger. How can you ask? Actually, you know why this Rule 86B came? So, COVID time it came actually. So, during that COVID time, so department was not having money, enough money, cash inflow was not there. Because before COVID, we made all our purchases. And COVID came out of surprise. No one knew that COVID will be coming. So normally we will buy. And thereafter COVID came, somewhere in February 2020, like that COVID came. We did not make any sales. Why we did not make any sales? Lockdown. What we were doing? Sitting and clapping, lighting lamp. Correct only, no. We did not do any sales. And no transaction, no liability. That ITC continued. Thereafter, restricted lockout, slowly they opened. and in that restricted lockdown, few sales we made, small liability, huge credit. So we will set off. Then we will not pay money to government. That's why they are asking, Ayya, please give 1% at least, so that we will be paying salaries, etc. to our people. So like that they created this. From this, it became like this. You understood or not? They have initially said you pay 1% for the government to run. Now they said, anyhow you started paying, continue to pay. Okay. So why should we pay now? I don't know. My money, after all these struggles I have taken, but even then I cannot use it. Many times I feel input tax credit like Lord Karna only. In Indian mythology, there is a character called as Karna, wherein a number of hurdles he will have. After that also he will go to the battlefield. So his mom will tell, you are my son only. So therefore whatever people you are fighting is your brothers only. And so Devendran will come and he will take his shield, etc. And another person will come and he will curse. Whatever you learnt, I am only your guru. Whatever you learnt, you will forget at that time. And thereafter, Krishna also will tell, this person will be putting astras and Krishna will try to pull the chariot down. So all the astras and all will go on the top. Nagastra, Pasupatastra, nothing will work. And finally, his chariot wheel will be stuck up in the mud. When he is trying to take that, at that time only he got killed. Like that, this many hurdles. He came to the battle, but even then he dead. Like that, after crossing this many hurdles it came, and now also you are telling I should not use. What kind of a moron they are here? Why should not I use my credit? Because a number of restrictions we saw, na? At least 4 pages it came. So after this also you are telling I should not use. So, but not applicable to government. Why? They need money. What's the point in asking them only to pay? Okay. So therefore not applicable to them. Tell me to whom this rule 86B not applicable? Government department, PSU, local authority, statutory body. Then 3 more cases. You deposited income tax of greater than 1 lakh in each of the last 2 years. Means you have already created a cash flow to the government in the form of income tax. You paid more than 1 lakh. Then again, if they are asking you, so you will not agree because you created a cash inflow called as income tax. How much? More than 1 lakh in each of the last 2 years. Means both the years. Last 2 years you should have paid more than 1 lakh. Then this year rule 86B not applicable even though your monthly turnover exceeds 50 lakhs. Received a refund of greater than 1 lakh in the preceding financial year. So last year they have sanctioned the refund and you received the refund. This year if they are asking no pay means too much, na? Then why you have given refund? Last year they gave refund and now they are asking you have to pay 1% of your liability. So that's why no one is ready to pay. So therefore rule 86B itself they have relaxed. Paid greater than 1% of the total liability cumulatively during the current year up to this month. Means already you paid more than 1% cumulatively up to this month. So this month you are not required to comply with rule 86B. Is it clear? For example, April to August. Already you paid 3 lakhs out of your total liability of 100 lakhs. 3 lakhs divided by 100 lakhs is how much? 3%. Means more than 1% already you paid. Now for August month, are you required to pay anything through cash ledger? No, because cumulatively if you see, already I paid. How I would have paid 3 lakhs? Maybe in few months my liability is more than my credit. Correct or not? Now let's see an illustration to understand this. I gave there below illustration 3. So in all these months, definitely the turnover is more than 50 lakhs because you see the liability. Liability is 13, 14 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 28 lakhs means this is liability. Liability itself is this much means definitely turnover is more than 50 lakhs. Agreed or not? Now all these months, the turnover is more than 50 lakhs each month. First April month, gross liability 13 lakhs. What is the balance that you have in the credit ledger? 12 lakhs. Anyhow 1 lakh you will pay through cash ledger, correct? No need to apply 86B. When you will apply 86B? If you have more credit and less liability, correct? When you have lesser credit and more liability, naturally you need to pay through cash ledger, so don't apply rule 86B. So 1 lakh you paid. Then May month, what is your gross liability? 14 lakhs. How much is the balance that is there in the credit ledger? 14 lakhs. Now check, cumulatively did you pay more than 1%? Up to May, how much already you paid? Up to May, how much you already paid? 1 lakh. Divided by up to May, including May, what is your total liability? 13 plus 14, 27. 1 divided by 27. 1 divided by 27 into 100. 3.7. More than 1. So therefore, this month you don't have to comply with 86B. Fully you use the credit ledger. You understood? Then like that, you see June month, 15 lakhs. Credit also 15 lakhs. Now, up to June month, how much you have paid so far? Through cash ledger, 1 lakh. Divided by, including June month, what is your liability? 3 months. So 1 divided by 42 into 100, what is the percentage? Which is more than 1%. So whether you need to comply with 1% for June month? No. 86B not applicable. Again, July month, 28 lakhs is your liability, 27 lakhs is your credit. Whether you need to check 86B, no need to check, because the credit is less than the liability. Anyhow, we will pay 1 lakh through cash ledger. Are you getting this? Then again go to August month. August month, what is your liability? 28 lakhs. How much is the credit that you have? 28 lakhs. Now, up to August month, so far, how much you have paid through cash ledger? 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs divided by, including August month, what is your liability? Total. 98 lakhs. So 2 divided by 98 into 100, how much? Which is greater than 1%. So therefore, for August month, you don't have to comply with rule 86B. Again, September, 53 lakhs is your liability. 53 lakhs is the credit that you have. So far up to September, how much you have paid through cash ledger? 2 lakhs divided by, including September, what is your liability? 151. 2 divided by 151 into 100, that is 1.32, more than 1%. So you don't have to apply rule 86B for September. But see October. October month, what is your liability? 50 lakhs. How much credit you have? 50 lakhs. Now, up to October, how much you already paid in cash ledger? 2 lakhs. Including October, what is your liability? 201 lakhs. 1 divided by 2 divided by 201 is less than 1%. So which means for October, you need to comply with 86B, means pay 1% of your liability of October. What is the liability of October? 50 lakhs into 1%, that is 0.5 lakhs you need to pay through cash ledger. Got it? The moment you pay 0.5 lakhs through cash ledger, now you will achieve 1%. How you will achieve 1%? See, simple. Already 2 plus 0.5. How much? 2.5 divided by total 201. It is more than 1%. No issue. Got it? Then again go to November. November, what is your liability? 62 lakhs. How much credit you have? 62 lakhs. Now, so far how much you paid? 2.5. 2.5 divided by total 263. It is less than 1%. So for November month also, you have to pay 1% of the liability through cash ledger. What is liability of November month? 62 lakhs. 62 lakhs into 1%. 0.62 lakhs you need to pay through cash ledger. Is it clear? Now, what is the equation that you need to check? In the numerator you see paid through cash ledger, paid through electronic cash ledger up to previous month. Paid through cash ledger up to previous month divided by total gross liability up to current month into 100. Okay. If it is greater than 1%, Rule 86B applicable or not applicable? Rule 86B not applicable. If it is less than or equals to 1%, even equal to 1%, Rule 86B applicable. So first you need to see how much money you paid through cash ledger up to previous month, divided by you need to take total gross liability up to the current month into 100. You see, is it greater than 1% or not? If it is greater than 1%, Rule 86B don't apply for the month. Rule 86B not applicable for the current month. And suppose if it is less than or equals to 1%, Rule 86B applicable for the current month. Now, should we take RCM liability in this? Never. Because RCM liability by default we need to pay through cash ledger. Don't count RCM liability, because RCM liability always you need to pay through cash ledger. So, we need to take only FCM liability. Clear or not? Outward supplies only we should see. Inward supplies, whatever GST we paid, that we will not take in the computation. Understood your Rule 86B? Tell me what are the 7 cases where Rule 86B is not applicable. Government department, central government or state government department, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body. Next, paid income tax greater than 1 lakh in the last 2 years, or refund more than 1 lakh in the preceding year, or cumulatively up to the month already we paid more than 1% through cash ledger. So that is about these 2 restrictions. Clear? Now, all the points that is connected to input tax credit, which comes in different places, I already told you. Now we will look into the remaining aspects that we have in input tax credit. Kindly take your book. Yes, sir. GST refund, not income tax refund, GST refund. Take page number 81. We completed this now, section 41. You understood this. Then we completed this procedure for availment of ITC. And then we have seen this reversal of ITC, Rule 37A. And then look into manner of utilization of ITC. There are certain rules that we need to keep in mind for utilization. The first principle is that, so IGST credit, there is no restriction in utilization. What does it mean? IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any GST liability. Any GST can be utilized for payment of IGST liability. But between CGST, SGST, cross utilization is not possible. Just remember this one point. IGST is like a male of the family and CGST is his wife. SGST or UTGST, SGST or UTGST is his parents. He will adjust with his wife will adjust with him, and his parents will adjust with him, and he will adjust with his parents, but his wife will definitely not adjust with his parents. You understood? So which means cross utilization is not possible. You got it? So IGST can be utilized for payment of CGST. CGST can be utilized for payment of IGST. Same way, SGST, UTGST for IGST or IGST for SGST, UTGST. Possible. But CGST cannot be used for SGST or UTGST. SGST, UTGST for CGST, not possible. Definitely not possible. Clear or not? That is the first principle you should remember. There is no restriction with respect to IGST. Amongst the other taxes, cross utilization not possible. Then, what is the priority? Now, I have IGST credit. First, it should be used for what purpose? IGST payable. Still I have some balance. I can use it for payment of CGST or SGST or UTGST in any manner, any proportion. You understood? Now, I have IGST credit. First IGST credit is utilized for payment of IGST liability. Even after that, the next credit what we will like IGST credit is utilized for what purpose? CGST or SGST or UTGST. It's like you have money. First you will use your money for your purpose. Thereafter your wife or your parents are equal. You understood? Equal. So CGST, SGST or UTGST in any manner, any proportion, equal footing. Now it is up to you. How you are going to balance, you balance. You understood or not? So CGST, SGST, UTGST, any manner, any proportion, which means you can use it in any manner. But we should ensure that the cash outflow is minimized. You understood? It is like just because you are buying something to the wife, every time you buy the same thing to your parents also, then you have to borrow money. You understood or not? So that's why balance in such a way that the cash outflow gets minimized. Understood or not? Then CGST credit should be first utilized for payment of CGST liability. Definitely, your wife also will be selfish. First she will think about herself only, then only you will come into the picture. You understood? Then your parents also, after a point of time, after you get married, they will also become selfish. They will also think about themselves only, and then only they will think about you. So sufferer, male. Okay. Next principle, before utilizing CGST and SGST credit, the credit of IGST should be completely exhausted. Correct or not? Whose pocket will go empty first? That's what. IGST should be exhausted first before utilizing CGST and SGST credit. Okay. Then fourth principle. For payment of IGST liability, whenever you are in need, will anyone come for your rescue? No one. So first your money only you have to spend. You understood? Thereafter, whom we can ask? Maybe wife we can ask. After marriage and all, we cannot go and ask the parents first. So wife we can ask, CGST. She also says, "Tu po," like that. Then next, yes, parents only, SGST or UTGST. You understood? So for payment of IGST liability, first IGST credit, thereafter CGST credit, thereafter SGST or UTGST credit. Clear for these four principles? First principle, no restriction on IGST. CGST, SGST, UTGST, cross utilization not possible. Next, second principle, priority. First IGST credit for IGST, thereafter CGST, SGST or UTGST in any manner, any proportion. All other credits first for its liability, then only for IGST. Then which credit should be exhausted first? IGST credit before utilizing CGST, SGST. Fourth principle, for payment of IGST liability, first which credit? IGST, thereafter CGST, thereafter SGST or UTGST. Sir, what about GST compensations? Will not fit into the family, separate. Okay. So that is GST compensations can be utilized only for payment of GST compensations. Don't bring into the family, completely outside. Hope you can understand. So GST compensations can be availed as ITC and utilized only for payment of GST compensations. Cannot be adjusted with IGST, cannot be adjusted with CGST, SGST, will not fit into the family. Okay. So that is this GST compensations. Then IGST credit, after utilizing for payment of IGST liability, can be used for payment of CGST, SGST in any liability, any proportion. But my view is that depending upon CGST, SGST liability, it should be apportioned. For example, see this illustration 1. Compute net GST payable from the following data: CGST, SGST, IGST 5,000, 5,000 and 5,000. And we have 2,000 as CGST credit, 2,000 as SGST credit, 10,000 as IGST credit. What we should do? First 10,000 will be utilized for payment of IGST 5,000. Why? Why I am touching IGST credit? I told you, before utilizing CGST, SGST, the credit of IGST should be exhausted. So first 10,000 I am using for payment of IGST. And IGST credit first should be utilized for what purpose? IGST liability. Still, what is the amount that you have? 5,000. Can we use that 5,000 fully for CGST? No. I'll tell you what is the problem in that case. If you use fully for CGST, this 2,000 cannot be set off with SGST, correct? So you will end up 5,000 minus 2,000, 3,000 as the liability, and this 2,000 will be carried forward. Are you getting this? Again, I am repeating. If this 10,000, 5,000 you are using, still how much you have? That you pay CGST. Over. Now, what liability you have further? IGST gone, CGST gone. What is the liability that you have? SGST. For this SGST, what is the SGST credit you have? You will set off. Okay. But can you use CGST credit for SGST liability? No. So that's why don't do this way. Then in what way we need to use IGST credit? How the liability is there, in that way you divide. So what is the liability? Equal liability, na? You equally divide. That is, first 10,000 we are paying 5,000 for IGST, then 2,500 for CGST, SGST, so that CGST credit also utilized, SGST credit also utilized, the total of the net liability will be 1,000. How do we know whether this answer is correct or not? Easily you can cross verify in exam. See your total liability, see your total ITC. Total liability minus total ITC, you will get one answer. That much answer you are getting means the answer is correct. Okay. What is the total liability? 15. What is the total ITC? 14. 15 minus 14, 1,000. 500 and 500, 1,000. So your answer is correct. But sir, alternative answer also possible. Any way you do. But your total net liability should be 1,000. It is like, I will use 3,000 sir, 2,000 here sir. Then it so happens it will become 0 and it will become 1,000. Correct? So anyway you do, but the final answer should be 1,000. You got it? So what you should do is that's why I gave you a simple rule. See the net liability. In that net liability ratio, you divide. That is, 5 minus 2 how much? 3. 5 minus 2 how much? 3. So in 3, 3, equal ratio you divide. Got it? You understood or not? So in that ratio you divide. For example, 1,000, okay, 1,000, 2,000. What is the liability? 4, 3. So you divide the excess ITC in the ratio of 4:3. Why? Because more liability we have for CGST, you use it more there and less there. So you will get always the correct answer only. Okay. Then look into the next one, section 16. So far whatever we have discussed is section 49, manner of utilization of credit. So 41, availment of ITC, 49, utilization of ITC. Now we are looking into section 16. We are having 3 more sections in input tax credit. With that input tax credit chapter is over. Section 16, condition for availment of ITC, 17, apportionment of credit and block credit, 18 will be input tax credit in special cases. But this itself will take lot of time. Okay. So therefore tomorrow also we will be continuing with input tax credit, but in payment process and returns many things we have discussed today itself. Okay. So please look into section 16, condition for availment of ITC. First, what is input tax means? Input tax means whatever GST that we paid under FCM or whatever GST we paid under RCM, both can be taken as input tax credit. Agreed? So input tax means central tax, state tax, union territory tax charged on supply of goods or service or both made to a registered person. It also includes tax paid on reverse charge basis. Also on import of goods, I will pay IGST. Can that IGST also be taken as credit? Yes. But it does not include tax paid under composition scheme. I told you, a person who is opting for composition scheme should not be charging GST to us. If he is charging GST to us also, we cannot take that as input tax credit because the meaning of input tax excludes tax paid under composition scheme. Then there are total 8 conditions for availment of ITC. All these 8 conditions should be satisfied for taking the credit. Condition number 1, only a registered person can take ITC. Of course, unregistered person, how can he take ITC? He cannot. So only a registered person can take. Then the inward supply should be used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business. Means what? If it is for non-business purpose, can we take ITC? No. So means it should be used in the course or furtherance of business. But did they use the word used or intended to be used? Both are given, which means it's not like section 32 depreciation. Only when you put to use the asset you can claim depreciation in income tax. But ours is not like that. Whether you use it or you keep it safely, you can take the credit. You understood? You may use it in future, it's okay. You purchase now this month, enjoy the credit, even though you have not used it. So used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business. Next condition, the supplier should furnish the details in GSTR1. Correct? If the supplier not filed GSTR1, we will not be able to take credit. And that credit should not be restricted in 2B. In 2B, it should come under ITC available or ITC not available? ITC available. If it comes in ITC not available also, we will not be able to take credit. Are you understanding this? Then, recipient has got a valid tax invoice or debit note, etc. Means he should be in possession of tax paid document. What will happen if he is not in possession of tax paid document? His ITC will be suspended. Now you understood why all those things I discussed before this. So his ITC will be suspended. So he should be in possession of tax paid document. And he has actually received the goods or services. What will happen if he has not actually received the goods but took the ITC? Then also his ITC will be suspended as per rule 86A. So he should have actually received the goods or services. And his supplier should have paid the tax. By when? By when? 30th September of the succeeding financial year. Tax on that supplier should be paid by the supplier by 30th September. Otherwise we have to reverse the ITC. So that is also one of the condition. Clear? And where we will avail the ITC? We will avail the ITC in GSTR 3B. Without filing 3B, can we take credit? No. So means you should have filed the GSTR 3B. These are the 8 conditions for availment of ITC. Again I am repeating, carefully listen. First, only a registered person can avail ITC. Number 2, the inward supply should be used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business. Next 3 conditions, not in your hands, your supplier hands. What are they? Supplier should file GSTR 1 and that should not be restricted in 2B. Correct? That is also in supplier hands only, na? Suppose if supplier is a newly registered person, supplier not filed GSTR return, etc. and all, we cannot take. Then another point in supplier's hands, he should pay GST by 30th September of succeeding financial year. Tell me what are the 3 conditions to be satisfied by supplier? Supplier should file GSTR1 and that detail should not be restricted in 2B and he should pay the tax by September 30th of the succeeding financial year. What are the 3 conditions to be satisfied by the recipient? Recipient should be in possession of tax invoice. Recipient should have actually received the goods or services and recipient should file the GSTR 3B to avail the ITC. Understood, pa? These are the 8 conditions that should be satisfied for availment of ITC. Then, next point. Suppose if goods are received in lots or installments, when can we take ITC? Only on receipt of last lot or installment we can take. And as per section 16(3), suppose if you claim depreciation under income tax on the tax component. Usually in income tax what we do, block of assets method, opening WDV of the block, add additions, minus disposal, closing WDV. In that addition, if you are adding total asset including the GST component, means on GST also you are claiming depreciation under income tax, so you will not get the ITC benefit here. For example, you purchase the asset for 10 lakhs and GST 1,80,000. How much you need to add in the block? 11 lakh 80 or 10 lakhs? 10 lakhs. If you add 10 lakhs in the block of assets, then you will take 1,80,000 as ITC. If you add 11,80,000 in the block, that 1,80,000 you cannot take as ITC. Are you understanding this? Then, suppose in case of bill to ship to transactions, goods are delivered to some other person, but I raised invoice to you. You cannot take ITC because the goods are not delivered to you. Agreed? I am raising invoice to you, pa, but delivered the goods to some other person. Why you cannot take ITC? Because you have not received the goods. That person also cannot take ITC because he is not in possession of tax invoice. That is one of the condition. Actually receiving the goods is also one of the condition. Then in that case, who will take? That's where they are telling the billing address only will take ITC. The date on which shipping address has received the goods, it is deemed that the billing address has received the goods and they can take ITC. Understood or not? You are my billing address. Some other person is shipping address. The day on which shipping address is received the goods, it is deemed that the billing address has received the goods and you can avail ITC. That is this. And this is only for goods or also for services? Also for services. I am delivering the services to other person, but I am raising invoice to you. Can you take credit? Yes. For example, I am having a coaching center and your father is doing some GST business, GST registered person. You attended the coaching with me. Can I raise invoice to your father? Can he take credit? First, can I raise invoice to your father? Yes. I am providing service to you, but I can raise invoice to the other person. You got it? Can your father take credit? Yes. The date on which you received the service, it is deemed that your father has received the service and they can take credit on condition that you should be part of your father's business. Because if you are not part of the father's business, then what will happen? The other point will come not in the course or furtherance of business. You understood? You didn't know this point now before. So, therefore, now also no problem because 30th November of the succeeding financial is the time limit for availment of ITC. You understood? You completed coaching this year only, na? Maybe this year only you completed. Go and ask. Go and ask. Only one condition. Your father should add you in his business. Some category, employee category or some category he will add. That is 5 minutes work. Easily it can be added. Now you go to the coaching center and tell, I need a GST invoice. Ask. Really I am telling, ask. You ask the GST invoice because you would have paid fees 60,000, 70,000 and all. You ask the GST invoice. They will tell, no, we will not give. Tell them, otherwise I will go to the social media and post it. They have to give. They have to give. Okay, or I will tell to Tarun sir. You tell. Okay. And so therefore they will give. They will definitely give. They have fat in their buttocks because they have to put it in B2B supply. Actually in return, they have to put it in B2B and invoice wise they need to do. That they will not do. Total and they will put it in B2C. That's why they will not give invoice. Ask them, they will give. Ask them, they will give. When they are giving the invoice, it will come in your father's 2B and you can take credit. Suppose if they are telling no, this kind of provision is not there, ask them to refer section 16 or ask them to come and attend my class. Okay. So, it is possible, read there, goods delivered are services provided to third person on the direction of the registered person deemed to be received by the registered person. Okay. Goods or services delivered to a third person. Who is the third person here? You, student. On the direction of the registered person. Who is the registered person? Your father. Then deemed to be received by the registered person and they will be able to avail ITC. Understood? It is possible. But end of the conclusion here is that you should be part of the business. Otherwise, this benefit will be defeated. You will not, because all other conditions also should be satisfied. Let them, they can raise another invoice. Cancel this invoice by giving a credit note and raise another invoice. So they have to report it in GSTR1 and you will be able to. Rectification is possible, na? Rectification in GSTR1 possible. That time limit also is there. Next year 30th November. That also you tell. Section 37. Okay. Section 37. they can rectify, no issue at all, okay. Then, what is the time limit for availment of ITC? Already we discussed this. 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Whether this time limit is applicable in case of re-availment of ITC? No. See the exception. Re-availment of ITC reversed earlier, we don't have to comply with, so this time limit. Means in two cases we will re-avail. What are the two cases? 37 and 37A. Non-payment of consideration to supplier within 180 days. So we reverse. As and when we pay, we can re-avail. Let it be after 40 years also, we can re-avail. You understood? Then next, supplier not filed 3B. So we reversed. Again he files 3B. After 2 years also, we can re-avail. For re-availment, there is no time limit. Okay? And this part already we discussed. That is exceptions to this 180 days condition. Then see this, what are the various tax paid documents on the basis of which ITC can be availed? You tell me, I should be in possession of tax paid document. What is a tax paid document on the basis of which I can take ITC? Tax invoice. Who will give tax invoice? Supplier to recipient or recipient to supplier. Which case? RCM. So tax invoice by supplier to recipient or tax invoice by recipient to supplier, or debit note. Even on the basis of debit note also we can take credit, or input service distributor invoice. Sir, who is input service distributor? There is a head office. That head office will take the credit and distribute the credit to the branch offices, because head office only will receive the invoice. For example, you are a chartered accountant, you are doing audit. You will do audit of all the branches. Will you raise separately invoice for each and every branch, or you will give invoice to the head office? You will give invoice to the head office. So head office will take the credit and distribute the credit to the branches. So they will be giving a input service distributor invoice. Then bill of entry in case of import of goods. So these are the various tax paid documents on the basis of which ITC can be availed. Next, what are the minimum details that should be present in a document to be called as a valid invoice for availment of ITC? Apart from date, what other details should be there? GSTIN of supplier should be there, because we need to know now who is that supplier. GSTIN of supplier should be there. GSTIN of recipient, our details should definitely be there. Then it will not be called as B2B, it will be called as B2C, correct? B2B means our details also should be there. GSTIN of supplier, GSTIN of recipient, and then next, value, tax, then place of supply if it is interstate supply, and description. GSTIN of supplier, GSTIN of recipient. What next? Description. Description what it is. Then value. Then tax. Finally, place of supply if it is an interstate supply. These details should be present in the document, then only it will be called as valid invoice for taking ITC. Not required. Even if HSN code, SAC code is not there in invoice also, you can take credit. That is the problem for supplier. So because of the mistake of supplier, you should not be penalized. They already penalized enough, so they give a relaxation here. If the supplier not mention HSN or SAC, it's okay. Fine, you enjoy, celebrate, festival, celebrate you like. While taking this much they have taken, while giving like a biscuit they are throwing, Tommy, catch like that, okay. Next. So this illustration to this reversal of ITC, everything we discussed. From this illustration 3, we will continue in the tomorrow's class, okay. Fine. And tomorrow we will be completing this input tax credit, and after this input tax credit, we have even that payment process, returns, some points are there, e-way bill I will complete. 2 chapters alone, that is composition scheme and registration, I will try to complete. If not, you please watch it from the previous video, okay. These 2 chapters only, remaining and all fully I will complete, okay. Thank you, bye. Tomorrow we will meet.